Morning, everyone. Welcome to today's special council meeting for the purpose of discussing the draft budget. I will confirm that the municipal clerk, as well as all members of council, are here and attending, and we'll start this meeting at 9:30. Territorial land acknowledgement. We respectively acknowledge the township of Allyn-McCalderman is located on the Mississauga-Neshanembe territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississauga-Neshanembe. The township of Allyn-McCalderman respectively acknowledges that the Mississaugan Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure that their health and integrity for generations to come. Next, we have 3.1 is the motion to approve the agenda. It is recommended that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Allyn-McCalderman act as follows: that the agenda for this special council meeting held on December 16th, 2024 be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? That's carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lobel, I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest. It would have to do with 5.2, the budget for 2025. It has to do with litigation with the library board. For my protection, I would like to state that the library board is intertwined through the whole budget. And I don't wish to state one, but I would like it known that I will not be passing anything to do with library board. I will look at the other line items, but will not be voting for that. Thank you.
That'll be recorded. Thank you very much. Just waiting for the screen to come up.
Okay, Mayor Lobel.
Yes. Yes, go ahead, Catherine.
My pecuniary interest is also with 5.2, which is the point of the whole meeting, but specifically it is the 4-H grant request, and I will not be voting on that if a vote is held today.
Thank you. We're going to move on to next, which is, go ahead.
Just for clarification with the agenda and the package that has been published, I received an email from the Roseneath Fair Board to be looked at for a grant, and I'm wondering how that should be handled.
I believe it should be handled when we get to the donation budget.
So can it be added at that time?
I would say.
I can speak to that because I actually had another grant application come in for a donation. So when we get to that section, we can speak to both of them as a whole.
Thank you.
Any other further questions or comments? Okay. That the budget 2025 budget survey results be received for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. All in favor? That's carried. And that the 2025 draft budget package, that the council received this draft budget package for information, and that staff be directed to make okay, so we want, I've been advised by the clerk that we should wait for that until we actually look at the budget. Before I just want to take a few minutes to acknowledge, I've heard from all members of council that have looked at the presentation, and they are convinced, and I am too, that it's probably much different than we've seen in the past. It's got a great story as you go through it all. And I want to thank staff, all of staff that have had anything to do with that. It's very professional. And I also want to clarify something. I sent out an email last night as I was a little bit confused. We will be able to debate today as we should be. We are and by that I mean anything, and we'll have to make motions on anything that we decide we don't want to continue on with any further. Or we'll also have to debate if we get to the end of one of our departments and we want some changes, we'll ask for them all to be done together rather than vote for each one. Okay?
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm going to go through the books and I'm starting on page 17. And that is the draft budget overview. I don't think I'm mistaken. The draft budget overview, and I'll just, there's no sense in going through all of these until we go through each individual department. But I will note that the current proposal for taxation is a 6.37% increase. And the next page, it shows the page 18.
Mayor
shows-
Lobo,
Yes.
I'm wondering if we need clarification.
Oh, you want to present? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Logo, and to council and residents. This is just a quick special thank you to Emily Cartledge for masterminding this project. Secondly, for Aaron and the rest of the managers for working with us to come up with these numbers for you. Just as a very quick overview for the consolidated budget, I wanted to point out that through our efficiencies, through looking at many different aspects of the 2024 budget, the 2024 revenues as presented to council was 5.538 million. We adjusted the revenues for 2025 to be 4.807. The reason for that is because revenues have the tendency to inflame or inflate the budget and allow you to think that there is more money than you actually have. So we decreased that on purpose. The other aspect is that through working with Aaron over several days, we were able to come in at 5.42% increase, which is what has been proposed to you throughout this budget. I wanted to point out that the 2024 tax proposal was 6.41. So with also having lessened the revenues, we're also lessening the percentage increase to taxpayers. And on a closing note on that, even though staff has come in at a 5.42, which is where we think we're at with all of the contributions from management, we do challenge and ask that council consider coming in at a financially responsible percentage. And where council identifies monies needed for other areas, to please do that and consider what other municipalities are doing. Having worked through the budget extensively this year, it's imperative that we remain financially responsible. And sometimes that looks like an increase. The mere fact of trying to keep it as low as possible does not always set up the township for the best success. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anybody have any more questions or comments regarding page 17? Okay, so we're going to move on. And I believe the next one is the reserve contributions. Catherine?
I clarify our process. So as I was listening, I do have a question when he talked. And am I to be writing all of those down to submit at the end of the day, or how is this working?
So through you, Mr. Mayor,
Today's staff are going to be presenting the entire document. We're going to go item by item, section by section. So as we're going, we will be looking for council input on any of these initiatives. So what our CAO just provided was a general overview. So as we get through it, we're going to go through again section by section and looking for council input when we get to the meat and potatoes of the budget. Right now, we're just in the introduction stages of the general overview, as well as the how we got to development of this package, why we've developed things the way we have in regards to strategic plan. So at this point, we'd just be looking for council to sort of absorb what's being presented at this point in time. And when we get to the individual budgets, or if there's any questions for any of the numbers in regards to reserves, at that point, we'd be looking for any feedback or information at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there, do you feel that you'd like to discuss reserve contributions and withdrawals? Or should we get to the meeting?
No bake dessert
So-
ready in 5 minutes.
I'm just trying to shut. So through you, Mr. Mayor, staff have prepared a presentation for council. So at this point, if you would just allow staff to walk us through the document, and then we'll help guide guide council through the process. And I know it's different than what it's looked like in past years, but we'll focus on delivering a very professional, hopefully stand-up presentation for you to consider. So at this point, if you'd like to just turn the reins over to the CAO, and we'll start walking through the document.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll go to table 5, which is the council budget. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm gonna go back to the budget process just to give you an overview of what's been happening behind the scenes. So as of August, September, the clerk and myself put out a survey to residents to get some information regarding the municipal budget and where they wanted to see funds allocated. So that was a big driving force for this year's budget and where we could move forward. We had quite a few interesting takes on the survey when it came in, and it was broken down into departments, and it was interesting to see where residents actually wanted to see the money funded to. So in this budget presentation, you will see that there was movement around in some of the budget numbers to allocate to these different departments and make it move forward in the areas that residents want to see. So moving forward, August to November, we did staff preparations, coordinators review. We also put out information on our social media because through the survey, it was found that about 90% of our residents were using the social media. So that's where a lot of our information was being posted to, as well as our website. Moving forward, in November, we brought forward the 2025 fees and charges to help drive the budget as well. We found in a lot of areas that our fees were below the norm in this area, so we made adjustments to that. And that kind of brings us to today for our special meeting and our draft budget. So draft budget, we're kind of working through the departments, giving you a high level / overview of each of the departments, and each manager, senior leadership team will go through and present their budget. They were highly involved in their budgets this year, as I feel they know their department best and they know where the funds need to be allocated and can speak to them.
And one of the things to note as we're going through this document as well.
Can you go through the chair, please? Okay. Ready? Okay. Yep. Okay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as part of the presentation, it's important to note as well that as we're going through and developing the budget process, we strongly tied everything that we do and presenting to you today to the strategic plan that was recently implemented. Department heads, you'll notice, for every goal and accomplishment that is laid out for 24 and 25, everything has been tied to a specific goal, one of those 39 goals identified by council throughout the strategic plan. So we've really tried to link it there, as again, that strat plan is our guiding document for the next 2 years. So everything we've done when we were reviewing the departmental excuse me, the departmental projects and priorities, as well as when we were reviewing the survey information received from respondents and any sort of legislative changes that have come down through the pipes as well, or council directions, or any other plans that might be in existence, whether it's asset management, records and information management, parks master plan, all of those plans we looked at through the lens of the strategic plan, which again is that overarching piece. So you'll see that very common theme and that very tight connection to that strat plan with everything that we presented here today as well. So that formed a very large part of the budget process.
Before we jump into any budgets, just wanted to note some impacts that did go through the budget this year. As Dave stated, we did significantly change our revenues to make them more in line to what we have been seeing. So you'll notice a decrease in revenues, hopefully with some changes in the fees and charges. This will change as well, but we wanted to be on the conservative side as funds are limited throughout. We also saw the OPP budget, and with quite recently, they did come back and state we would be getting a little bit of savings through the province. However, this still is an impact on the budget as it was an increase. Also through our lower conservations, we have not had final numbers yet as they haven't approved their numbers. So it is as what it's stated right now. So there could be still some changes with that, as well as you do not see it in our budget, but we have also not received the county levy as well. So when we're looking at the percentage increase, it is only at the municipal level and not including the county increase as well, as we do not have those numbers yet. Okay.
Okay, so first budget that we will get to is your budget, council's budget. One thing that's really important to notice throughout the budget that have been presented is we were only able to use the end of October numbers to give you the actuals of an idea or a feel of where things are to date. The reason is because those were reconciled numbers that we could then publish. Our plan is to come back in January 13th of 2025, and we will update those numbers as current as possible for you to give you more of a real look at that. But we were able to use the numbers that we currently had.
Mayor Logo.
Yes, go ahead.
Through you, I just would like to ask, at the next council budget deliberation, would you be able to, this is to Aaron, would you be able to come pretty close to reconciling a lot of the numbers at that time? And if not, what ones would still be outstanding?
Through you, your mayor, a lot of the numbers will be reconciled. It will depend on payables getting through with year end and the holidays and everything. But as of January 13th, I would say quite a few will be in, and I will be putting the numbers in as last minute as I can. So you will have pretty up-to-date numbers at that meeting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So that was one thing I wanted to explain with respect to the actuals. The other aspect about this is that through our cleanup, through our being able to consolidate some accounts and being able to present it to you in this fashion, we anticipate that this is a 1-year presentation, and we really hope that council considers making it a direction to staff that we come back in the fall of 2025 to give you what might look like a 3-year financial plan.
Oh,
So overall, in the council budget, you will see an increase of approximately 35,000. Council remuneration is an increase. Special meetings, we increased based on what council was using in 2024. Conference training miles remains the same. Administration remains the same. We did increase contracted services. That is with respect to ask of council for things like coaching, etc., or evaluations. Rental fee waiver donations, we left at 20,000. And that is followed through on the next page for you of page 25. The numbers that are there listed are those that have been submitted prior to this past week, so that you had those numbers there. You look at elections reserves, we do need to plan for 2026. Therefore, some monies were increased. Integrity Commissioner expenses, we increased because the amount that has been used, and largely part by our residents. Capital expenses, we have lowered to $1,500 for council computers, and we have removed the council equipment and furniture. Gives you a net required by taxation, $229,371. Okay.
Thank you. I have one question. The remuneration, does that include the planning as well? Planning meetings?
Yes, it does.
It does include that, okay. And I guess my only other one would be the legal, where we haven't spent only $329 till the end of October, but we think we need 15,000. Is there something that you know that I don't know, or we don't know?
Mayor Lobo, we really don't know what to expect. So we've placed that in there as a hold, in case we do have anything that we do need to deal with.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, too. I guess it's the treasurer. Just clarification on the council remuneration, because we're looking at, we budgeted 98,000. I'm guessing the increase to 117,000, there was a COLA increase, but that would only be about $4,000. Can you tell me why it's gone up 18,000?
Yes, through you, your mayor. That also includes your CPP, which also had a change in percentage as well. And the EHT is included in that. So it's all the benefits overlapping that have had an increase as well. And I believe if you do actually look at the number, it was understated for 2024 because that does not include November's or December's. So we have realigned it to include that as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're Catherine?
I also think that might be a bit of a jump there, but we have asset management requirements that are due on July 1st of 2025. And part of that would be us as councils doing a level of service review. So I'm not sure. I know that you've already put 10,000 in there for contracted services, which I think is great. I think that's really going to help us as council to take advantage of those things. But is that the right number if we were going to need someone, a contractor, to help us with the level of service review?
Go ahead.
So in response to that, the contracted services $10,000 amount for council is in regards to council training, education, team building exercises. When it gets to service delivery reviews, that would be an operational matter underneath that respective department where we do those. So it wouldn't be captured in this one here.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor, I'm just wondering if the furniture and stuff that's in here, that 10,000 is 2 years ago, because I think we donated it back, or we We passed it back in 23, but we've never ever used it.
Are you speaking under capital?
Yes,
Okay, I think that was put in the budget for 2024, but they're not suggesting spending any in 2025.
so is that money we've already allocated or allocated?
So it would actually go back into reserves
Okay,
until this year. But as you noted in the 2024 budget, some actuals is the integrity commissioner is over as well. So those are leveled out through that monetary as well when the auditors get a hold of it. So the money will go back into working capital, but they will also do data entry to make sure that we have a balanced budget as well. So they will look at the working capital when it's finished.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logal to Aaron, I'm just looking at the special events and I'm wondering, is that council's events for appreciation for staff?
That is correct.
And I don't see anything in there. I see we spent a whopping $27.73. So I'm wondering if we should be increasing that.
So what we did was we actually reallocated that amount into the admin budget and the HR budget to allow for staff recognition and events as we had a line as well. So instead of having two lines, there's one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other further? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Just to Deputy Mayor's question earlier about the grants and donation. Is this the time we're going to speak to that?
I can speak to that. So over the weekend, I did receive two late grant applications. So it is up to council if they want to bring them to the board, to the floor to add them to the request as well. I can tell you that the monetary value is $4,000 in total.
I think all of us know the one. And there's a second one you
There
say.
was a second one yesterday.
Can you tell us what that is, who that was from?
Well, it really shouldn't matter at this time who it is, as it should be an overall if you want to accept them because they were late submissions or not.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to the treasurer. I guess I need clarification. Just a little bit of history for council here. In May 6, 2021, the last council passed a policy which was called the donation grant policy. And at that time, it stated we wanted to get this in line. We wanted to make sure that people got their applications in time and things like that, so we weren't dealing with this. And it says at the very end of the policy, it says township staff is responsible for mailing out applications to previous recipients and posting on the township website for any new requests. So I guess in regards to the Roseneath one, I need clarification. Did we, as town staff, send out notification to them that they had to get their application in by a certain date?
We did not. Through the survey, it stated that everybody was going through social media and the website. So we did post it and we put out that the grant application process was open. And it was, I believe, placed on the website in September and did not close until the end of October. So they had ample time.
So just to continue with that, then I guess I have a small concern because we have the Roseneath Fair saying to us that they received no notification when it states in our policy that we should be sending that out. So what I would like to see is that, I mean, this whole thing with the community donations, it looks like some of these groups, like the Roseneath Fair, one of them who have been here for years and years applying for the money, are saying that they weren't notified. It sounds like it wasn't done properly, and I'd like to be able to send this back to send them a letter or give them notification to say, listen, and let's redo the date. Because otherwise you're going to be excluding these two late requests, right? That's just my opinion.
Thank you. Anybody else want to comment? Councillor O'Neill on this one particular issue?
Yes, also, I don't see the Grafton Green Thumbs on here. Oh, Grafton Horticulture. Okay, I do see it. Sorry. I don't know how I went and didn't see it. But we did give use of space to two groups mid-year last year as well. The the cemetery board's annual day here, and the Women's Institute had an event at the Alnwick Civic Center. So I think they should both be showing up here. And then I don't believe the awards for the schools have ever been done by making a whole law application. It was just a motion of council to do that each year.
This is correct. So this is why this year I added the Grafton Public School and Roseneath School and St. Mary's, as you had voted to add them. So I have added them in as per council's direction. And then I believe it was your direction this year that if anybody wanted to rent the space, including the Women's Institute, that they did have to come at the grant application time.
Mhm.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So follow up from Councillor Booth. Do we need a motion to have staff send those letters out?
What would you like to clarify? What,
Well,
First-
according to our policy, we were supposed to send a letter out to anybody that received money from us last year. So I believe council has a choice. If we don't send them out the letters, then I don't think it's going to be fair that these two ones that we are saying are late when they're not really late, they weren't given any notification. So just to be fair, I think it would be that we send something out to them, whether it's, I know it's, time is of the essence now. We're looking at the 13th. Probably a letter is not a good way of doing it, but to physically call them or talk to them to say, we'll give you a week to get back to us with your request if you are or if you're not.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as a point of clarity, we did receive applications from both of these groups. We're asking at this point as to whether or not council would like these included as part of the discussion at this point. So we did receive two applications with the full granting request this past weekend. So at this point, Madam Treasurer is asking as to whether or not council would like to consider those as part of this broader list.
Mayor Local.
yes, go ahead.
The one that I received on the weekend through whatever communication glitch or whatever we want to say, I would support the Roseneath Agricultural Fair Board. I'm a little hesitant because I don't know what the other one is. Whether I could support that or not.
Just for overall clarity. I think the direction that Councillor Booth has offered here is a possible solution. One, you need to consider the two that have been presented by Aaron, but the other, if it's identified that the policy was not followed, and we can contact the other groups that have not submitted, if that's what you want us to do, I don't see that being an issue. Please do keep in mind that Canada Post has been on strike for the last 5 weeks. So communication process moving forward shouldn't always just be the mail. We should work to identify some efficiencies there as well. Okay.
Mayor Logal, if I may suggest as well, at this time, would it not be prudent that emails be sent out? Because of, I know that that wasn't stated in that policy, so I'm not sure, just trying to look at a solution to expedite this.
I have no issue sending out emails as well if I have their information. And that is the other issue with it, is if I do not have that information on file anywhere, it will be tough to reach out. But what I would also like council to look at is that this is just the draft overview. So we can still put it in there, this amount going forward, and then discussions back on January 13th, where you can show if you want to be for these certain donations.
Sounds like Go ahead. Greg.
So then I'd like to make a motion that staff contact these groups. And it just has to be the ones that received money last year from us. That's what the policy states. And be it via either, like the deputy mayor says, via email, or if you can't get a hold of them, by a phone, and give them a reasonable date, maybe Aaron, to get back to you. I'm sure if you gave them a week or so to get back to you, then they can get back to you. And if they're not interested, if they don't want it, then that's fine. And like you said, on the 13th, then we can look at this budget again and go over. That way it makes it fair to everybody.
Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you.
Mayor Logel, may I just ask a question about one of the other grants? And that was for the Centerton community of $330. I'm wondering if that wouldn't be more prudent to go into the new Parks, Rec and Culture Program Committee. I'm not sure what that money is used for.
So these were just monetary values through the grant application. They've asked for time at different halls. So
Oh,
I'm just showing the monetary value of what it would actually cost if they were to pay for the hall in its entirety. So it'd be an internal.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Dave, you're going to go on to
Administration.
administration.
Great, thank you, Mayor, and through you, council. Looking at the overall budget, we have lowered the revenue side, as I indicated earlier on in the meeting. As we go through the expense side, we have lowered the expenses by about 165,000. Capital expenses are up just a little bit with the identity of 80,000 for capital.
Dave, you're saying it's $100,000 difference? Is that, you're comparing it to this budget versus the 2024 budget?
So when I say that the expense side is lower compared to the 2024 budget, that's correct.
Thank you.
No.
Any questions from staff or council?
No.
We're on page 34, 33 and 34.
Go ahead. Councilor Bluth.
Through you, your worship, to the treasurer, just maybe a couple of clarifications. And just the very first one there, Aaron, maybe you can explain to me because, and it'll help with all the other budgets. When we talk about the summer student grants, can you just remind me, how many did we apply for and how many did we actually get?
So last year we applied for 9 and we only received 4 and they were at half of what we applied for as well. So last year was very minimal. We were able to shift one of the summer students to a different one that we actually applied for. The one we we could not fill as we didn't get notification until the end of June. And they were only subsidizing for 8 weeks instead of the 16 weeks at 50%.
Okay, thank you. Just
Go
a
ahead.
few more. Clarification, could you tell me under expenses, the administrative expenses, what exactly does that cover? 54,000?
You give me a minute, I'll be able to look it up for you.
Okay. And if you're looking it up also, if you could just tell me the contract services.
I can speak to the contract services. The main one is the county for our IT services.
How much is that, you know?
For 2024 was almost 45,000.
And while Dave's looking that up, maybe you could answer this one. The subscriptions and memberships. I'm just a little concerned. It was at 13,000 and now we're at 20. Are you consolidating somebody's subscriptions or why the increase of $7,000?
We are consolidating some of them and some employees will not be going for some of them. As they are mostly individual memberships. So a big one is for us to be a part of AMTCO. There's, I believe, 4 or 5 of us, so we're gonna back down on those. And we have also initiated a few new ones through emo and what is the other one? Omni, the Ontario Municipal Managers Institute.
Okay,
Yes.
and just one last one. Under the capital, the administration, it shows that we're $80,000 for capital. Can you tell me what the 80,000 is for under capital?
I believe that one was brought forth from last year. For office. I believe that was for the office, correct?
Well, it's showing last year is nothing.
Correct. We believe with the repairs and stuff that may be coming, that we wanted to put some money aside, but we didn't want to put it under building renos as per se, as we didn't know what the shift would be.
Okay, thank you.
So that's the administrative office.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, Rick.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mary Catherine?
May I answer
Yes,
Councillor
sure.
Booth's other question? So when we looked at the consolidation of accounts for administrative expenses, we included things like advertising, bank service charges, fire inspection, telephone, fax, cell, postage, water consumption. Those were the types of things that went into the overall administrative expenses for the building. And yes, anything pertaining to the identification of building is, excuse me, Ms. Cole, could you please refrain from commenting? Thank you. It's the identity of anything that has to do with the administrative building specifically.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Catherine?
Okay, so 2 questions, both related to the asset management requirements for July 1st. I see that you have put 6,000 in here now. And is that going to be a sufficient amount to ensure that we comply and are successful in completing all of those 10-year plans?
So this amount here is for the financial portion of it and the software. So the actual asset management falls under the public works. So this item is just the software that we use for asset management.
Okay. And then my second question is related to building condition assessment. So we've done a lot of work actually with the asset management in terms of our equipment, our roads, our bridges and culverts, but we haven't done our buildings yet. So and there is a building here, and it is definitely a building that may or may not have extensive costs. So we need that building condition assessment to make that 10-year plan that we need.
So I'll speak to that in 2 parts, Councillor O'Neill. If you notice, there is an enhancement paper for development charges. And after reviewing our development charges, it does not officially update our development charges into the effect of our items we own in the township and how we should replace them. But also there was new legislation brought forward in 2022 that actually will allow us to use development charge money to cover these studies. So we have not put the studies within our budget because we are hoping that through the development charges that we can use this money to move forward. But until the study is done, we do not have access to that money.
Mary Catherine?
Sorry, wouldn't that still need to show as an expense, even if that's how we were going to fund it?
Then we would come back to council for direction because then we could take the money out of development charges and use it for that. So it would be an expense. But at this time, because we haven't approved that item, I can't use money for that. So it'd be it would be an expense, but that has to come from the direction of the asset management as well.
Can I ask one question? When you're talking about development charges, how much, do we have a figure of how much development charges we have in the bank?
We have over 2 million in development charges currently.
Thank you.
And you'll see through our budget that we have used some of them as per our current development charge study. But there is a significant amount of money we could be using for studies like the asset management study, the park study, those kind of items that we cannot use currently because our development study plan does not allow us to use the new updated legislation portion.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just a quick question through you, Mayor Logal, to Aaron. In under administration capital, and it has to do with the computer equipment, and that is budgeted at 150,000. I just wondered what the plan is for that line. Thank you.
So through the county, we had some money set aside this year for IT services. They did not use as much as they thought they would, and they are pushing it forward into 2025, where they've included additional items that they will need.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Coffey.
I'm still struggling to get my head around these requirements. So I did reread our asset management plan, and I personally would love to see a presentation on it for all of council, because as I look around this room at all of us sitting here, and even including the manager at the back, with the exception of our library, no one sitting here, with the exception of Councillor Booth, was at the table when that was brought to this council in 2022. It's required to be wrapped up by July 1st. I know that we look at the Hamilton budget and we're stealing all their good ideas, which is great. That's what we want to do. But at the end of theirs, they do have their 10-year plans mapped out there, and they've got their cool graphs that show this is what it would be if we didn't do these things, and now we've made these decisions, and this is where this graph's going to be. And that's the information that the province is going to be using ultimately to decide how to respond to asset management. But anyway, we've got 6 months to get from where we are now till then. And I guess this is a question to the CAO, because it runs across the entire municipality. We've got the studies to help us. We can make the 10-year plan based on the roads needs study or the OSAM report that we just had. We've already done it for the equipment, but without having building condition assessments, how would we, like, don't we need those so that we're going to be successful?
To answer your question directly through your mayor, yes, we do. It was brought to the table at some point here during 2024, and it was a considerable amount of money to do the building condition assessments. And when we look at the overall funds and availability and what we need to accomplish, it just was not something that was identified as a priority. I believe the amount was somewhere around 250,000 to actually do the building condition assessments, and 250,000 goes a long way with providing services. So.
I think our CAO has just given us a really tough question that we're going to have to
Point of
wrestle with.
order, Mayor Logal. Could we go through you to ask the question?
Sorry,
in the
we had made
statements?
eye contact,
Thank you.
but we'll be more precise then.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments on this issue? You've already hit this.
Yeah, I was just going to finish my sentence there. That's actually part of our responsibility to make sure that we're meeting those. And that's why I think it would behoove us to look and have this presentation on what is this, what was the work that was done in 2022, and where do we still have work to be done in the coming 6 months, and whether we want to do it or not might be somewhat moot if we have to do it. And we do have to have that ready for July 1st.
I'm not sure if I understand it at all, but I believe we had to have something done for 2024 as well, July 2024. Which we did. And so it does have to be updated for 2025. I believe that's my understanding of it. Thumbs are good.
For you, your worship, maybe to clarify it, would it be possible on the next budget meeting that we could have our asset management person come and just make a mini presentation of what exactly is due for 2025 to make sure that we are budgeting something if it's necessary?
That makes sense to me.
I don't know whether you wanted a motion or just, we
did them all.
oh, just a request to the CAO. That's all for.
We can do it all. We can do it individually then. Yeah, go. Okay, you have a seconder for that? Councillor O'Neill. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Mike, you have something else?
Yes, to you, Mayor, just a couple of clarifications when it comes to do our computer equipment and capital and the computer working here, right? And then the licensing and software for $45,000. So is that to upgrade what we have, or is that new stuff? And is it tied into the county cost?
So the first one is for our yearly IT services for them to come in, maintain our computers, anything that we need. And then the other amount in capital is actual infrastructure of servers, updating, anything of that nature.
Go ahead.
At the time, this was done 2024 at the beginning. I believe our past treasurer brought it forward, and it was, I believe, a 5-year agreement. And what they had stated was our township servers were at end of life, and this is upgrading everything to bring us back up to speed and being able to back up our data, all the cloud items, those sort of equipment that we need.
Okay, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. It seems like since we've taken on this contract, it's become a money pit. So I think we need to maybe have a whole review of that whole process.
I guess I'll make a quick comment. Is IT is a expensive thing that you, in my opinion, you have to keep up, because if you don't keep up, you're going to run into big problems in the long run with phishing expeditions and crashes of your servers, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a legitimate cost, and we can get, if you'd like, we could bring the people in to make a presentation to us, I suppose.
I believe so,
Yep.
if that was something you wanted.
Go ahead, Dave.
To you, Mayor and Council. So the monies identified in the budget are because of a signed agreement that this council agreed to last year. And that agreement is in play for 24 to 36 months. As previously mentioned at a council meeting, staff does plan to bring back our yearly review, which is a requirement of the contract, to council, and at which point you will be able to discuss and deliberate your options moving forward, including costs.
I didn't realize that. That's good. So you count, or staff will be bringing that to council after you've had your review. Thank you. I have a couple. I'm always worried about people. The CAO clerk's department wages is basically the same, staying the same as it was in 2024. 496 to 512. Probably no change. I do have some questions regarding the financial wages for the finance department. It is down 50,000 from the previous year, no, 60,000, 65,000, I guess. And I just want to make sure that this budget includes a full-time treasurer for that position.
Yes. So looking at all three wage, under the admin, we have reallocated, money to the proper accounts. And that, it does include a full-time treasurer as well.
Okay. So did you, by moving it, you took that from someplace else? Or that's what it should be, 348
That's what it should be.
for a new treasurer too?
Yes.
Okay. And HR wages is going from 99 to 161.
That is correct. So at this time, because I'm doing a dual and as well as I've brought in help who is specifically doing HR items, that money has been put there. So just reallocations of the wages. Sorry.
Thank you. And my other question is, that extra employee that you have is a 6-month contract?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other further questions? Was there anything that we missed on, you wanted to make a motion on? I don't think so. Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor. Or Clerk.
Through Mr. Mayor, I find it as we're at a natural break here between the numbers and the presentation of the DR. I would like to just offer a point of clarity in regards to where this budget package has come from. So there was an accusation leveled that we did steal it from a previous or neighboring municipality. This budget package is based on the Public Sector Accounting Board's guidelines, as well as the Government Financial Official Association's budget presentation criteria. So when we were going through and creating this new package for you, that is what we were following. We did review several municipalities' budget packages, previous winners, Hamilton Township's included, because it is local and similar in scope and size to what we have. So any accusations of theft or copyright infringements, I would like to refute at this point in time, based on the fact that we have followed very distinguished criteria in the municipal government budgeting sector presentations pieces of it. So I would just like to point that out, that this is based on good practices, best practices, and not lifted from somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Gathman.
That certainly wasn't what I was implying with my figure of speech. That is a figure of speech that I use frequently, that you steal good ideas from other people. And I see that as a positive thing. So I was actually thinking I was giving you a compliment that you had followed another and taken what was a good idea and then incorporated it into this municipality. So my apologies, it certainly didn't land the way that I sent it, which was meant as a compliment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logal, to our clerk, Madam Clerk, thank you for the clarification. I think it's needed from time to time. As we go through the budget, we have been drawing on best practices, and through the involvement of the different departments that you do tap into, I think it's good for us to know that where it started from. Thank you.
Okay. You want to do one more before we take a break?
Right.
So,
I did have a question
oh,
too.
So at this particular point, are you going to consider the BERs as we move forward? Or just take this and do information for now?
does council want to go through the VERs? Yes, please. Okay. Please go ahead.
So there's 3 BERs here for you. The first one being 2025-1, the identity of a deputy chief administrative officer. The main purpose and reason for bringing this forward is it was a consideration in 2024. And it is brought forward to you if you would like to continue on with that, given that we have employees occupying dual roles and can get taken away for different specific reasons.
Thank you. Response?
Excuse me.
Response? Anybody have any thoughts on this?
One through you, Mayor Logo. And I think I'll probably be asking this again, but I think office space might become an issue with some of the places or some of the positions. So I was just wondering where that has come in and where you see the different staff sitting. Or are we looking at a joint position with somebody that is already in place?
So this as presented to council is a reflection of the decision council made in 24, and it is a dual role.
Thank you.
Oh, he
Mike?
was first.
Through you, Mayor. Although I love the idea of succession planning, it's something that we definitely have to do. I'm cautioning myself whether it's an affordable task right now with the township and the situation we're in with different things coming up with the arena and the township office and our community centers and whatever. But I look back in my own work career and had to cover for many supervisors or managers that left on vacation, and we just kind of literally did it and just helped out each other. But again, I do love the idea. I'm just not sure if we're ready for that yet.
Thank you. Greg?
Through you, your worship. Since I was on last council, just another quick, this all started with having a deputy CAO to two previous CAOs. When Terry retired and our next CAO that took over, the council at that time agreed to have a deputy CAO to help out the new CAO because that person was having difficulties. Last council, when we had the opportunity, because of feedback from the public in that, we removed that. When the treasurer left, we didn't have a deputy CAO anymore. And for exactly some of the reasons that Councillor Ainsworth talked about. And just doing a quick look around our communities at Crammy and Hamilton and things like that, this doesn't exist. And I think with a small municipality that we have, the arguments I can see, I agree with some of them. I just think that it's a very expensive, you're looking at 28,000 plus benefits, you're looking at $30,000. And I would agree with Councillor Ainsworth that if the CAO is not here and not available because he's on vacation or whatever, that there would be some staff that ultimately has to make the decision along with the mayor. And I think that's just fine the way that we have it.
Mary Catherine?
Similar to Councillor Booth, I did a quick little search to look at our neighbors, and the two that I chose to look at were Coburg and the County of Northumberland, and neither of them had a deputy CAO in place.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. Maybe for more information on this BER, and maybe the rest of them also too. I just kind of encompass it all so I don't repeat myself. If we can look at, what each employee would have for how when they're away from their job for, like, say, bereavement leave, sick times, days in lieu, the province has put down, they have personal days, and any time that they're absent from vacation days, how many weeks they have, that kind of stuff would be a good idea to say, oh God, he's going to be away 1 month a year or 2 months a year. And someone would have to cover that position. So those numbers would be nice to know when we're asking for these, to kind of make it, give me a better idea of, how much someone's going to cover for Dave or someone's going to cover for Susan at Public Works, et cetera.
Thank you. I'm going to speak up. I tend to agree with Councillor Booth and Councillor O'Neill that at this time, we cannot afford to add a deputy CAO. And so if someone was to make a motion that we do that, then I would be able to tell staff that we don't want you to pursue this any further, which is what I think I was hearing.
Mayor Local.
Yes.
If I might add, it would be helpful, I think, in going with, following on with what Councillor Ainsworth has put forth, what is in the plan now for when there is a holiday or bereavement, who fills a position?
Thank you. So we got two motions on the floor. Dave, do you have a comment?
Just as a follow-up through your mayor to council. So again, the identity of this was something that this council did make a decision on in the past. And the intent of it at the time was to identify some of our day-to-day requirements with respect to dual roles. The timelines and the demands that some council members are asking for with respect to returning phone calls, setting up meetings, driving our strategic initiatives forward, etc. Decisions like this all come at a cost. Well, I understand there's a cost associated. You need to understand there's also a cost to you for being able to deal with things appropriately. It has been mentioned to council before that staff in dual roles and also some other staff with a large portfolio are working well beyond their means. And so the identity in this paper presented to you was to create some lines of parity with respect to assistance in the role, especially when you're working with in the past, you have worked with a CAO clerk, and when your clerk has to deal with many different things legislatively, and here you are with the same thing, being that I'm your fire chief as well, and if I get called away, somebody needs to be there. So the identification of this was not brought forward for holiday coverage. Many of us, a couple of us for sure, are carrying a significant load of holiday and remuneration time that we're unable to use because of the workload that's associated. So thank you.
And I, just as a comment, CAO, we are trying to address those with the hiring of a treasurer and a public works person. Here, Catherine?
I just want to say that's exactly what I was thinking, Mayor Logal, that
Okay.
those positions need to be filled to reduce the workloads.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. If I could offer maybe Plan B off the top of my head. We have in the past gave different employees 10% increases if they cover somebody else's position for whatever time. And could we offer training to the individual that we might pick for this opportunity? And in the time of covering somebody, give them the 10% increase.
Just for clarification, I believe, Councillor Ainsworth, if you read that policy to be able to be eligible for that, you have to have at least a minimum of 15 days. So unless the CAO is going away for a 15-day holiday or something like that, covering for 1 or 2 days is not going to cover that.
Go ahead.
I think through your Mayor Local, to be fair to this BER request, that we need to, I want to add more work here, but I think it's important to know what and the workload that is presently on the CAO fire chief. And I know that we as a council our asks and our requests are a lot, and I'm not confident to, at this point, to turn it down. I would like to have a blunt discussion on how this came to be. And I apologize in advance if I thought, if I passed on the idea that it was to cover for holidays, and that was not my intention. So I would like to have more information on this before I turned it down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
To you, Mayor. I guess my biggest concern with this one here is the succession planning, and we need to do that. So that's what I pick out of this the most. And although I don't know, at this time if we can afford this this package here, I would still like to follow through with some succession planning and have a, like I say, plan B, whether the one that I said or whether we could come up with something different. But the extra work is there, obviously, and it always is everywhere. And I would like to see us move forward with something that'll bring us to this down the road.
So I think we've got a couple of comments here. Are we ready to decide on a couple of things yet? Go ahead.
So after the fair discussion, I'd like to make a motion that BER 2025-01 be passed on, I don't want to use the word denied because that sounds bad, but to be passed, that it won't be implemented on this budget. I make that motion.
Can I get a seconder for that motion? Further discussion? Go ahead. Oh, Councillor O'Neill. Deputy Mayor.
I would also like to state that, as we are all aware, we are in change here and we are in cleanup. So we need to think about that and the risk of not getting more information on this it's critical for moving forward, because it's like opening one drawer and running from one fire to the next. So, and the succession planning is, there is a point in here for that. So I really think that this needs to be looked at closer.
Okay. You've mentioned, we could do one of two things, I think, then. We can either add on to the motion that we have succession planning included in that, or we can separate the two of them. And I'm happy with either way.
Separate them.
You're Catherine.
I think if we deal with the motion as made by Councillor Booth, that does not preclude staff from looking at this and bringing back something different if based on the discussion they feel that's worthwhile.
Thank you. I'm going to call a vote. All in favor of the motion? Do you have the motion?
So the motion on the floor that was moved by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor O'Neill was that BER 2025-01 be removed from the draft 25 budget.
Mr. Can I please ask for a recorded vote?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a recorded vote requested. But when I go through your name, I will call each council member individually by alphabetical last name. When I call your name, please answer yay or nay as to how you'd like to vote on the motion, which is that BER 2025-01 be removed from the draft 2025 budget. Councillor Ainsworth,
Yay.
Councillor Booth,
Yay.
Councillor O'Neill,
Yay.
Deputy Mayor Stover,
No.
Mayor Logal.
Yes. Yes.
Motion is carried 4-1.
Thank you. Move on to number 2.
Mayor,
Yes. Oh, okay, go ahead.
through you, Mayor, if I could, I would like to propose a motion that we continue with succession planning and come up with a plan B.
Okay. Are you saying that we should, you're saying continue with it? I'm not sure if we have a good plan. Yeah, I guess I'll put that to our,
Can I rephrase that then?
yep,
Okay, so if we make a motion that we come up with succession planning program to cover positions of this nature.
anybody gonna second that?
I would like just to ask a question for clarity before I would support it.
Yep.
Is that already in place? Mayor Logal, I'd like to put that through to our treasurer HR person. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Currently, we have been looking at succession planning, and this was one of the items on the succession plan. However, as this was turned down, we will have to go back and reevaluate.
Thank you.
Can I get a second for Mike's motion? Second for Mike's motion? Turn it down. Thank you. Okay, Dave, number 2.
I will pass number 2, Mayor, over to Aaron for development charges review.
Thank you.
As just previously mentioned in earlier discussions, I'm bringing this one forward to do a development charges review. After speaking with other treasurers in the area, they have recommended that we go out as our development study does not cover quite a few items within the new legislation. And to move forward, this would be for about a 10-year plan, and they would re-look at all our assets and state of value of replacement as well as our growth in the area and put a numeric value to that.
Thank you. I'll just ask the question. We did one of these recently, did we not?
They did do they didn't do a full study. They just did an update to it, and it was still missing quite a few items. So when you look at it, it is very old in the items that it was looking at, and it is very unclear and does not give a lot of information for using development charges.
Thank you. I don't know if I thought I seen the price there, but what is the price?
40,000 I put in for it.
Thank you. And will we recover that money?
If we go through with this and with the development charges and a new study, because this is a study, this would actually be covered.
Oh, the study would be covered.
Correct.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
I have the same question as you, Mayor Logal. I sat at the table. We did receive a consultant that we had paid that person to prepare it for us. It was my understanding that that was done. It was a 10-year plan. Are we saying that that report we received from the consultant is erroneous, or are we saying that it just needs some tweaking and updating because there's been some legislation changes?
I believe through you, Mayor, that when the study was updated, it still wasn't through all of legislation, which covers these development studies. So there is quite a bit. And when they did update it, they did not look at our current fleet, which does not look at the replacement of them in a timeline, as well as the growth as well in the area.
Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
So certainly from your answer, I see a huge overlap between our requirements for the asset management and what you're stating there. But I'm still uncertain why, when we had a professional do this and provide this to us just 2 years ago, why we wouldn't be going back to the same professional then and saying, there's been some more legislative changes, we have some new information, can this be updated? And then that would be at far less cost, would be my thinking here.
It would be, however, speaking with other treasurers in the area, we are the only people that have used, or the only township that used this consultant. And after their review, they had a very hard time understanding it, as well as myself, and that's why I reached out to the other treasurers. To the fact that even with new development, if per se a water line broke and they wanted to put in bigger piping to keep putting in, then it would just be it's not there in the study to be able to update it and use the money.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to the treasurer, I guess, as Councillor O'Neill states, I have a big problem here. We just paid a consultant in January of 2023 to give us, and I believe that person's name was Bob. I can't remember the gentleman's name. You would remember, Mayor. Very nice gentleman. And I'm just,
Clark.
yes, Bob Clark.
Yeah, I don't know if we can discuss that type.
Well, I won't use his name, but very nice gentleman anyway, that did the presentation, the consultant in front of us. And I know at that time, he said there was some legislation coming from Mr. Ford that could change some of these things. I'm just hoping, do we really have to spend $40,000 to redo a whole thing? Could we not go back to him and ask him to tweak whatever needs to be tweaked or whatever concerns that we have? It just sounds like 2 years into a 10-year plan, we're going to spend another $40,000.
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. Just to clarify for me, like, what does the 40,000 cover? Is that just what we would do as a group?
We would go out with an RFP and do a new study.
Okay.
Is the $40,000? I believe that's what we paid for the first.
I can't speak to that at this time. I'm not sure of the cost when they first initially did.
The proposal that you're suggesting is to get a different person,
Correct.
and is that person voting $40,000?
Through other treasurers, that is the amount they're paying.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The only comment I would like to make through your Mayor Logal is that from time to time, we think we're on getting the right person to do the job. Obviously, we need to move forward on this. I would hope that whoever we get is able to access what this person did, and maybe that might expedite the thing and save some money, but we are we're at a position where we have to go forward here, especially when if we get the report, and it sounds like you have some good contacts in order to tap into this. I guess, Mayor Logo, if I could just make one more, just another question. It's really kind of slowing things down. Is that correct with what you're using?
Well, what we're using, it just doesn't reflect the amount of money in our development charges that we are able to use. And right now I have to work off the current study. So like I said, the development charge study would cover itself with the new legislation, but with what we have in place does not.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
A question. So I know that part of that report did use comparators to all of our neighbors and made sure that the charges that we were doing aligned with and set us up for success. So it aligned with what was done currently in other municipalities and set us up for success in the coming 10 years. Are you foreseeing that there is room for more revenue, or is this just that you need to be able to use what we collect differently?
On the second side of it, it is to allow us to use this bundle of money that we are currently sitting on, and we only have so much leverage on where we can use this money. So we're collecting these development charges through buildings and growth, and this is what the development charge states, the study states, is that this is where you can use it. So if it's not in the study, we cannot move forward with it. So if we want to grow as a township, it will look at the future of growth as well.
You have a final one?
Just following up on that, then it isn't really about the revenue. It is about how it can be used. So it is, we are looking at a piece of it. We're not looking at everything.
Correct.
I'll make a quick comment. The current plan, or pardon me, planner, I guess is probably the right word, that we have has been here and working with us for a long time. And perhaps his techniques aren't as up to date as some of the other ones. And I think that's why we need to look at this. Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So maybe at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we ask staff to go back to our consultant or a new consultant to top up the existing policy with staff's concerns.
Go ahead.
I guess just a comment on that. I could see agreeing that we go back to the consultant we had. I don't think you can go to a new person and say, comment on somebody's work. I would like to go back. I agree with you. Go back to the person that did it to us, that gave us the report in 2023 and ask him what would it be for just an update. As Councillor O'Neill said, we don't have to go into the whole thing and spend another $40,000 if we're talking about a quick update. And I do recall that we were compared to other comparators around here when that report was done, and it seemed very valid at that time. I believe it just needs a tweaking, not a full $40,000 redo the whole thing again.
Mayor Logal.
Yes.
May I ask Aaron, our treasurer, to comment on those comments?
Mayor, can I have a point of order? I've made a motion and we don't have a seconder. If we're going to keep debating this,
Fine.
What was your motion?
my motion was to go back to, and I will correct it for Councillor Booth, is to go back to the consultant and have him top up the issues that staff has the present.
Can I say instead of top up to address?
But yeah, that's fine.
And I would second that motion.
Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Mayor Logal, may I ask our treasurer if that would sort out the problem or the issues that you're having in using the current company?
I would have to look into that because they would have to look at the legislation portion of it, but also the backdated information of all our assets as well.
Thank you.
I have one other question. Have you worked with this company at all?
I have not.
Okay. Does anybody know if there's a one-man operation or there's other people involved? We're getting into the weeds. Okay, we've got a motion on the floor, moved by Mike, seconded by Councillor Booth.
Just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, the motion that I have is that staff contact the previous development charges study consultant for an estimate on an update versus an overhaul.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, just to make sure that it includes staff's concerns.
I don't-
Well, because he might have an update on his own mind and it's still not going to address staff's concerns.
I'm not clear what you're saying. You understand what he's asking for, Aaron, or?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be something that we would have through the conversations would be to address staff concern, but also any legislative changes that might have
Okay.
taken place since the original one was in 23.
Thank you.
And we're hoping to have an answer by the 13th. All in favor? Carried. Get to number 3. which is compensation and pay equity review.
Okay, so this is being brought forward as per council wanted to see it on the 5th year. So this is just updating our compensation and pay equity. So this would be another RFP that would go out to identify any information that we need to update our pay wages and look at job classifications and the pay equity portion of it.
Thank you. Any questions? Regatha?
Oh, just a comment then. My understanding is that this township has already effectively implemented pay equity, correct? So this is just again, a tweak more so than we're going to need it to have a new plan.
That is correct. When they look at the compensation, you should always look at the pay equity as positions change, classifications change. Then you look at the pay equity side of gender-based and where they fit as well. So they will review that as well.
A bit of a follow-up question. Is that also looking at levels of responsibility then and aligning just making sure that, like, would the final report sort of align that for us as counselors to understand?
Through the process, they do look at job classifications, job responsibilities, and they give it a weighting, and then that's how they come up with the wage grid.
Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
Through you, your worship. I was on council when we did this the last time, and I guess the issue that I have is pay equity is a legislative requirement, but the compensation review is not. So pay equity, you have to make sure, and that was back in, for the older gentlemen like me and everybody else that, you know, was making sure that people got paid fairly for their wage, didn't matter whether you were a male or female, right? And I think we have that. We haven't really, the last study that we got, we didn't really move anybody around. We don't have any females that are not getting paid according to what they should be, right? I guess the issue I have is we're looking at spending $40,000 for somebody to basically compare us to Crammy and Hamilton and Coburg and that to make sure. So I guess I agree with that because it seems that we're having trouble trying to get some senior staff hired, and I don't know whether that's a money issue that they're not coming or what. So I'm sort of torn between paying this. I just hate that we're paying $30,000, $40,000 every 5 years for somebody to tell us whether or not we're paying people fairly.
Comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. I would agree with Councillor Booth. I would wonder if this is something that we could do in-house. And I don't know if that 40,000 is a maximum, or it might only cost us 10,000. It'd be nice to know that.
I can give you from my experience, it's $10,000 won't cover it. Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
I could make, through you, your worship, I believe the last one was $24,000, give or take a few thousand.
So this is up to 40,000.
That is correct.
Who would, it doesn't matter.
It would be done by RFP process, so we'd go out to tender for it.
I guess the unfortunate part about going and doing a study on our own is we have to have people that are going to be effective doing it. And when you get somebody
Time.
out from the outside that does it, you should be able to get an unbiased opinion. And I agree with you, Councillor Booth. There is no legislation that says you have to do one every 2, 5, 10, or 15 years that I could find. For compensation, pay equity, definitely. But I think we've changed jobs around so much that we're all over the place. And I do believe that some of the reasons we can't get good qualified jobs or people, on these jobs is we're not competitive. That's my opinion. Anybody else have any comments? Pardon me, CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and to council. Just as a friendly reminder, Aaron did bring a compensation review, pay equity review to council during 2024 that was done based off of information that Aaron gathered personally from our neighboring municipalities, very similar to what a company would do. Council did turn that down. So therefore, this was the next step, and that is why it has been brought forward to you in the budget process. Also, I've asked for a copy from our payroll coordinator, our current one, for a copy of our payroll and compensation policy. I did review it last week, and it does call for a review every 3 years. So while we might not have something legislated or otherwise, we do have a policy in the township that we're trying to follow.
Thank you. Mary Catherine.
I do agree, and you brought that forward, and that was excellent and helpful information. And my takeaway from what happened at that meeting wasn't so much that it was turned down as we asked for it to be incorporated as part of an organizational review, where we were looking at some of the responsibilities. In particular, here's the responsibilities a municipality has, and then these are the people that are addressing those responsibilities. So I have a different understanding of how that was and what I was hoping to see as the next step, which was that organizational review.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. So Bill C-86 covers this, and I wonder if we can do it in-house and stay within that regulation.
Okay.
Because if we can't, then we have to do an RFP. That would be my concern.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logo, I think we need to, when we are adding in-house things items, is who's going to do them and where's the time for the individuals to do them. That really needs to be looked at. So I don't see that staff have the time to do that. I could be wrong, but I just put it out there as a comment.
Thank you. And if I can go on a little bit with Mary Catherine's thought process, I think that this was brought to us last year, and we did say we will do one in 2025. So, do you have anything new to add?
No, I agree with you. We said we'd deal with the compensation at that point, but that still leaves the organizational review piece still floating around there. Making sure that we know who is doing what to meet things. And that's a different process. And I would still like to see that happen at some point.
Okay, we'll discuss that at some point. Let's get to this BR 03. Mike.
So Mayor, if I can, I'll make a motion.
Yes.
So I would make a motion that if staff could give us a report on this if we can do it in-house legally. If not, then present us with an RFP for a consultant.
Okay. I get a seconder for that. Councillor Booth. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So it's on hold for well, we'll have to decide what we're gonna have to do in the next few days. Otherwise, we lose the opportunity of it in the budget. Have we got any more? Let's take a 10-minute break. Coming back at 20 after 11.
All right.
Council moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. All in favor? Carried.
Oh, yes, I'm in favor. Oh.
the starting point for 2025. Obviously, council, we need to go through during that year some deliberations on where you would like to see Heritage move to or go to.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? With the budget, to do with the budget?
It's the numbers in front of me here.
Okay,
Just, it says that we manage 12,000 in book sales. Can I have a little bit of information on that, please?
That is coming from the book sales from the Heritage that created those books, and we're selling them for $20 a piece through the township at the beginning of 2024. So that is where that piece comes from.
anybody else got any questions? Go ahead. Councillor Booth.
Through your worship, just do we have an idea, Aaron, how many books we have left or?
Sorry, at this time, I don't know what's left in the vault.
Okay.
Any other further questions or comments? Thank you. We'll move on to cemeteries.
Thank you, Mayor Logal, the council. So this was put together in a significantly consolidated state compared to 2024 and identifies the high points of each cemetery and where we feel we can go with that. Overall, we have increased the revenue side of it. We do know that our entire cemetery structure of which the business is conducted does need to be reviewed with respect to policy. And we have lowered the expense side a little bit, thus requiring the net required by taxation.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. I guess a comment more than anything is that just to make sure that with these cemeteries, because we do have some very we have some residents that take these cemeteries to heart. And I would just like to make sure that we have proper amount on the budget for fixing the grounds, fixing stones that get injured or get wrecked by anybody cutting the grass and stuff, and the replacement of these things for and putting them back in place, and also training. If there's any kind of training that we could do with that group that cuts these grass and looks after the cemeteries, that this kind of thing doesn't happen. And whether we need a new lawnmower or push lawnmower to get into the tight spots or something like that, you know, and cleaning up debris and foliage and stuff. So that was just my comment. I'd like to make sure that this covers that.
Thank you. You can do that with the Parks and Rec manager at a different time.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any other comments? Just on the budget, there was, I found one place that we Centenary Building and Grounds. We spent $1750. So is that for grass cutting or what is that? And are we actually charging billing for this stuff and passing it on to the or coming to the proper place or not?
This was an internal transfer that was done before I took over. So any internal revenues have not been allocated yet. So anything that is there currently was done prior to me.
Okay, so are we going to fix that or not?
Yes, I am going to fix that for 2024. However, moving forward, a lot of the internal ones, because we've changed how we've overlooked the facilities and the buildings, that those items will fall under that budget now. However, cemeteries falls under a different.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logal to Aaron. Are we aware of any perpetual care funds that have not come to the township for these cemeteries?
I'm going to pass that to Emily because she has been dealing with the cemeteries.
So through Mayor Logo, we are currently working with the Breedman Authority of Ontario, doing a review of our cemeteries. So of which I've identified in as a priority for 2025. So we will be taking a look at where the funds lie, basically what's where, and trying to get a better handle and a better angle on just what's going on with the cemeteries that the township is responsible for managing and maintaining as municipal cemeteries. So that the fund review of the funds would also be a piece of it. As a preliminary review, we have seen that there are individual funds. So one of the options that is available to us is a consolidated fund to help take advantage of a sort of a better interest that we can use. Because when it comes to your perpetual care and maintenance funds, you can never spend the principal, only the interest. So by grouping them together, we stand a better chance of getting a year-over-year revenue that we can then dedicate towards Councillor Ainsworth's concerned with damaged stones on behalf of the township, or any work that might have happened just over time, grounds maintenance, things like that, to help again alleviate the stress on the user fees, such as plot sales or anything along those lines that we would then pass on to the end user. So if we can help mitigate by using the interest that's existing, that'd be great. And that would all come out of part of the cemetery bylaw review as the overall review of the operations. So that we're looking for some big changes in 25 in relation to our cemeteries and how they're managed.
Mayor Lobo, just to follow up. So if I may, to Madam Clerk, the principal amount finances has been brought down to the municipal level, or is it still being held at, some of these were churches and that's still being tied into their church?
Go ahead.
So through your Mayor Logo, again, that would be part of I don't have an exact answer for you right now because I haven't really delved into it to that level of detail. But when a cemetery is deemed abandoned, which is just the process of the original owners or the original board stepping away from maintenance. So when it's deemed abandoned, through the legislation, it uploads to the municipality. And with that, the funds are supposed to come with it. So we do need to take a look at, again, the cemeteries that we have and the funds that we have and what's come from where, and should anything need to continue with the transfer. If there's anything outstanding in regards to that abandonment process, we would be looking to clean it up through 2025 as well.
Thank you.
Any further? Go ahead, Mayor Kathy.
This was something that came before our council before your arrival, and that was a question about a columbarium. We've had people that are interested in that. So would that also be on the radar with this this process?
Go ahead.
So at this time, we haven't budgeted for the purchase of a columbarium. So there is a bit of there's a disagreement amongst municipalities as to where and when they would take place. So columbariums typically for a more urban setting are very well received, but not necessarily in a rural setting where you've got folks who are more likely to want to go into the ground based on the connection of that sense. So there's a bit of hit or miss. They are quite expensive. So it's not something that we're ruling out, but it would have to be a sound business decision to see if we would actually have a need or a desire that would warrant the massive expenditure and whether or not we would get a return on investment in that in the short period. So
Thank you.
in due course.
Anything else? CAO?
Through you, Mayor, just for clarity, so when we identify fixes in the budget, with respect to the internal transfer of funds, I just wanted to provide quick little clarity. So the internal transfer, those are considered closing entries. So when we look at our year end and we go to balance budgets from different departments, that's what we consider those as closing entries. Very, very similar to what we use for monies coming from reserves, et cetera. So those are considered closing entries in the accounting realm. So just wanted to point that out. The fixes are that because we have put parks, rec, and facilities together, that you will see that in the future that will fall under there, and that is the fixes. I didn't want it to be identified that the lack of funds in the internal columns right now are errors or things that need to be fixed, because they're not.
Thank you. Any further discussion on cemeteries? Seeing none, we'll move on. To building. And we have Don here to help us along. Morning, Don.
Good morning, through the mayor and members of council.
Please go ahead.
Excuse me. So through mayor to members of council, the 2025 budget is being prepared for the building department based on our operating expenses and our revenues coming in from building permits. The building department is responsible to receive and review and issue permits in compliance to the Ontario Building Code for any construction projects within the township. And additionally, the building department is responsible for sharing information and inquiries from residents, contractors, architects, engineers, and the sort. Big focus going forward in 2025 will be improving customer service through what we're looking for is a full-time administrative position, as well as going forward in one of the budget enhancement papers of some increased permitting software or platform to run the building permit management process. Those are the two asks at this time.
Thank you. Any questions regarding, we're gonna go to the BREs in a second, but just go down the budget. Any questions on the budget? Go ahead, Councilor.
Through you, your worship, to Don. Don, just a quick question. In the operating revenues, on the bottom, it says from building reserves, $109,000. Can you tell me what does that cover, the $109,000?
Yeah, I'm gonna defer this over to.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
Through your mayor, this building department is a zero balance budget. And so when we look at our building department, it was very lacking in reserve funding. And to try to build it up at the same time, we have put some building reserves to cover some of the costs as some of the revenues in prior years for building permits were over stated and therefore kept depleting the reserves. So we have put in some reserves and we've taken out of reserves to make sure that it's a balance. So you can see the internal in and out. We've done this because again, it is supposed to be a zero balance at the end and the building department is supposed to be self-sufficient. And at this time, it does need some help. So we have done these in and outs.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I guess maybe the concern I have is we've spoke about this type of accounting before when it came to Lower Trent, and I'm a little concerned that we're basically taking reserves out that could be covering positions or salaries or that.
This is within the building department though. So this
Right.
is within its own department. They have a very little reserves, so it's showing that it is a big take, but it really isn't at the end of the day. Because of items that are strongly needed for the building department. They have been working with deficient or I guess understaff, under modernization thinking of their items. So their asks are very highly needed in their department to build back up the building department and make it efficient. And that is what you can see in the capital asks and the BERs.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
And I couldn't agree with you more as far as technical stuff. We need to bring brought up to be using the most technical equipment that we can. And by that, I mean IT and everything else. So we do have good records because I know we've had time and time again where we can't find what we're supposed to and it just takes too much time. So I would be supporting that portion. Anybody else have any questions or comments?
through your Mayor Lowell to Dawn. As I look at the expenses and your asks, I also am very aware of the growth that is going to be coming into this municipality in the next 5 years, the next year. And this was always a department I was always concerned at, the lack of maybe modernization. I like that word. So what you've brought here is very clear, and you have put it in here very clear on where you want to see the finances go. Thank you.
Any other comments? I do have a little bit of concern about adding that much to reserves. However, if Aaron proves to be correct and you bring in is what you're putting out, then that should be work out fine. Do you think we will be able to bring in what you're spending?
I believe going forward in 25, we will. We were able this year to, with the fees and bylaw charges, incorporate percentage increase each year to stay up to date in with respect to expenses, which will come back in permit fees. So I believe we will. I also see what's on the development side of things coming down the pipe. And I think we will this year.
Because unfortunately, it doesn't show us that we've spent anything in 2004, or pardon me, yeah. Expenses in 2004 shows zero. If I'm reading that correctly. Aaron?
And which item was that?
Building and expenses, building to reserves. We had a goal of 108,000, but we have nothing in there.
Again, that's what Dave was just speaking to, that's an internal transfer that will happen at the end of the year once we find out our final numbers.
Okay. Any other else have any? I think you have a comment. Okay. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, let's go through the BER 04. Go ahead, Don.
Thank you. BER 2025-04 is dealing with basically upgrading our current platform that we use for permit management. I do realize, as it says in my report here, that this had been brought forward before from the previous chief building official. And in my review of such, revealed that we'd only looked at one provider. There are a number of providers doing this now. Just recently this year in September at the official building association conference, I spoke with 4 different providers. I think it's important to jump forward with how we can take permit applications in, both physically in hand, in-house, but there are a number of people that ask us all the time if we can make permit applications online. There are, again, 3 or 4 or 5. And I think the benefit of going this route, asking for a little bit more money in the budget enhancement would allow us to do a more structured RFP to find exactly the type of platform that can serve this township best. It's important to understand that some of these ones out there now, while I'm focusing on the building permit management side of it, once you have the platform in-house, it can be extended with other branches that other departments can use. There's a planning module. There's a public works asset management module. There's a roads module. And lots of these different suppliers have this. I also think it's important to understand that with these costs that come to modernize our technology to do this, there's also going to be yearly costs, maintenance fees, upgrade fees that go with it. I didn't see any of that information previously, but I want to make sure that when we do go forward, that we do get the right program in place that serves the right people in this township, not what we've heard how it works elsewhere, because some of these programs are better served for larger townships with populations of like 200, 300, 400,000. That's not the type of platform we want. We need something that serves us best.
Thank you. Any questions?
More so comments. first of all, you're speaking to the converted here. This council has wanted to see these software upgrades happen. So wonderful to hear that you're on top of this for us. And the other is I live up here and then people north of me, people do, as you pointed out, really want that option of online and not having to run down to Grafton every time. So wonderful.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. No, just, it's a comment too. Don, great information coming here. And looking forward to, the next couple of years with development and going on in our township and keeping it on the up and up. So, this is great. Good stuff.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Lowell, to Dawn, I'm looking at the financial impact. And there was number 1 and number 2. So I'm just wondering, what would your suggestion be? Or is it together?
We're working right here.
Yeah.
To better explain when I say the financial impact, there's always going to be the upfront cost to implementation. You know, to have the platform provider come on board, work with what we have currently, what we're using to migrate data forward. But that is the implementation fee. The other fee
40,000.
is the maintenance and the upkeep of the programs. One of the benefits of a lot of these different software is that you have a chance to build kind of to your township's needs. You know, once they get in with all the basic nuts and bolts, we can work with them as time moves on and say, this is working or this is not working. So when we talk about financial impact, I just want to make sure that, you know, council understands that even though we may spend so much monies right up front to get a new platform, there are secondary fees that'll be every year along the way. Just like we have now with our current system, which is a little bit outdated. The new systems that are out there nowadays will be benefit for us, not only for customer service, like I mentioned, also the technology side of it, but also a huge thing for what many municipalities are running into is storage. The more we can store in the cloud, the less we have to physically store and hold on to our buildings. And we own all that data that's in the cloud, so we don't have to worry about that. I've spoken to a couple of platform providers to clarify that we own the data, so it's always ours. But then we'll be able to reduce and eliminate the amount of paper files, thus going forward the amount of time to create paper files and storage of where they can be kept.
Thank you, Don.
Just to clarify again, so the ask is 40,000, and then the secondary costs or the ongoing costs could be anywhere from 5,000 to 15,000 a year.
That is correct. And in the brief conversations I've had, I know, for example, right now, the system we have in place is costing us approximately $3,000 here to maintain. Some of the bigger ones can be quite exorbitant. It can be quite high in price, but those aren't necessarily the ones that best serve our community. And only by going through an RFP process and spelling out what we need, will we get that information back on what those costs would be.
Thank you.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. Just a question on the 40,000. So is that a maximum or would these go to an RFP and get 3 quotes?
So in my conversations I've had this year with 3 or 4 of the providers, I've been getting numbers everywhere between, 19, 26, 35, all depending again on what the platform is. I did have to go through and review the rules of procurement. And because we have a lower threshold of $25,000, I did want to make sure that I'd be covering and doing the process properly. The other thing is, when it comes to permit management and permit management software, it's not always easy to say we're comparing apples to apples, because one company may, as you can understand, when you look at vehicles, a Lincoln offers you more than, say, like a Camry will. But we want to make sure that when we present the RFP, if we're asking us to compare all the oranges, let's make sure at least we're sticking with oranges only, even though there's different types.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one, which is BER 2025-05.
Thank you again through the mayor to council. The BR 2025-05 is the ask for a full-time permit application administrator. Currently, what is happening is we have one staff person that is being split between planning and building at this moment. Someone in conjunction with the overall budget and the asks, I know that planning is also asking for a full-time position. That being said, the way our staffing is set up now, our current staff member, who we haven't as a full-time employee, is splitting that duty half and half. So the way I'm looking at it is, if we get, for example, or if planning were to get a full-time position, then building would be able to retain that second half or 50% and making that position full-time for building. Hope I can explain that, where if someone goes one way or if they get a full-time position, then I'll be able to incur the costs of the other 50% of that staff member. Which, going forward with this ask as well, is that this actually is tied to our strategic plan quite well, with my goal to improve customer service in the building department, with the combination of hopefully some new software. A full-time administrator would be working quite heavily in the beginning up front, working with the developer to ensure that that software matches what we need. They would also be the ones that would be using on a daily basis, so that's important that they take part in that. I also think with the building permit applications that I believe will come down in 2025 and going forward, that we will be busy enough that I can have someone taking care of all those administrative exercises, I'll call them, while I'm out on the road. Right now, I'm spending approximately 50% of my time in the office and 50% of my time on the road. So I would like to have someone full-time in that position to support me while I'm not there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
It's a question on how we fund positions within the building department. So I think this is the one department where you sort of have to say, I've brought in enough revenue to justify this person. And as such, you would be the one department that could come to us midway through the year and say, look, I've got more revenue now than I'd anticipated. This is the time to do this position. At least that was my understanding from previous years' discussions.
It is. It's also with respect to, we talked about, there will never be excess revenue in the building department. Well, we may take in more permits, establishing a good reserve solely for the building department is to help make up for those lean years. We've seen some lean years go by with the bank rates and the pandemic. And hopefully now we're going to see a return to growth that is consistent, and those fees that we obtain from those building permits would help offset those costs for the staffing of the building department.
Just to carry on that a little bit, when we were busier with growth, how much were we bringing in at the time? Do you have any idea about that?
The numbers that I had looked at to prepare this budget, we're averaging around the $200,000 mark in permit revenue. But those numbers have, in 1 year, it took a significant dip for the factors I'm not aware, but it did. Also, one of the things we're trying to make sure is with the building permit fee and charges, we allowed to keep the yearly increase lower, a small percentage, but to help keep up with those costs that are associated with cost of living adjustments for staffing and so forth.
I'm thinking, Don, thank you very much. I'm thinking we probably want to hear from your friend over in planning before we make a decision on this. So That's what I would suggest we do. Go ahead.
I just wanted to speak to this position as well. Just to remind that this would be just an enhancement as we already have 50% of a building. And looking at the building permits and modernizing the software, this would be a good building block to have somebody there full-time to be able to pursue this software and get it up and running, as well as moving the building department forward. With Don being out on the road as well, this would be an enhancement to the building department, and having that full-time dedicated person to building for customer service to be able to answer those questions. Currently with the structure it is, they're pulling back and forth for building and planning. So this would really enhance the position.
Thank you. Mary Catherine, final question.
It's not so much a question as just my thinking on it at this point. This is one of those things. There's a lot of pressures coming forward on this budget for us, and especially related to my pet, the asset management. So it's not that I don't think this is a good idea. I just don't know if we're going to be able to find that money at the end of this and find the money for everything else that we need. So anyway, that's where I am. And that was sort of my question about your options if this isn't approved now, but turns out to be a busier than expected year, or a busier year. I think we expect it to be busier.
Thank you. We want to move on.
I just had a follow-up from what you had said, Mayor Logal. It would be helpful to hear from the planning department on what they're projecting as far as permits and everything coming in 2025.
Thank you. Mike, do you have a comment?
Through you, Mayor, yes. I like this idea because I know we're gonna get busy, and it'd be nice to have someone and get them in train maybe while we're not so busy. But I have a question on where this would fit in our schedule. It's about the same as an operator for the arena. So if we could kind of maybe fit that in there instead of just generically saying that we're gonna put 43,000 towards it. I would like to stay with our schedule that we have for rates of pay and salaries. And the other thing that I would like to know is what would be the criteria for this person? Is someone have to have an education for this, or is this something that we can generally pick and train?
Through the mayor, your council, thank you. The 43,000 number was one that included, we looked at the salary of the person that's doing the dual positions right now, for example, and we cut it obviously in half for each department. And that 43,000 was to make it 100%, but salary and benefits all accompanied into one. Now, to answer your question, would the person need to be trained? Working in a building department, there is no legislation. However, it would be looked upon as being much more favorable of having someone who's got the experience. There's a lot of mandated reporting that has to take place. There's also the mandated legislation requirements from the Building Code Act as well with respect to timeframes when things have to be turned around, whether it be either an issuance or a refusal or other. So having someone who's somewhat familiar would be ideal. Having someone come in off the street who's got some basic education, there would be a lot of training time put into that, which I think would probably cost us a little bit more than those persons who have the skill set.
Aaron, do you have a final comment?
I do want to return to that, the speaking to the salary band and everything, and that we had looked at this in comparison to our wage grid. So it is a comparable position for what it will be paid, and that it is not compared to the operators, as this would be a full-time permanent position and paid at a salary level, not at an hourly but that again would come back from the compensation review as well.
Greg?
Just wondering through you, your worship, at this time we'd be okay to make a motion to approve the building permit software upgrade. And as the comment that you made, we would have to wait until we hear the presentation from planning to decide on the staffing. So I'd like to make a motion that BER 2025-04 regarding the building permit software upgrades be approved for the budget.
And Mike, you'll second that? Any further discussion? All in favor? That motion's carried. And we'll get back to you after we hear from the planner. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to fire and bylaw.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Through you, we are on page 56. So I'm looking at the budget 24-25 comparable presented to council. You can see that with respect to revenue, it has dropped down almost 200,000. And with respect to the expense side, it does remain the same. When we look at capital expenses, we are down about $140,000. And I will point out that in the 2026 budget, that will decrease again by approximately $400,000. There are no BERs with respect to fire. The work that we've done over the last few years has rendered us to the position that we are currently in. So we have no new requests for 2025.
Any questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, just making sure for the procurement plan that this 173, the development charges, is that where that's going for?
To you, Mayor Logo. So on the revenue side, development charges 173,000. That is directly from our development charges fund, and that is based on the policy and the that we currently have and that was created for us. And that is the identification of the replacement of older vehicles and or the decontinuation of older vehicles, and therefore we were ended up with that amount.
Okay. One more question, Mayor.
Yep.
Also, the cost recovery for the insurance and the MTO, is there like, would that contract be renewed on an annual basis, or is it kind of set in stone?
Through you, Mayor, that is set in stone and that is set by the MTO.
Okay.
So we are the township, all townships are paid by the hour per vehicle up to a maximum of 3, unless it's an extensive event for response to the 401. They are also currently looking at an increase for the amount of calls that we go to where no incident is found. And that is currently being looked at by fire chiefs all across the province that look after MTO roadway.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Greg.
Through you, Worship, a couple of questions. Thank you, Mike, about the MTO. That answers that one. I'm just wondering, Dave, under expenses, you have the fire admin, conference, training, mileage, and meals. That budget is now doubled to 10,000. That's covering exactly who? Is that covering 2 employees?
That's covering both Rob, the deputy fire chief, and the fire chief. Yes.
So that wouldn't include the office support up there, or no?
It would in the event that our administrator wanted to attend a course. Yes.
Okay. Another question is, could you tell me on the second page, on page 57, volunteer firefighters, equipment and supplies, it says 30,000. Is that, what does that really entail? Is that general everyday stuff they're using, or is that?
Correct. That's a replacement of goods that get used at calls. That's if we need to purchase new fire hose, new equipment for apparatus, usually with respect to replacing what gets used at emergency events. Something gets damaged, etc.
Okay, thank you. And then on to the capital. You have $82,000 for capital equipment replacement. Can you tell me what are they spending the $82,000 on for this in 2025?
Yeah. So as approved by council in 2022, We procured a new set of auto extrication equipment for Station 1. And then the following year was for Station 2. And then this year is for Station 3.
Okay, so that's just for the extrication.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And also I'm noticing the building upgrades. Station number 2, we gave 25,000 and you spent pretty well the 25,000. And I'm seeing they're asking for another 25,000. Can you tell me what they plan on doing for 2025?
So part of the report that was brought to council and approved was we would identify 25 each year that we could continue to do some upgrades. So with respect to Station 2, that would then go to the interior for the training room, the kitchen, very similar to work that we have done down at Station 1 for just updating the interior of the station.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor, a question on the agreements with the county and Oliverville First Nations. I'm wondering if that number should wait for the agreement of principle with Oliverville First Nation.
So do you want me to address county and Alderville First Nations?
Please.
So the county agreement is an amount, $8,000, that was set forth many, many years ago with respect to the potential of wildland fire services that we provide for the county. So that's for us to provide county protection. And that number is also identified in the expense line because we use it to address different equipment needs to update equipment for that purpose. The Alderville First Nations agreement is 45,000, and that has been in place for several years now as well. I would highly recommend that you leave that in place until we work through the next process as identified with AFN.
Your Catherine.
Okay, first through you to our fire chief. So this is in 2022, when we first came on board, we talked about asset management. And as you point out, we've got some very predictable funding. So we're way ahead on that. And we've also done our level of service review for fire. So checking lots of boxes. The last one, though, is the building condition assessment and the asset retirement obligation. Where are we on those two pieces?
With respect to the fire department?
With respect to the fire department, yes.
So I would assume that your retirement obligations, are you referring to the policy that was awarded to us by the province this summer for the 8 million?
Yes, I am.
So those values, as discussed with council, those simply go on your balance sheet. We don't actually work to get rid of them. They just end up being retained to infrastructure as it exists. And one thing that I explained was that it's something that gets identified when you need to revitalize the building or look at the potential replacement of it. That's something that would come into effect then. With respect to, it was asset management was the next thing.
The building condition assessments, do we need, I know that you've done some work on that, but do we have actual
The building
sort of the
condition assessment.
10-year out numbers?
The building condition assessments, my understanding, would get done as part of the entire facility structure
Right.
for building condition assessments with the township.
Okay.
What we are doing with respect to the individual fire halls, not Roseneath, but we do have some things that need to be corrected in Roseneath. The other two stations, it's just the ask is just a little bit of implementation each year that we just try to continue with very, very small upgrades, not a big overall process.
Okay, so we're almost there then. With the building condition assessments, which you just said, it would be part of the overall package, but should a piece of that cost of doing that then show up within each department's budget?
It's something that we can look at.
Okay, I would like that looked at.
Well, what we will do is look at what is the correct process.
Okay,
We have not tackled all of that as I identified before because of the amount of money associated. I think when you consider old infrastructure, you have what you have. And until you identify what you're going to do with it, you are stuck with what you have. So before we make the cumulative effort with council to make that decision to move forward, it's nice if we were to understand the entirety of the project and the dollar value. I think to even start the process, or before we start the process, the dollar value scares you.
Yeah, but it's gotta be done, so.
So I completely understand it has to be done. But again, in the current state that it is, you have what you have, right?
Other one?
If I may, Mayor Logal, I actually have a question for the treasurer then. Actually, two parts. One is the debenture, it's showing it as a revenue for 2024, and then there's no revenue moving forward on that debenture. So just understanding that slightly. And also, because we've done so much work setting up the asset management plan for equipment and even for the buildings and the secondary equipment, is that part of what, when we're looking at a dedicated tax levy, we've already in a way done that, we've just never designated as part of the tax levy, so.
Okay, I'll speak to the first one. So in prior council meeting, it was discussed that we did not want to go forward with the debenture because we had working capital. So that was taken out.
Okay, thank you.
And we
thank
did
you.
not move forward with the debenture, that we would find funding from
We
another
just didn't need to tap it.
area. And sorry, and your second question was back to tax level and
The dedicated tax levy, I know that's right at the very end that we're going to be talking about that, but I'm just thinking ahead
oh, sorry.
because we've got a dedicated plan there already. Is it then part of that tax levy?
So it is not part of the tax levy as it states right now, once we get there, but that would be a 1% dedicated account to all of asset management. This is what all municipalities are moving to strive for, to get money back into their assets.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logal, to our fire chief, I just appreciate the building maintenance and the continual planning to bring the buildings up to a livable standard, because there was mold issues, I believe. So I really appreciate that part of it, and thank you for that.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. This part of the budget always seems to get easier and easier because of the way our CAO has set this up in the past. So I give them due credit for the way things are going with the fire department. And I just had a couple of clarification questions, because if we look at the apparatus mechanic wages and we look at the apparatus maintenance down in the budget, I think we talk about this again under Public Works and the mechanic there. So is the wages extra for him, or is it outside? And is that maintenance involved through the maintenance that our Public Works mechanic does?
Through your mayor, thanks for your question. So the first identity with respect to the budget for the fire department is that what you are seeing is the trending of a budget leveling out. And it takes, I think we're in year 3 now of this. So just the identification of that. And when we look at the other departments and the work that is needed and being done, it takes a little while for things to level out with respect to planning. That also supports the comment I made to council earlier, that I would very much like to see you make a direction to staff that we come forward with a 3-year plan in the fall of 25, so that we can create more of this leveling out. With respect to apparatus mechanic wages, this was a bone of contention with me, and that is because the work that our mechanic was doing on the fire apparatus was never budgeted for. So it was an internal transfer of funds, but it was never set up in the fire budget to recognize it. So the mechanic is, the position of the mechanic is paid for through the Public Works budget. But there was never anything in the fire budget. So when it was getting transferred out or over, it was could have the potential of a negative impact. So that's why we've budgeted for it this year. Apparatus maintenance is the combination of all of your apparatus combined. within that. When you received your budget templates before, you saw every single vehicle, every single apparatus, and that just wasn't needed with respect to this budget.
I have just a general comment. This budget is expensive. However, and what I'm doing is kind of comparing it to the police, or the police we have. It's more than the police. However, if we're going to provide the service of a fire group and send those people out to do the job with good equipment, safe equipment, which was highlighted in our survey as being very important, then it's hard to argue with it. And that's my comment.
Thank you for not arguing.
You have another one?
Well, I just have a comment as to what you have just, your comment that you made. And a lot of people don't understand what their taxes pay for. And the top three would be police, fire, and roads. So that's what they expect to see. If they have a fire, they expect to have a fire department show up, and we have that covered, as well as with the police. Thank you.
And the roads.
And the roads.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. So the procurement plan, if I correct me, is it pushed out now till 35 or was it 28?
Another purchase for a vehicle wasn't until 28, but I don't know the ending date of the procurement plan.
To follow up on that through you, Mayor, I believe it was 2028 was the next, but that might have been for a smaller piece. I believe my comment with respect to 2035 was a major purchase, like another fire apparatus. So yes, the township is set up to have a fairly significant reserve fund for the next apparatus when that time comes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just a fun comment to Councillor.
Time for fun comments.
It's always time for fun, Marilyn.
Okay.
This beautiful page goes out to 2042 that's been provided to us. So that's how far he says we can have stable funding. So.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to emergency measures.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, emergency measures is a pretty simple account. There's some wages that are transferred there with respect to the administrative position and the fire chief's position for the work that we do on emergency management. Everything is pretty much staying the same. The minor adjustment is with respect to wages. The wages line, as identified before, it accumulates or accounts for so many hours to be put into that initiative. And just as a sidebar, part of the reason for the slight increase is the work that will need to go into emergency management next year will increase. We have a significant exercise coming to Northumberland County by way of the National Army. That they'll be doing an exercise here with up to 900 soldiers towards the end of April. And that will include the use of our emergency personnel and also our emergency management center and coordination efforts. And more update will come to council as we have more information. It has kind of gone back and forth a little bit in detail at this point.
Thank you. You're going to take us through the bylaw too, quick? Well, not quick.
Certainly I can. I'm not too sure it'll be quick because I'm sure there'll be a few debated points.
Okay.
With respect to bylaw, we have lowered the revenue significantly. I do believe that there was speculation based on the STR bylaw that we would have a significant number of licensing out there. Overall, we have seen 9 licenses be completed. There has been a significant trend shift with respect to advertising and the STRs that exist within the township. We are finding that there are a lot less being advertised on Airbnb than before the STR bylaw was put into policy. And there's other avenues now that are being used. Our bylaw team now is currently going through doing some research to try to find exactly how many are out there to exist so that we have the data that we can bring council. That takes a fair bit of time going through records online. So then we still identify in the bylaw that we're still 2 days a week doing this. We also have an agreement that we're expecting from Northumberland County with respect to the forest and our unassumed roads within the forest, and the realignment of the use of these dollars needs to coincide or align with the county's initiative as well. Basically, they're looking for us to provide bylaw services for Northumberland County Forest that is subsidied at 50% payback over and above our 24,000 that we already have an agreement for bylaw services with respect to the county forest.
So Dave, is that in the budget? The extra work for Northumberland? Is that part of your expenses?
So in conversation, it would be a realignment of if they are in, let's say, on a Wednesday and Thursday. So the use of a Saturday, Sunday, and they would not be in on a Wednesday or Thursday when in need from the county. So we had looked at the potential of creating an entirely new bylaw position to be able to go along with assisting with the county. But as you can see, with respect to expenses at this time, it doesn't make sense for us to do that. We will continue to do the best we can with the resources that we have.
And is it your plan to tackle some of the STRs more so than we have other years this year?
So what I can say is our plan is to ensure that the STR bylaw is enacted with the language that's in it that we are supposed to do. We have been actively sending out some letters in the last few weeks. And I know that some council members have received quite the rebuttal based on that. But we are doing it.
Okay, good. Anybody else have any comments? Or Catherine?
No, pleased to hear that you guys are doing a return on investment analysis. When can we expect to hear those results of your investigation as council?
Through you, Mayor, I would expect that you should have something within the first quarter for sure. I would hope by the end of January, sometime beginning of February. I do need to speak to the deputy chief and the two members that are doing assisting with bylaw at this point to find out where they are at in their research project. Part of their research project was sending out the letters, which is why you have also received some emails.
I have.
Somehow.
You have another question?
Just following up on that, then the 22,000 in wages increase. Now, I understand we've already dealt with the cost of living and the benefits, but this exceeds that amount. So what is in the wages line here exceeding that amount?
So that's again a realignment, as before some wages was coming out of the fire department to cover for the assistance of bylaw per the deputy fire chief was in there for the 2 days, but as well as the other two that are 1 day a week.
You have another question?
Let's follow up on that one. So then when we're looking, I may have misunderstood how they were being funded, the two volunteer firefighters who, and you did come and you presented it that to us, but I thought the plan worked because they were already being paid as volunteer firefighters. Is this above and beyond, or have you reduced the amount that's in the volunteer firefighter payment and put it here?
So they were being paid, being utilized because they were volunteer firefighters, but the former treasurer had put in the numbers in the budget to identify the 8 hours per individual per week. So the 16 hours per week. And that was put in there back at the beginning of 2024.
Anybody else have any more questions? Mike?
Through you, Mayor, more comment. Since we started this bylaw redevelopment, I guess, of the department, it's been great. For the amount of short-term rentals that we have that are, I want to say, that are maybe in hiding, they must also have taken note on the respect that they need to have for their residents. So although they're in hiding, they certainly must be managing their places a lot better, because we don't get the complaints. So I give our bylaw department kudos for that. But I also do want to see that part of the bylaws reinforced, because we went through quite a program to come up with that new bylaw, and we certainly lightened it up a lot. So I'm looking forward to seeing that get captured in our next year coming. But all in all, good stuff.
Through your Mayor Logo, just as a point of consideration for council, the plan that was brought forward was a Band-Aid solution for bylaw. So based on financial availability, we're continuing forward with the Band-Aid, but in future planning for council, just as a suggestion, I would suggest that you consider this in other years, that you do need bylaw presence for sure. And it is, unfortunately, it's a negative investment for the municipality, because there's not much money that comes back for it, but you do need bylaw presence out there. There are a significant number of bylaw issues and concerns. And whether, if you're not hearing about them as much anymore, the other side of that sword is that because they know there's enforcement, but you need to maintain that presence. That's all.
And I guess I'll make a quick comment. When we were trying to have the building department and the bylaw enforcement handled under one person, we were getting all kinds of complaints. And I see, maybe not be perfect, but it has improved an awful lot in the complaints that are coming through. So I appreciate all your efforts in that. Go ahead.
Just one final comment, through your Mayor Logo, to our fire chief, that the customer service that residents are getting now is 100% better. They're not getting exasperated. Issues are being dealt with expediently. So I mean, this all comes through loud and clear here. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
As you mentioned that, I would like to comment that is because of the work detail that your deputy chief, Rob Gourd, is doing. And they are doing a great job of it, and with the assistance of our administrative assistant there as well.
Go ahead.
Just passing along that I've had 2 residents reach out to give compliments on the STR bylaw itself, because some people stopped operating who were poor operators. And so I did have people reaching out to give compliments to the township for implementing the bylaw.
Thank you. Mike?
Through you, Mayor, I just want to suggest maybe if we could maybe break for 10 minutes and order lunch, if you want to continue. I know some of us want to order.
I would suggest something like that, because the next one coming up is Parks and Rec, and it's quite large.
So you want to, what you're saying is give them 5 minutes to order or 10 minutes to order and then come back?
If we come back at 1 o'clock, that's 35 minutes, right?
Well, you have some, I understand there's some other deliveries coming to you. Okay. So we won't be here for half an hour.
I would,
Go ahead, Mike.
I would just say, Mayor, if we have to order, it's probably gonna take more than a half an hour.
No, but I'm saying, can we not order, take 10 minutes to order and then keep moving?
Okay,
Yeah, sounds good.
That sounds good. So Mike, you have to do that?
yes.
Okay. If you're back in 8 minutes, that's fine too.
Okay, motion,
We need
break.
Need a motion?
So I'll make a motion for a 10-minute break.
Seconded. Seconded by Council Booth, all in favor? Motion's carried. We'll be back in at 12:37.
5. Oh, there.
Chris, you presenting or Ken, or gonna do it as a combo, or what's your plan? Tricia did all the work. Okay,
So for the most part, our budget has remained the same as 2024, a slight decrease. I think the decrease is 29,000-ish. Which is reflected in the fact that staff has slightly been restructured for 2025 with me as acting CEO. Our wages have decreased slightly. The other significant changes, there was an increase in the benefit lines too. And this whole draft budget is pending library board approval, which would happen at our January meeting. So this budget has not been actually passed by the library board.
okay.
Just a quick slight increase in the benefits line to reflect me as acting CEO. If the library board passes that, I will be receiving benefits over 2025. And the wage line incorporates the potential return of our CEO for the last 2 months of the year. With me going back to my regular position. So there is a slight increase in wages. Decrease, sorry.
Thank you. And that's 2025,
Yes.
October of 2025.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the wage line was at, where are we here? 163 in 2024, a decrease of to 158.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Oh, I've got a hard one first, so maybe we should let other people ask.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so I'm trying to understand about how library facilities are funded. So I know that the Centerton branch, which I can see right out the window here, was fully built and funded by library revenues, donations to the library, and that you guys held the debenture, which has now been paid off. So now we have a facility in Grafton, which, you know, it's not an accessible entrance. And so there is, and I know at one point you sent a letter to us as council saying that you hope to be part of any new build that were to occur in Grafton. So that's fine. But I see us in this spot caught in betwixt and between because the facility in Grafton does not meet AODA and we've got those requirements for next year, but we don't have anything else coming forward. And what is the norm in terms of funding for facilities by libraries? Is this normal what happened here? I think my understanding is it probably is, because I think the new addition on the Prince Edward Library was also fully funded from library budget. But anyway, that's where I am. I just want to know what the role of the library is in terms of a new facility in Grafton for the library.
Go ahead, Ken.
I'm just curious by just possibly gain just a little clarity. When you talk about the role, you mean, is the library going to actively raise funds for that? Are you looking at it as being an advocate or?
Well, and that's where I too am seeking clarity, Ken.
I think that's one of the questions that has to be determined by the board, exactly what do we want to do then. We are in a bit of flux because those AODA regulations mean that we're going to have to do something. So it'll be a discussion for January, and then we'll have to come back to council to say that
Mary Catherine?
So in hearing that and my own thinking, I would prefer to see a budget that comes in with a slight increase, but some direction or ideas for how to proceed on that issue.
Thank you. Greg?
Through you, your
Councilor
worship.
Rep?
Yeah, through you, your worship. Thank you. Yes, this hasn't come before the board yet, but I did want to thank you, Trish, and thank Ken for doing this. This budget I'm very impressed with. It's actually very lean budget. So I appreciate that. I think maybe just a comment, or you could answer this, Trish. The library operating grant, which is 16,751. That comes from the province, and that hasn't changed over how many years?
Since the nineties. Yeah.
Just-
We did, I just got notification that we received our funding from when I applied earlier in the
So
year.
just to make a comment, it's pretty hard to budget stuff when for the last 10, 15, 20 years, you're just getting $16,751. So I appreciate that. And I guess the other question is being on the board too, is the yearly active membership. And I know that was something that the board was really looking forward to. And I can mention the numbers for you because I know you sent out something. In 2020, we had 754 active memberships. In 2024, we now have almost 1,400. That's double. So I'd like to congratulate you that, that's 700 more in the last 4 years, library users. So thank you very much.
Problem.
Great.
That's it.
Mike?
Yes, through you, Mayor, and welcome, you guys. Good to
Hi.
see you.
Good to see you.
I want to go back to last year.
Okay.
When we talked about the budget for the library, and we talked about partnerships with the township and council. And that didn't seem to happen. And we talked about getting a full review of the library board, and that didn't happen. And we don't see many meetings. I think we've had minutes come to council, maybe one set of minutes come to council from the library board. And we've had different issues with meetings being held, and your members quit, your chair quit, litigation. And to me, this is a group that we really need to get together with. And like we talked about it last year with council and staff, and we need to form a partnership and work with this library board.
I did make a note that communication has to be a focus moving forward. As far as the minutes, I feel like that's an issue that we can discuss on a different day. Perhaps we could set up a meeting because this is meant to be for the budget. I do feel like there has been a lack of communication in regards, because it wasn't until Sunday that I got an email in regards to where I'm to send those minutes. I had sent the minutes up until May. So I do feel this is an issue that should be discussed on a different day.
Go ahead, Ken.
So I would agree, strange with the majority of your remarks. I think that one of the things that we would like to do as a board, and just don't know how to do it, was exactly what I said about communication. I think there's been so many moving parts that I'm not going to say it's fear, it's maybe just people don't want to take the first step. So what I'm proposing, what I will be proposing in January, is that we start having, my recommendation would be to meet with council at least quarterly and just talk about what's happening, run through the stuff that's happening, to basically do quarterly, not submission, but information package, right? We've had a fair bit of change. And that's unfortunate, but I think that going forward, there's relative stability, and the biggest issue that we've had to deal with has been litigation. That's something that's a separate problem for a separate day. But from a communication point of view, we definitely feel there needs to be, I would agree that the board I would also support that, but there needs to be just more communication. If nothing else other than saying, here's what we're looking at, here's where we see the issues, here where we see solutions. You know, the AODA issue with Grafton Branch is a particularly good one. We talked about it, don't really know where to start. My recommendation is go to council and go, hey, can you help us?
Mhm.
But how this fits that. So yeah, that is definitely something else.
We can certainly
Again-
discuss that. There's another one.
I think, yes, can I finish? So if there's ever a white elephant in the room, it's the library. And I want us to get past that. And the way to get past that is we partnership and we work together. And it just becomes a group. I know there's different litigation or different, with the Library Act, that, you know, you guys are supposed to be on your own, but to me, that's not working.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. So I'm just saying, like, the quicker that we can become partners and work together and make it all work together with the Parks and Rec Department and all the information and stuff that we have to do with different programs. Lower Trent Conservation should be part of it because of all their programs that they have.
Mhm.
And it's just, nothing's happening. So,
So, sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so
Let's go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to that. So I think that's exactly the issue, right? We are an independent library board. Sorry about that. We're an independent library board, but we're not. You know, regardless of
Well, I think we're,
the whole bit.
Ken, I think we're gonna stop this discussion because we're not talking about budgeting.
Okay,
And that's what we're
That's
here
fine.
to do, but I certainly hear you and I hear Mike too, but we do have to get together.
fair enough. I think we can,
Yeah.
we're all in agreement on that. Thank you.
You have anything?
A very quick comment. Yes, you did send an information package, but if you could come in at the earliest convenience in the new year to go through that package with us as council, I think that would be a great start on the improved communication.
Not an issue. for me.
Just in time?
It's coming through the door.
Who is?
Their lunch.
Oh, is it? For two, I think we got two different people, haven't we? Okay. Okay, anybody else have any, thank you very much for your
John?
presentations. Any, yes,
sorry, through you, Mayor. So if I'm looking at the total operating capital expenses, so, you know, the the budget was 348, 276, and the actual was 194. So do we have money in the bank?
I'm not, you're getting your numbers.
Under library capital, or you can go under total expenses.
Okay,
Sorry, do you mean the year-to-date actuals for 2024?
Yes, you had the actual, then the budget, and then 2025 budget.
So the actuals for 2024 have pretty much been spent. How it works for the library is I'll place my book order. So capital has been entirely spent. So a lot of times I just have to wait for the invoices to come in and then I send them to the township for processing. So as of, this is to October, the budget is for 2024 pretty much spent.
so the $320,000 is pretty well spent.
From 2024, yes.
Okay,
With the exception of wage line, I don't know where that's sitting at right now, but I'll get the actuals soon.
okay,
And I think one of the other items on there, the library township expenses that are showing still now at $9,200. We anticipate those to be at 36. We just haven't received the allocation yet. So what we can do is parcel that out and make sure for the January that's listed properly.
Okay.
We don't have all of the actual numbers. Yeah.
and to be honest with you, the township doesn't have their, all the actions either, but
Sorry,
we are
great.
getting closer to them.
That wasn't a criticism, it was just an observation.
Yep. Yep. Anything else, Trish?
Any other questions to me?
I don't know yet. I see none. Ken, thank you very much.
Just a shout out for the grant you just received. So well done.
Thank you.
Yes, that was very good.
I think Tricia's been excellent. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
So
You
Mayor,
got your lunch here?
yeah, Don's picking it up.
Okay, everybody.
So sorry, Don, Mayor, but will we get a report on the rest of that money?
On
where's
the
it gonna
rest of
go?
that money.
Yeah, because I mean, the actuals aren't right. Like literally half the budget's still there.
Half the budget is still there. The 178 versus versus the 320. Well, yeah,
We should, eh?
absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know if we'll have it by the June the third, or pardon me, January 13th, or do you think we will? The actual 2024 actual for the library.
They will have up-to-date numbers as the township does. So all of their invoices, as long as they're in, we'll move forward with them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Need a motion to break. Back at 25 after. Moved by Mary Catherine. Seconded by Greg, all in favor? Motion's carried. Enjoy.
They're here?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going back to it and I think Jeremy's going to start off with his presentation regarding Parks and Rec and facilities.
You say that?
And which is on page
Page 60.
59, 60.
What page?
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to take a couple minutes and just briefly talk about the department from a high level. The newly formed Parks, Recreation and Facilities Department ensures inclusive recreational opportunities are available throughout the township, assists community groups and organizations in their delivery of leisure programming, and supports third-party community festivals and events. Furthermore, Parks, Recreation and Facilities is accountable for the strategy and safe facilitation of township-wide events. Finally, the department manages the day-to-day operation and maintenance of parks, trails, sport fields, open space, cemeteries, as well as the operation and development of municipal facilities, including the arena, community centers, and municipal office. Looking ahead to some 2025 goals for the department, negotiate shared service agreements with our existing tenants at the Grafton Community Center, continue to formalize booking and registration process to ensure accurate and timely billing and expand payment options for users, develop and strengthen relationships with new and existing users, and expand and diversify recreational programming under the Team AH category. Through the budget process, identify funds for new staff and third-party contractors to deliver services successfully and professionally. Continue further training processes for staff and start holding semi-annual meetings across the entire department. And renovate outdoor canteen area and at the Ball Diamonds as a staff training facility. Under communication, grow internal network of signage at facilities to showcase events, programs, information, news, and opportunities. Install updated signage at all parcels of lands that is more clear and accessible while communicating regulations and creating pride through aesthetics. And with increased staff levels, increase community engagement through surveys with renters and users. And finally, in the infrastructure and assets, complete a needs assessment and report back to council for the Haldeman Memorial Arena Complex. Conduct an internal review of boat launches and services delivered. And with increased staff levels, develop annual facility and parks maintenance plans. Report back to council on excess properties.
What? Good. Any questions? Please go ahead. Oh, Mary Catherine?
Well, I have several questions again, back to my building condition assessments question for the asset management. I know you've walked into where we've got some really huge, hard discussions. Council has some hard discussions in terms of our level of service review on this. But I also think we do need some building condition assessments to guide our plan for the coming 10 years, and that's a budget item.
It is a budget item?
It's not a budget item,
Okay.
but one that I
Well, that's
believe,
budget.
sorry, but I believe it should be included as a budget item is where I'm going, Mayor Logal.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From that, I was just gonna go straight into the actual budget itself. The first budget that's shown, the Parks and Recreation budget, that shows the arena and parks on pages 64 and 65. I don't have anything specific on these pages. I was gonna directly speak to. There's questions.
Okay. Mary Catherine, go ahead.
So again, this would be, and I know you've said if we're not continuing with the arena, then that would fall into our asset retirement obligation, is my understanding. But if we are ever going to consider continuing with the arena,
we won't be, well, I shouldn't say that. We're not gonna get involved in this retirement stuff. Obligations, because we'll be here for months.
I know, but this impacts,
Forget it. Just forget it for now. It's not on part of the budget.
I'm confused on that because when the auditor came, the auditor did put it into the budget. So I'm assuming if the auditor put it into our budget closing, that is something we have to carry forward. I may have misunderstood what the auditor was saying to us, but that was my understanding from the auditor, and he did put it in there.
Do you have a comment?
Are you speaking to the asset management obligation?
Right.
So that went on to the the balance sheet as a platform. The only way it will change now is if there's changes. So if per se you don't move forward with the arena, then that portion would come off. But as of now, it's a flat fee unless there's changes to facilities. That is where it stays.
Okay,
So I haven't seen those numbers. I haven't been provided with those numbers, so I'm wondering if that is something that council can receive then
Those were in the financial statements.
for the closing, right? For 2023 budget, right?
Correct. So they don't change unless any changes have been made to any of the facilities. So if we were to go into a facility as like this one and you made repairs to the ceiling that would affect that, then those numbers would change. But as of right now, if there's no changes to the facilities, that is a flat number that now sits on our balance sheet because they're older buildings.
So
therefore,
if
it has
it's,
nothing to do with the budget. Correct?
Correct, unless there's changes.
Thank you.
okay.
I'm gonna ask, the needs study for the arena. I don't find it on there. Is that for a reason or is it budgeted in 2024?
I can speak to that. The needs assessment funds were budgeted in 2024. It was actually a direction of council, decision of council, that they be funded from reserves, as to my understanding. Through conversation with Aaron and looking at the fees and services, looking at the development funds policy, according to other treasurers, the development funds policy should pay for the needs assessment study without it having to come from reserves. So it's not identified in the 25 budget because one, it was approved in 24, but also two, we are going to hopefully, with the help of council, get the development funds updated and get the money out of that fund to pay for that assessment.
And do we have to wait to do the needs study to do that or no? We can take it out of reserves and get that back?
Correct.
Thank you. Greg?
Through you, your worship, to Jeremy. Just a couple of maybe questions here about clarification. Jeremy, can you tell me under the revenues, talks about Parks Summer Student Grant. So did we not get any paid for this year? I know I asked Aaron this question about summer students. So we had put in 4, we didn't get any of the summer students covered?
So we put in for 9 and the 4 that were not accepted were for the Parks and Rec. We are going to try again this year. We did get a bit of funding because I was able to switch one of the items that we could not fill. So I do have to take a look because I'm not sure where that funding has gone.
So then the $2,500, what are we looking at? How many students are we looking at then for 2025 with that?
We were conservative and went with 2,500 for 2 students, as last year they didn't fund any of them. But we are going with less asks this year and hopefully for better results.
Okay, thank you. My next one would be under expenses. the arena expenses for subscriptions and membership. Could somebody maybe explain to me why we're going from $1,000 to 2,000?
That's just to reflect the more in line with the actuals that have been spent year to date, and increases in annual membership fees from some of the parties that we're members of.
So the memberships, I know Orpha would be one of them. Who else does Parks and Rec subscribe to or whatever?
One of the things we've done with Orpha too is change our membership structure a bit so that we could include more training opportunities for some of our operator level staff. The department also has membership with PRO, Parks and Rec Ontario.
Thank you. The next one would be the arena accessibility upgrades. You asked for 1,000, not you, Jeremy, sorry. The department asked for 1,000 and only spent 105. Now we're asking for 5,000. Can you tell me what they think they're doing with that $5,000?
One of the big accessibility upgrades that we want to tackle this year at the arena, or sorry, next year at the arena, would be signage and some of the washroom facilities, paper towel, soap dispensers, sinks, and that kind of stuff that are currently not at an accessible height, but certainly signage throughout is not at an accessible height as well. So those are two of the things that have been earmarked pretty early in the accessibility audit of that facility.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on, Mr. Mayor. It's
What have you
okay.
got?
I've got about another 3 more.
Okay.
4. Maybe then I'm answering other people's. The arena annual fire inspection. It was $1,000, but we're not asking for anything. Is the fire department now doing that for free, or is it? Just a clarification, that's all, just to.
Yeah, no problem, Councilor Booth, through you, Mayor. So with respect to that, what page are you on?
64,
64, thank you.
very last one.
Yeah, so in other conversations that we've had with respect to consolidating the budget, example, facilities will end up under the facilities budget. There won't be the cross-pollination of internal funds having to be transferred, et cetera, except where they're absolutely required. And in other areas, the fire inspection was then put into administrative fees or the administrative charges account. So the reason why you see it there is because $1,000 was allocated to that account in 24. So we wanted to report it. And yes, the fire department should be able to cover our municipal buildings in their fire inspections, which is something that they are doing. The other aspect is it identified another efficiency because we were hiring a company from an eastern part of Ontario that I will remain nameless on for privacy. And it was costing the township about $6,500, $7,000 a year for inspections. So our fire department has taken that on, and we're assuming that cost within the cost of the fire department. So there's no longer allocated to the departments.
Good, great, thank you. The next one on page 65, under parks, it says special events, which is 00 and then $5,000. Can you tell me what 5,000 we're looking at for special events in 2025?
5,000, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, the $5,000 on the special events line is to purchase assets and permanent structures, things that can be used for future use throughout the township for our ability to host or contribute and support to special event programming.
So what, could you give me an example?
An example might be something like a portable stage or something like that.
Okay,
Or a cover,
Sorry?
or a cover.
Sure.
and then down in the capital, Jeremy, we have $25,000 for signage. Now, I know you just talked about signage in the arena that we have $5,000, but is this for outside capital signage in the parks and that, or what's it for?
Correct.
Okay, and then capital equipment, just a $5,000. What would that be for, capital equipment?
That's for parks equipment that, in the spring, we will reassess all of our parks equipment, cutters, trimmers, all that kind of stuff that usually a few pieces need replacing every spring.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
To your memo, go to Jeremy. Jeremy, I'm looking at our hydro or propane and any of those type of usages. And I know you've only been here a short while. But have you had a chance to look around at the arena facility to see where improvements could be made on those two specific items? With the hydro, I don't know if the lighting is, would be available for a grant to upgrade that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the arena lighting over top of the ice is actually LED, so it's pretty high efficiency lighting currently. There are a number of things that could be done in the arena, motion sensors, et cetera, in different places so that the lights kind of come on and off by themselves, and we may be able to find some efficiencies there. I haven't dug into the great detail of all the opportunities at the arena just yet for those measures. I will say the amounts are basically flow through amounts from the 2024 budget. And certainly some of the actuals look a little bit lower, but the numbers weren't necessarily capturing all of the hockey season, which is our high season and a more expensive time for heating that facility as well. So I think those actuals will come more in line with what's budgeted.
Yep.
And it has to do with the Nuwatan Sanctuary part. And some of the money of a sale of property down in that area was to go to fund a bridge or necessary infrastructure in that area. I was wondering if you've had a chance to look at that when you were compiling this. Because the bridge never, that I know of, and I could be wrong, never got repaired. So I just didn't know if you're aware of any of that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a very, very basic background knowledge of what you're speaking of. I can't talk too much about the sale of property. I don't have a lot of knowledge on that piece. I will say, I'm familiar with the bridge, and I've heard the backstories of some of the repairs that are required for the bridge, and I I think that's a good, not to jump ahead, I think it's a good segue into the first BER form when we do get there, because the Nuwatan grounds has just in the scope, in the breadth of the department, hasn't received enough attention to be able to answer that all that well.
So I'm just wanting to, if the bridge does need repair, is there money available to pull from that?
Sorry, from the 20, you mean? Sorry, do you mean from the 20 that's in here?
It would be building and grounds internal, whereas there's been nothing budgeted.
Right.
So I'm wondering if money should be put in there for that.
I can't answer that. I haven't had a structural evaluation of that bridge yet.
CAO, do you have a comment?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. Through you. So there was the sale of a property to the tune of somewhere around 350 some odd thousand a few years ago. I have spoken with Aaron as we were creating the budget and going through the numbers that investigation needs to go into what happened to this money, where did it go, what account did it end up in, and how much have we actually used. Those questions were the same questions that were asked last year that remain unanswered. The budget process reminded us that in fact needs to be looked at for clarity to council. And then monies awarded to the Nuwatan Sanctuary was a condition of the sale of that land. And so that is another fix that we need to deal with. If I may, there was also an engineer study done on the existing bridge at Nuwatan, and I believe it came back at around $250,000 replacement for that bridge alone. I'm no engineer. Having looked at that bridge, I'm sure that we can come up with a more efficient replacement cost that will satisfy what we need to do. So there's more detail.
Thank you.
Jeremy?
And just a quick comment, Joan, that the last time I was down there, they had put in new boards to make it different heights. And that probably improved some of them, what they were looking for. As far as Dave, I got the impression there was a contract or something. There was no real agreement with the people. It was just a formal agreement. Pardon me, there was no formal agreement, but I think council did commit to paying some money to bring that bridge up to more standard. Go ahead, Brett.
Just to comment on that, it was last council that talked about the agreement that because the residents were upset we were selling it, is that we would make sure, and I don't know the exact amount, Dave can look it up, that it was somewhere around $200,000 or something that would be made available to the Nawatin Sanctuary for council to use that for bridge repairs and dredging and anything else, whatever the committee decides that has to be done.
Mayor Catherine?
Yeah, that was also, it was right after our council came on board. We're the ones who sold it, but it went into reserves, and first we would address Nawatin and the remainder would go into the parks reserve.
I was going to ask you about security in the arena. Jeremy, are you happy with what we have today? Because I did see there was some money spent supposed to be spent in 2024, and doesn't look like we've done any yet.
Yeah, I am fairly happy with the state of it down there. I certainly don't have any security projects for that arena that would fall within a $1,500 budget.
But you're happy with it, then that's good. Mary Catherine?
I think Mike was first and then me.
Well,
He's
you
been
wanna
waiting.
go? Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna ask about the elephant in the room here. We've got this budget in front of us that premises that there is usable ice in there and that we're going to have a successful season this year. Meanwhile, we've had Simcoe and our own experience that says this ice or this system is leaking. It will have new leaks. It will have more leaks. That it has reached replacement. But then when I look over in capital, I do not see any funds in there for replacement. And certainly when Simcoe gave us a number, it was a very big number. Anyway, I definitely don't want to be in the position we were this year where we crossed our fingers and said, we'll turn it on and then it didn't turn on. That's the worst case scenario and we definitely don't want to repeat it.
Give a comment on that?
Sure, for you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly it is talking about any kind of large renovation of that facility is a very big number. This council gave staff an endorsement to apply for a grant that could be used towards that. Staff don't have any further clarification on that just yet. Realistically, any kind of large renovation at this point would be tough to complete within the year of 2025. So the budget was prepared in a respect of we have to look at what's in front of us and prepare and budget for that. With so many unknowns out there, including the grant that I already mentioned. Staff did identify in 2025 goals to come back with a needs assessment, and certainly staff would come back with feedback on that grant when we receive that from the province. It being hypothetical, though, is tough to reflect in this document.
Mike?
Yes, through you, Mayor. Couple things, but again, I want to touch on the arena also is because we have some private funding, and I would you know, if we could set some money aside here to, and I'm not sure how much private money we have because I understand there's more residents trying to step up to the plate. But it would be nice to kind of get a quick report on that, see where we are and how much money we would have to put in as council for that part of the budget, maybe before this process is over. And because Councilor O'Neill is right, we're on borrowed time with that thing and we can't afford to go through another thing like we did last year. So I would definitely like to see a budget put in the budget for our portion of maybe putting that arena together, even if it was the grant part of the amount.
My opinion is you can't spend the money, put it in the budget until you have it. I could be wrong, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
so through you, Mr. Mayor, just to echo that, until we have clear kind of indication of if we're going to receive funding and if we are, what it is, how much it is, then we don't know how much we're trying to generate on our side to even fund the project. I would suggest keeping that separate from this budget process and certainly staff bringing that back for future consideration. Once we have that clarity from the province, but at this point, we don't know when we'll be receiving that update from the province.
Excuse me. So could we through you, Mayor, could we get it just to where we are right now with private funding? And you know, can we start some other avenues of getting revenue for that arena? I think the quicker we start, the better off we're going to be. And I don't want to see this budget go by and not kind of reflect that arena.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe staff have a formal direction to do any kind of floor replacement or large scale renovation currently of that facility. So staff trying to fundraise for such a project without direction could be a little bit of a cart in front of the horse scenario as well. So I would just be cautious of that.
Okay. Maybe a conversation at a later date.
I think that's a great idea, Mike. I think that we have to get our needs studies completed first. And then I agree with you 100%. We have to start finding out how much interest there is in the public, for the public to make contributions. I don't think it's going to be cheap to do that, but to do the work that we're planning on, or pardon me, that we've talked about. But CAO.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to council. Jeremy and I had an extensive discussion as to the future direction in the current state that it exists. It's like playing Russian roulette. We're fishing on Rice Lake right now. We don't know what's going to happen. Does it make sense to pour all kinds of money into the facility? Probably not without a really good plan. Was the grant money available? Yes. Do we need to bring it back to council to make a decision if we get it? Yes. So as of right now, we had made the decision not to put money in the budget for the facility because if we get lucky and get next year out of it, we're lucky and we carry on with operating costs. To put 50,000 aside into the budget to fix something that may happen, we don't know what may happen. That also cross-pollinates with the conversation Aaron and I had with respect to development charges and what we could use. And so we're continuing to investigate. So in support of Jeremy's initiative for the arena, our budget overall for the entire township is so lean that we don't have tons of money to plan for what ifs, as identified by Councillor O'Neill with respect to a much needed building condition assessment, etc. The municipal office, we're trying to spread money where we can. So it was one of those identifications of where are we currently? Well, we're currently hoping and praying. And unfortunately, that's what went into your budget.
I think when Emily and I first sat down with the hockey group, they were hoping to get the ice in for 2024, 2025. That's what they were asking to do when they give us that money. And we, we said, well, we hope to be able to do it, but they understand that there's no guarantee. Well, I think we have to keep moving along that way, and hopefully we will be able to get it in 2025 and 2026. But at the same time, we're going to try and get a little bit of an idea before the season actually opens that whether we'll have ice or not. And that's what the big concern was. Here, Catherine?
Just when we were looking at that grant application, it had on there on the website that there are representatives from the province that we can tap into, and they can come and work with the municipality. And I'm hopeful, I think that would be a good idea for us to follow up and have an opportunity for staff and council to hear from this person from the province to give us a better understanding of what is involved in being successful with grants.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mike?
I have a few, but I should have another comment with the arena. I just want to reiterate the importance of getting this arena up and running next year and maybe last us for the next 20 years. Even if that are, with all the user groups that we have and the cost that comes in with that for this budget, it can't go down. In my opinion, it can't go down. We need to find the money to go with any of our private investors and get that ice surface ready to go. I believe in April. And we need to find it somewhere, whether we don't do any road work for a year and take that budget and put it into the arena. We'll last one more year with all our roads the way they are. Take that $1 million and stick it into the arena and go with the people that are funding, and we can find the rest. If we, there's fundraising. We got all kinds of people that would just jump for fundraising for that. So this is very important. It's not a matter of if or when or what.
So,
in my opinion, we need
what-
this fixed.
I'm not arguing with you, but what do you have to do to get started on this, getting people to donate? What do we have to do to do
Well,
that?
we need to, first of all, only in my opinion, is that we should have a report of what we got right now. Who is stepping up the plate that we don't know about? And what are they donating?
I don't know of anybody.
We know that Chemco said it was like $3.5 million to replace the ice, the boards, the glass, all the headers, the lines, everything.
You have a comment on that?
On the number itself?
3.5 million?
More 2.5 million.
Well, that's even better. Yeah, there you go. We're on our way. But
Is
I
it
just,
possible to get something in April of this year?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't comment on whether or not we'd be able to start a project right now in April. There's quite a long process with a number of firms and engineers and a big long RFP process that has to go along with something like this as well. So
I don't think we're anywhere near ready for that. Go ahead.
I just want to point out that this reverts back to the needs assessment and what we need to start with. Because I know Mike is speaking to private donors and stuff, but officially on the books right now, we have nothing. So we need to go back to the start and do the needs assessment of what we actually need, and then move forward with fundraising and moving forward that way.
I tend to agree. When do you expect to have this needs assessment out?
to you, Mr. Mayor, staff should be back to council in January with a recommendation on which firm to move forward with to conduct it.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
through you, could we tentatively schedule a Chemco for April? would they do that? Just to say that we got everything in order, and the last thing was, oh, we forgot to tell Kimco. Could we tentatively be booked in, but say, hey, we are looking to try to get the funds together for the 1st of April to start ripping that thing out? Could you make that? And at least give them a window of till February.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a number of different subcontractors that go into a project like a floor replacement. For me to contact them today or this week would certainly circumvent and bypass procurement bylaws and such.
Mhm. Okay.
Right?
Just for clarification, maybe for you, Councillor Ainsworth, I've done this before in my previous job. There's no way that Jeremy would be able to line up and do the RFPs and anything in 1 year. The earliest I think you're going to get anything done for, if Simcoe is involved, would be 2026. And that's if after the study's done and it proves that the arena is going through, it's almost a year, because you have to book with Simcoe when the ice comes out. They have a contractor come in, tear it out, take the boards out. It has to be custom made because this is not a regular NHL arena. So whoever is doing the boards and everything all has to be custom. So it's at least a year out, maybe 2, to be realistic.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
To Jeremy. I know you were heavily involved in getting the ice in this time. And I guess more of a comment. Let's hope if there are any issues that come forward for the 25, 26, that you're equally as blessed and lucky to get the ice in for the next year. Thank you.
Anybody else got one last comment?
I mean, I think we're dancing around. What we have to make a decision, and I don't see where or how we don't end up with, we know it's on life support, to use your own term. We had to shut down, what was it, 5 loops or something already this year. There were 6 leaks, that type of thing. There's just not a lot of space to have any more leaks. And I personally we can't say that we've got a product to offer. So I guess I'll put it as a question. What's your professional opinion on what product we will realistically have to offer for next season?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The number of loops currently in the floor that has been sealed off is 2, just for a point of clarity. As we sit here today, we don't see any immediate reason as to why the ice wouldn't go back in next fall. Now, I would have said the same thing to you 3.5 months ago about this past fall. So take that for what it's worth. What we do know is the ice is in currently. The system is holding, it's not leaking, it's performing well. The ice is of great quality, and that's thank you to our staff at the arena who have done a great job this winter getting in and maintaining it. I don't see anything other than the age of the facility as a whole that would change things next October. But failures can happen, and I do want to be clear that failures can happen on brand new builds and brand new floors as well. Mechanical equipment does break down sometimes. So
to sum this up, staff has not got it in the report to fix the arena yet because they have to wait for the study. So until they get the study, I would suggest that we not continue to think about it till we get the study, then we can start to work on it. But right now, we're just jumping all over the place.
Correct.
Mike.
I did have a couple other things I just wanted to ask in the budget.
Go ahead.
But thanks for all your arena work, Jeremy. If I go to revenues and it says from reserves, so the budget was 65,000, nothing was taken out, and now it's going to be 16,000. So does that mean we have 49,000 left in a reserve somewhere?
About 7 lines down.
So it's parks from reserves.
Actually, that's probably in parks, not in the arena. Is that true?
It's in parks, yeah, parks from reserves. Three lines above the total.
for revenues.
We were just looking for a little background on that because of my short tenure with the township. Hold on one second.
I can tell you what page I'm on here.
64.
62 I'm on here on the computer one, if it's different on the hard copy.
Hard copy 64.
Pardon me?
64
On the hard copy.
on the hard
Yeah.
copy. Yes,
I think the idea from, if I recall correctly from last year, was that was going to be for the capital projects. When they were completed, we were taking the money for that. The capital projects weren't completed, so we're probably not taking it from reserves, but that's going back a year.
To me, it just shows that there should be $49,000 somewhere.
well, actually, it shows it right there. It shows you there should be 65,000 in there. Because we haven't spent nothing yet.
Oh, budget.
And we're
Yeah,
gonna
but-
add another 16,000, to take it up to 81. And anyways,
Okay.
we're getting way off as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they can get back to us.
Yeah. You can get back to us. Not if you'd like.
Let's continue.
Understand what we're asking for? If that's been spent? Okay,
The other thing through your mayor is I wanted to ask about is the accessibility upgrades.
okay.
I would like to ask what the upgrades are, and is $5,000 enough?
Go ahead.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I did mention a few of them earlier, signage being a very big one. Things, smaller things as well, like soap dispensers and paper towel dispensers on the walls. So $5,000 is enough for the projects that we've earmarked. Obviously, there are significant accessibility upgrades that could happen at that facility that we just, quite frankly, can't tackle in this budget or probably any future budget. Certainly not for 5,000, but signage and things like I mentioned is what the 5,000 is for.
I
Okay.
would think if you're talking about big stuff, AODA, those are probably fundable through the province. And you'd have to make the application, but then you can go from there.
And Mayor, they would have to be done by the end of 25? I think so.
I would think so, but I don't know for sure on that. Whenever the funding is out there is normally when you ask for it.
If I may, or Mayor, through you, I can jump in with respect to the question about reserves.
Yep.
So goes back to the same thing I said at the beginning of the day. And that is we're lowering our revenue side because it needs to be more in line with what we actually bring in. So when you look at total revenues of 135.5 and we're bringing in $105, 105,000 in rentals, we know that our rentals are going to be up there. The rest of it is, you know, is a little bit of guesswork. When we look at parks rentals, when last year it was 8 and we've realized 45 by the end of October, naturally did that at 5. The 65 went down to 16. We have to identify to put something back into reserves, but really this is only affecting our revenue line. In the event that we identify a grant or an income opportunity, then we can definitely bring this back as a report to council and increase it. But for right now, we need to be protective of our finances, and that's what we're doing.
Can we agree that we don't want to change anything yet and we'll let this come back on the 13th?
Sounds good.
Unless you want to approve it now, and it doesn't sound like you do, so let's move on. Jeremy, we'd like to hear about BER 202506.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. BER 06 is a full-time position, working position for Parks and Trails. Given the size of the portfolio, this position is required from a workload standpoint as well as a health and safety and business continuity standpoint. One of the things that we've identified is that the traditional shoulder seasons and internal and external responsibilities have really shifted, where parks and arena programming are overlapping for significant periods of time in the spring and in the fall. The current makeup of the department does see one full-time working staff member, which when you get into an October where you're putting in ice and trying to cut grass and rake leaves, it's a lot for one person, obviously. A full-time presence in this area will increase accountability and reduce part-time responsibilities, ensuring service level and reducing liabilities to township. Contracting part of the services out, like grass cutting, was considered. An internal review was conducted, and it was deemed slightly more expensive to contract out. It should be noted that contracting services like that out only addresses a narrow scope of what this position is addressing upon its creation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
Again, I don't know how much room we have for new positions, but I do want to comment that outdoor parks and trails are the most used recreational facility. I know it's funny to think of it as a recreational facility, but that's absolutely, when we're looking at our residents and what they are already using for recreation, it came up in the Parks Master Plan. I think we have to take that seriously. It's also the number one reason people come here as tourists. So I think this is something important. I don't know how it fits in with the overall budget, how much room we have for new positions, and I don't know how it fits in with the future and what we hear from the needs study. So I'm not sure if we're ready yet, but it's definitely a direction that we have to be going.
Deputy Mayor?
Through your Mayor Logal to Jeremy. Jeremy, are there part-time people in place now for the arena 24-25 season? And second part of this, when would you say that this job would start? This position would get filled? Would it be after the arena season, or what were you thinking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the first question, yes, there are part-time staff currently working at the arena as well. The start date for this position would be probably late Q1 of 2025 to start the onboarding process, with a lens and a focus on the outdoors specifically. That starts to really take shape in early spring. So it's not something I would wait too long to recruit for.
So April, you're thinking first start date or sort of thing?
Yeah.
Greg?
Through you, your worship, to Jeremy. I agree with the comments made by Councillor O'Neill. I think this is a little premature until we get the needs study come back and tell us what exactly we're going to do with that location. I would not agree to hiring any full-time staff for that location. And this discussion came up last year because if we're hiring full-time staff and something happens and we build something different there, we possibly could be laying staff off because we don't need them. Or maybe we do need to hire more. I don't know. So until that study comes back to tell us exactly what's going in there, whether it's a walking track, an arena, a pool, whatever, I think this is a little premature. And I guess one concern I have, Jeremy, is, and you mentioned this where you said in your review here, an internal cost review comparing contracting services versus performing them with staff showed a savings by keeping the work in-house. Was that review given to council? I know in our previous coordinators meeting, I've asked for that review for 6 months probably. And I've yet to see anything. And this goes back to last council to show us whether or not we are actually saving money cutting the grass ourselves, or is it better to go to a contractor? So is it possible we can see this report you're talking about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe that those numbers were brought to council. I did have them ready for a coordinators meeting that would have been at the beginning of this month. I can have them into a report and brought forward in January for sure. I do just want to make one other point as well. We keep talking about the needs assessment, and this position is although the entire department functions as one nucleus of services, I don't want to get bogged down in just the arena and the future of the arena. Part of the work plan that this would address would be grass cutting and grounds maintenance in areas that have been identified already today that have been underserviced. Proper property review and inspections, garbage collections around the township, general cleaning of all public areas and equipment maintenance and that kind of stuff. So this department and the services delivered by it are, I believe, headed for significant growth, and that cannot be achieved or actualized without increasing the human capital within the department.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Should the arena go ahead, would that person during the winter be working on second shift? So to get rid of not get rid of, that's the wrong word, but get more people responsible in there when most of the time when most of the ice is used?
And just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, when you say if the arena should go ahead, you mean if we have ice next winter,
Yes.
correct? Yeah, certainly this additional full-time position would be used as well at the arena to offset part-time labor for sure.
Okay, but would they work at night?
I don't have a draft schedule, but they would be in the matrix for arena shifting to offset part-time labor.
Okay. Anybody else have a, Mike?
Through you, Mayor. For me personally, I might agree to this if it wasn't such like a band 5. I think the stuff that you have down there that this person might be doing could be a general worker under your guidance. And if you needed an extra person to do stuff like, like you talked, cutting grass and property reviews, garbage collection, et cetera. So I would say that description could fit any just general worker that we have under your direction.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I did want to speak to this position quickly. When you say the band 5 at the max, that includes with benefits and everything else, because this is a full-time position. So that's your WSIB, everything. So it is not as high as that's just their wages. Second of all, just to revert back that it's been noted all through this council meeting and this budget meeting about cemeteries, grass cutting, maintenance of the facilities, snow shoveling of sidewalks, those kind of items. This is what would be under this person's umbrella, is the facility side of it, not so much the arena, it's more of the parks, the trails. You have boat launches to the north that are not getting taken care of. This is what Jeremy's kind of trying to speak to, is that this position may have some shifts at the arena. It's to be looked at, but the needs is somebody on the outside working throughout the township on these parks, cemeteries, and furthermore, outwards.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lobo, thanks for the clarification, Aaron, because we seem to center all our thoughts around the arena. I support this. So the max is at 77,168 plus benefits on top of that?
No.
So
no,
that it would be less that, so it'd be like 35% less than that.
Correct.
Thank you.
And that would be at the top end, so they wouldn't necessarily start at the top end. This is just what it could be.
Mayor, oh, sorry, I just had one little
Okay.
follow-up with that. And it's so right that our buildings have been not maintained. It's only going to get busier. We've had complaints about the boat launches, the maintenance there, and the liability of alone of not incorporating this is huge. Thank you.
Here, Catherine?
Just two comments. One, 77,000 is a 1% tax levy increase. So I'm very hesitant at this point to put a 1% increase on our levy. Obviously, we're going to be fighting for that. Like every department's going to be fighting and who gets it and who doesn't, and where does it get allocated. But the other is I come back to Councillor Booth's point. I would hate to hire someone in April and then lay someone off in August as we sort through the arena thing. So I have some real hesitation on just the logistics of it as well.
Deputy Mayor, you made a comment to you would do or wouldn't do. Are you prepared to make a motion?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
What is that motion?
And motion would be to support the hiring of this person.
Can I get a seconder to do that? Seconder to do that? It doesn't sound like I'm going to get one. Do you have a final comment?
Just a comment, Mayor, through you. So analyzing and looking at our strategic plan for 24-26, as the CAO working with staff, having worked through this BER, we will be looking at the service delivery ability with the turning down of this position.
Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Just a comment to the deputy mayor's comment that sort of indicating that these things are not being looked after. I disagree with that. We have part-time staff right now that are looking after things. We have multiple part-time staff at the arena. We have part-time staff that did grass cutting and everything like that. So to sort of suggest that it's being neglected and this full-time position is going to cure something, I disagree with. I like Jeremy's arguments about this. I just think it's premature until we decide what's going into the arena. There should be no positions done there. Once the study's done, and if it comes back, then fine. Next year, come back to us again at budget time and say that we're building a pool or this or that, and I need this. I have no issue with that. I just think right now you have the flexibility of part-time staff. You've got multiple part-time staff and they're doing shifts, and I think we're covered as it is right now.
Thank you. Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So just for clarification from where I'm coming from, and then I will, so when I look at the at this part of the budget, and it's excuse me. Anyways, it was like $77,000 for this guy to go out or person to go out and do this things that with the description here. So the foreman at the Public Works Department is 72,000, right? An operator for the Public Works that has to have a DZ license, run heavy equipment of all sorts is 66,000. So for me to look at what this fellow or this person wants to do compared to those two people just kind of doesn't jive when it comes to fairness in the municipality. And we're talking about pay equity. So that's my problem. Not that I'm, not that I'm saying that Jeremy doesn't need a person maybe to do some of this work under his direction. It may not have to be this person.
Thank you.
The only comment I would have is that there are areas that were not getting serviced. I heard about them. Maybe I'm the only one that heard about them. I feel this is needed, but I am only one vote. It's 77,000 less 35%. So that's it for me.
Thank you. We're going to be here for a while. Go ahead. Greg.
Just the last comment, when you say 77,000 less, it doesn't matter. At the end, it's 77,000, which is almost a 1% increase for staff. So I like what Councillor Ainsworth is saying. You add it all up and I don't care if the
No,
guy's only making
no.
50, but what's
That's what
coming
it
out of the
is.
coffers is $77,000. And to me at this time, like Councillor O'Neill said, there is a lot of ask for staff in here, and I think we need to seriously take a look at this. And all I'm suggesting is it comes back next year. If it proves that we really need this person, then we can get another year through.
Mayor Lobel, the only thing I would add to that is usually when there is an amount come through for wages, it is plus 35,000, 35%. This isn't. So that's all I want to add to that.
We're gonna continue on for hours.
We are.
I'm gonna make one comment, and then I'm gonna ask for a motion. I've been around this township for years, and we have not paid the attention to parks and
Exactly.
recreation, or pardon me, parks and facilities that other
Exactly.
municipalities do. And we should do a better job. But
Exactly.
I also say that Jeremy's starting off new, and he's got a lot of things to look after, and maybe we should wait for another year. Anyways, can I get a motion?
Oh, sorry,
For
I have a
what?
comment.
What would the
I don't know,
motion be?
we're gonna sit here for 3 hours.
I already had a motion.
I know, and it wasn't second.
All right, so what's the motion now?
I don't know. I would
All
have to-
right.
What's the motion? You gonna make a
I
motion?
don't know.
Through you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we allow Jeremy to hire a general worker under his guidance to help, because I know we're not only talking about the arena and that's what's coming up. I understand because me personally, I want to fix up the boat launches. I want to fix up our 2 beaches that we got that we just ignore forever. Those kind of things. So I believe there's room if we do all this stuff and beautify our township and make it look good. And especially those 2 beaches that we have. But so I'll make the motion that we give him an extra employee, but not at this rate.
Go ahead,
Through
CEO.
your mayor, I respectfully acknowledge that there's a motion on the floor. 1% is 138,000 in this budget that's before you today. Secondly, your professional staff has put together a report that is brought to council with their idea on how this department should run. To Councillor Booth's suggestion, this is your opportunity to vote for it or against it. That's where it belongs. And I thank you. If you turn it down, staff will deal with what we have to deal with and we will move forward.
So I have a motion on the floor that someone be hired, but not a foreman, is it basically what they're saying, to do the work that Jeremy wants to do. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover.
May I have a recorded vote for that, please?
Well, there's going to be discussion first.
At that time.
Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, on the motion. I see what you're saying, Councillor Ainsworth, but I think we're going down the wrong path. Number one, we were talking about pay equity and pay bands and everything like that. There's nowhere in there. Jeremy has to come back at that because that's the pay bands that are in there. This person is going to be a dual person. They're going to be working outside and everything, but you're talking about this person in the winter flooding now. That makes him an operator. So he's dual roles. So to say that we want to do it on the cheap, to me, doesn't make it more palatable to me. What I'm saying is we have a part-time budget that Jeremy can go out, and if the docks or this or that needs more grass cutting, then give the part-timers more hours then. You have the staff there. You can ask the staff to go out and do stuff. And as the CAO said, if we turn this down the full-time position, Jeremy has a part-time budget that he can go and have people go and cut grass and do whatever. I'm not stopping him from that. I agree. That's very important. I just don't think it needs to be at this time another full-time body.
Mary Catherine.
This is a department that there's less rules governing what gets spent in this department than any other one. But we haven't done a real level of service review. That is for us as council to make these decisions about it. that is for our staff member to lead us in those discussions. I see in the new languages, you're the service manager. So, that is, I think, our number one priority for us as a council for our staff as well. And I know you alluded to that, Dave, in your conversation about reviewing the service levels for this department. I think that what we should do or not do will flow from us really getting into where's our service levels, where are we going to focus our budget, where are we going to focus our staff. And I think the discussions are needed and that they will lead us exactly where we need to go.
You have a comment, Jeremy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one point of clarity. Certainly, part-time staff are capable of performing the work. Part of the accountability that was going along with this position was the routine inspections and directing the labor force, which our one full-time working staff member right now oversees those duties. But he's also a working position. And for the past 3 months, you've had a department manager who is not a working position out doing these inspections and putting work plans together along with our existing foreman, which that model may be sustainable for another year, but it will come at a great cost to other services and growth opportunities that the public and council, I think, both want to see actualized. Thank you.
We've got a mover and a second on the floor. Anybody got any more comments? We've been asked for a recorded vote. Do you have anything else, Mike?
Through you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to reiterate, like, we have so many things in our township when it comes to parks that we're not getting done,
Exactly.
and we just don't have the staff. So it's like I can't comment enough on our two beaches. We got two beautiful beaches at Chubb Point and at Wicklow. We just ignore them. They should be the attraction for our residents, right? So I'd love to see all that stuff come about. And our boat launch down there in Lakeport, we can't even find the sign that's been gone for 2 years. But so we need some extra people in there. I agree, and that's why I'd say I would give them a person.
Okay, you're not giving them a foreman, you're giving them
No.
a person.
Well, that's what's being asked, right?
But
No,
that's within the motion,
The motion is for
just the general labor.
customer service representative. No, that's,
No, that's
sorry.
okay.
I'm in the wrong, sorry, the wrong
The
page
motion is
here.
just for a general labor under his guidance.
This is, what the hell? Okay, sorry.
but not a part-timer.
No.
Everybody clear? I'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion?
It's a recorded. Recorded.
Want to tell us exactly what the motion is, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a recorded vote requested on the motion that staff be authorized to hire a general laborer position at a lesser rate than the Parks and Trails foreman. When I call your name, please answer yay or nay as to how you'd like to vote on that motion. Councillor Ainsworth,
Yay.
Councillor Booth,
No.
Councillor O'Neill,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Stover,
Yay.
Mayor Logal.
I wish we were hiring a full-time person, but I think even a part-time will help you out somewhat.
It
This
is full-time
This is
now.
full-time.
This is
Oh,
full-time.
pardon me, a foreman, pardon me. But I am happy to hear that we're considering putting on a person that is not a foreman, so I vote yay.
Motion is carried.
Let's move along to '07. Is it '07 or '06? Yep. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. BER 07 is a Parks, Rec and Facilities Customer Service Representative. This department saw a coordinator position left vacant back in June of 2024. Staff were to review the position and bring recommendation back. The recommendation to shift the coordinator role to a customer-focused role is more in line with where the department is going and reflects the vision as identified in previous studies. This position will ensure the timely execution of department administration functions, including processing over 500 sport contracts annually, 600 recreational participant applications, department communications with permit holders, users, renters, as well as graphic design and department-specific communications. Staff have tried using existing staffing complement for these duties. The result has negatively impacted other departments and hasn't generated the level of service required from this position for efficient operations. Similar to the previous role just discussed, the department cannot grow and improve without proper staffing complement. Thank you.
Questions or comments? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
I don't disagree, but again, I'm going to reiterate that we need to decide on our level of service review. These are super tough decisions. The buildings are super tough decisions. I think if we go ahead and start hiring before we decide what our levels of service are, or without looking at finding the funding for it through eliminating the costs associated with some of our facilities, I don't want to go out again and look to our taxpayers again at this point when we know how many demands there are for tax increases. I think it's
Thank you.
premature.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor, just a quick, honestly, I thought this is what we hired Jeremy for when I read this. So just my comment.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Just wanted it through you, your worship, just totally agree with what Mary Catherine is saying. And this one, if you look at it, is 64,000 plus 35% benefits. So if you add this and the previous one that we just okayed, you are looking at now a 1% increase on the tax levy for hiring these two staff. And I agree with what Mary Catherine's saying. Until we know what our services delivery we're going to deliver to them, we should not be hiring full-time staff until we know what we're going to offer them. And I also agree with what Councillor Ainsworth said, is when we didn't hire for the Parks and Culture Coordinator, I also thought that was because we were posting for a manager that would be able to include things like supervising arena staff and things like that, that the previous person didn't have that authority to do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lowell to Jeremy, who is doing, who is doing the brunt of this work now? Is it a lot falling on you with everything else? Or is this like when I see the scheduling of facilities and that sort of thing, is that being done downtown?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, 99% of what's on those two pages is being performed by the part-time staff at the municipal office at the front desk. Customer service representatives.
Is that kind of drawn a blank? Is that a part-time position at the moment?
Through you, Mayor Logo. Yes, the part-time position of customer service was hired at the approval of council about midterm last year. And it was to identify the need for customer service and direction in all areas, which has also included the need to address and publicize a newsletter, information flowing to the residents. Just to name a few. The position's time has been consumed by the busyness of the Parks, Rec and Facilities Department with respect to bookings. So the overall management aspect of that, just a mere administration So entering everything in, creating calendars, those types of things have been done, not the managerial aspects. But it has consumed that position significantly.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Lowell, I'm just wondering maybe if, because that would be helping us increase our revenues if we had somebody that could get more money coming into the municipality. I'm wondering if that position that is being done part-time, if it would not be more prudent to put that on as a full-time position.
To speak to that position that you hired as a customer service was to also help with records management. So when they say that their time has been inundated with Parks and Rec bookings, it literally has been. And that's why through discussions with Jeremy that we brought this position forward, because we do need somebody to facilitate the contracts and go back to our customer service, who is supposed to be communications and records management. That has not happened since this position was created.
Is the incumbent on full-time now? Then?
Part-time,
Still on part-time, thank you.
correct.
Mayor Catlin.
Some of the booking issues, I think, can be addressed through improved software. So I think that's one avenue that needs to be explored, but I'm just sitting here going, wait a minute, a year ago, we had one person doing this job, and now we're saying we need 2.5 people to do the same job?
No.
So I'll just correct you on that. We actually had a part-time manager and we split that position. And then we had a coordinator as well. So we now do not have the coordinator and he's asking for an admin assistant. So the funds were still there. They've just been divided. So part of the old position of the Public Works and the Parks and Rec manager was split out. And then the other portion was from the coordinator's position as well.
So those were Jeremy put together.
Put together, but that's why he is now asking for the admin assistant because that is included.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So through you, Mayor Lowell, if this position were to be half-time, would that assist somewhat? Or I guess, and the second question be, if this gets turned down, what is, where does that leave us then as far as trying to increase the revenues through this?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I do think it's an important point of clarification that it's not a direct backfill of the coordinator's position, but this is addressing a lot of the stuff within the coordinator's job description, some of which, to address Councillor Ainsworth, your comment earlier, part of that coordinator position went into my job description, but so did the department manager as well. The department has been using a part-time position to carry out these functions and has seen significant revenue growth in 3 months. Fact of the matter is the part-time hours that have been utilized for these job duties is not sufficient for the workload on this one individual. Part-time would help over no time, of course. However, we do have a 2-month trial period here of a part-time position not being able to carry out the expectations, the service level expectations that the community has. And I agree with your point 100%. A position like this is directly correlated to revenue growth, for sure.
Thank you.
Mayor Catlin.
No, oh, sorry. I'm sitting this way.
Do you have any further comments? Mike.
Through you, Mayor. Again, I would look at something different if it wasn't in that band 3. Now, is it a band 3 hourly? So one is
Salary.
So it's salary. So you're putting him in the same position as a public work operator.
No, that wouldn't be correct because your public works operators are paid hourly
Yes.
and not salary.
So the salary one is back down to like the customer clerks or service clerk, right? So still, that's actually more. 33.91.
No, you're still looking at the hourly.
Okay. 66,041. So if I take that, because I want to know where the,
Just a 40-hour week or 37.5.
This would be a 35-hour, and
35.
this would realign with all the other administration positions. But Counselor Ainsworth, you wouldn't also, with an hourly band, they do get overtime, whereas salary does not. So when you look up those numbers, they're not going to be particularly correct because our hourly employees get overtime as well.
yep, okay.
Does anyone have a motion? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
I make a motion that BER 2025-07 be denied at this time.
Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor O'Neill. Further discussion? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Local, to Jeremy and I guess Aaron. If this position does not get approved today, would you be able to keep us abreast on how detrimental this has been or will go towards the lack of revenues? And who would do it, and would the customer service level decline?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's not approved today, I think I would probably come back and seek a little bit of guidance as to where you want the service levels cut going forward. I think I think a lot of the conversations that we've had today and that we're going to have in the rest of my department speaks to things that we've seen materialize because of a lack of staff. With a lack of staff becomes a lack of attention and care and service. To have one manager out in a community this size with this many assets and a portfolio this large, directing an entire work staff, putting the plans together, while also trying to run an entire recreational department and create programs and put schedules together and maintenance plans for facilities. It is too much for the current complement. So to answer your question directly, I think I would seek further guidance as to what service areas you'd like to see cut.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief. Of course, I haven't heard you in a long time. You're here.
I am. So just as a point of clarity, the motion that we did have that BER 2507 be denied would actually be a negative motion. So that wouldn't be in order at this point. So I just offer a rewording of it to capture the same thing.
What was the one we had on the first one that we dismissed?
Correct. So that's what I'd be
Okay.
going with, that it be removed from the draft 2025 budget. It just eliminates the chance of ambiguity. So if this motion were to fail, does that mean you then approve it? So just by switching the language around to be that
Yeah.
BER 2025-07 be removed from the draft 25 budget.
Yes, please, and a recorded vote.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to ask for.
Mike.
Through you, Mayor, just one final comment. I would, like, again, if this would come to us in a different form, again, that I look at that rate, it's $31 an hour. And my idea is that, we need players, not coaches. So that's what I mean.
That's what that is.
I'm not sure. 100%.
Well, we need, people on the ground,
I know, but.
right?
they're out.
Jared's the coach, right?
Well, that's what this is.
And he's got the, and he needs a couple more players. And we need to put them in a band that represents, you know, that.
Could I ask for clarification?
Yes.
In this position, are you suggesting you would like a foreman or a foreperson? Or are you just, I wouldn't want to say entry level, but would an entry level position start this? I don't, I'm not sure if I'm following that discussion right.
Sorry, we're talking the customer
Sales,
service, the
yeah.
customer service representative. Not a foreperson, not directing the work of anybody underneath them or anything like that.
Just entry level type.
Certainly a strong admin function. The report talks about graphic design and communications. So definitely a skill set, somebody with experience.
Your job.
Again, I concur fully with our manager that this needs to be a real solid, extensive service review in this department so that by this time next year, we're all together on how we can move forward. But there's tough decisions to be made. We're playing off. Are we paying for a facility? Are we paying for a person? Those types of things. But if I could, to your points, Councillor Ainsworth, my daughter's working for the MNR right now at a service level position, and she is not being paid at what's being proposed here. So.
Sorry, I just want to make one clarification. There was a typo and that the salary band is actually a salary band 2, which is our lowest band on the salary side. So
There you
this
go.
is an entry level position.
Thank you.
Anybody else got any further comments? Motion, please. No, I can see if you read motion then.
So the motion on the floor that was moved by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor O'Neill is that BER 2025-07 be removed from the draft 2025 budget.
Seconded by Councilor O'Neill. And I'm just gonna clear the vote. Thank you. No, I believe it's recorded.
Recorded vote.
But yes, I'm calling the vote.
So we've had a recorded vote requested on the motion on the floor that was moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. That is that BER 2025-07 be removed from the draft 2025 budget. With the recorded vote, I will go through and call each councillor alphabetically by name. When I say your name, please indicate yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote on the motion on the floor. Councillor Ainsworth.
Yay.
Councillor Booth.
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Stover.
No.
Mayor Logal.
No.
Motion is carried.
Mayor Logal.
Yes.
I look forward to hearing your report to council on service cuts. Thank you.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So, you know, we have a couple more meetings left. You know, if
Just turned it down.
well, no, but I mean, they could come back with something else, like show us something else, give us plan B.
We should have asked it.
Well, I can make that motion if we have to, but
Yeah, if I may, Mayor, so the draft budget was put together to present to council. If there's a direction that comes back to staff, we would have to look at the timelines associated to be able to provide that. I think the review that has already done and put before you is our manager's suggestions at this point. So consideration for review would take more time than what we've identified in the budget process. At this point, if there's something that's being removed from the budget, staff does not have anything else that we will be adding into the 25 budget at this point.
Thank you. Let's move on. BER 2025-08.
This BER is for Seating replacements for the baseball diamonds at the Arena Complex site. This project addresses previously identified issues, which council had set aside funds for, just not enough to do it in its entirety. The existing wooden bleachers and player benches are rotting, falling apart, and some of them require immediate removal. The existing structures are also not accessible or built to current code. Partial replacements does put more of a spotlight on deficiencies if any existing pieces were to remain. More likely, a partial replacement would reduce the services available on the grounds. Building our own bleachers was also something that staff considered. However, it just increases the liability, and building a replacement out of wood would not give us the same life expectancy as a aluminum replacement option.
Thank you. Any further questions? Go ahead, Greg.
Through you, your worship, to Jeremy. Jeremy, I know you weren't here for this, but this is disappointing to me as a counselor. 2 years ago, the department came to us and asked for $10,000 to do ball diamond number 1. There was no action taken. They came back to us last year and said $10,000 wasn't enough. We gave them $20,000. This year, no action again, nothing done. Now we're asking for $99,000. I'm sorry, I disagree with this. I don't think that we should be doing all of them at once. I think we go back to the game plan we had. I agree, let's do diamond number 1, which is the most used one. I would give you the $20,000 if you come back to me to say that you can do diamond number 1 for 20 or 25, because the money's already in the reserves, it's gone in. But in doing all of them, I disagree. I would like to see diamond number 1 done properly, so that you as a manager and us as council and staff can go out there and see the job that's done and the railings that's done and everything. And if we're happy with it, come back to us next year and do another diamond or 2 diamonds, because that was the whole idea of doing it piecemeal. And in tough times right now, I think, $100,000 spending on rails and ball diamond stuff is just too much.
Mary Catherine.
I agree that it's frustrating that we don't have Diamond 1 complete, so we can see what that looks like and see if we're happy with it. At this point, I'm a little bit hesitant. I know it's kind of a small thing, but it irks me. It wasn't very long ago that new signage was put up in all of our parks, all of our facilities. That I don't even think was 5 years ago, and yet those signs are not what we needed. They weren't the quality that we needed. So I'm a little bit hesitant. I would prefer to do this where we do one stage, say, yes, this is exactly what we need. Let's move forward.
Mike.
Through you, Mayor. I would like to make this one short and sweet, so I want to make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we give Jeremy $30,000 to replace the bleachers in Diamond 1, and an extra few $10,000 for any emergency fixes on the ones that are still there to keep them safe.
Thank you. Will, in your opinion, will $30,000 do diamond 1?
Can't answer that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I can't answer that today. I don't have the breakdown of the per unit costing in front of me at this table.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Lobel. And I'm not a baseball player, but Diamond 1, we're aware, is the most popular one.
Mayor, can I have a point of order?
Yep. I need a seconder.
Oh, sorry. I'll second. Oh, no, I won't second it.
Also,
I'll second it to get it on the floor
Deputy Mayor.
for the discussion.
I've got you.
Thank
Are
you.
you finished?
No, I just wanted to ask now, so there's 4 diamonds there now. So Diamond 1 is the most popular, so we all agree that one needs to get done. Are the rest of them in a state of repair that it would be a huge liability for the municipality to keep them up? If that question is yes, then I would suggest you take them all down. And that removes the liability if they cannot be patched till we can get them replaced. So that's my question.
Go ahead. Oh, is that a question?
Yeah, sorry, I probably got you all confused, or not, I confused the issue.
I think I get it through you, Mr. Mayor. Most of them are in bad enough repair that they require either significant improvements or complete removal. I don't have a breakdown in front of me of how many of each.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Greg.
I see your motion, Mr. Councillor Ainsworth, and I like what you're saying, but I guess the issue that I have is I would prefer that we defer this until the next meeting when Jeremy can get us a number of what it's going to cost for Diamond One. I just don't want to say, here's $30,000 and here's another 10,000 just in case, and we end up spending huge amounts of money. I'm sure he can make a phone call per unit and look at it and come back to us on the 12th to say that it's going to cost 20,000 or 30,000. And then I would agree, fix one, Diamond number one. And then I agree with the deputy
Defer it.
mayor that if the other ones are beyond repair, it's better to take
Remove
them
them.
out then. Or like you said, Councillor Ainsworth, if it's just a board here or there that Diamonds 2, 3, and 4 need a couple of boards or a step replaced, replace that until next year when we do another one. And I agree with what Councillor Mary Catherine said was O'Neill was I don't want to see them all done at once, because if there is an issue with it, then we're stuck with all of the diamonds and the contractor that did it. I'd like to see Diamond One done. I know that the mayor goes out. I regularly go out and sit in those benches. I'd like to be able to make comments on them once they're installed to say yes, no, they're no good or whatever. And then we have the flexibility to change for the other 2 or 3.
Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Local to, and Jeremy, I'm sure you're well versed in bleachers. So I look forward to your report. I'm not sure if I can add to your motion, Councillor Ainsworth, and defer this till we have more information in January.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I'm basically looking at, you got 4 diamonds and it's basically $99,000. So even if we just said quarter it up, it's $25,000. The other thing that I think you need to look at, you don't need a bleacher that's going to sit 200 people. You might only need a bleacher that's going to sit 30 people. Right? So I would say $30,000 would be ample enough to put that first set in.
Okay, we've had a motion on the floor by Greg.
No,
Me.
I seconded it.
No, that was the second. That was
Oh.
the first one. We have a second one. Did you make a motion?
No, what I was asking Mike is if he would consider, I didn't make the motion,
Okay.
I agree with his point. I'm just saying, if Jeremy could get back to us in another 2 weeks to say, this is the amount of money I need, instead of just throwing a blanket amount out, because I don't think it's as simple, Councillor Ainsworth is saying divide it by 4, because I believe, and I could be wrong, Diamond number 1 has more seats than the other diamonds.
Mhm.
They've got outfielder seats too and everything, so come back to us with whatever it costs, and Jeremy can do a quick price, I'm sure in a day or 2 we can get that and have it to us, and then I would agree, place Diamond One.
I need a motion to defer.
I'll make that motion. Can I make it?
Sure.
All right, I made it.
Can you do that?
I'll second the motion to defer.
Can he do that?
All in favor?
Yeah.
Motion is deferred till June or January the 13th. All in favor? That's carried. Jeremy, thank you very much.
He's not.
Oh, no, you're not. Okay. Did we, before we move on from that one, have we given specific, you understand the instructions to come back within January the 13th with? 13th, yeah,
I believe so.
okay. We have to specify that. Okay. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Hey. Before I go over to my next BER, there's the budget sheets
Okay.
starting on page 76
Okay,
for facilities budget.
76.
I don't know, we can gloss over that and I can stay on the BERs if you want.
I was on 79.
does anybody have any questions on the budget? Go ahead, Greg.
To you, your worship, to Jeremy, just a couple of questions. Jeremy, could you tell me in expenses on page 76, it talks about advertising that we're increasing from 5 to 15. What's the idea behind that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the increase in advertising for rec and culture programming talks about our available recreational opportunities, the growth of new programs, talks about advertising, community events, township hosted events that may be happening, economic development and tourism opportunities, as well as facility rentals for the for all of the community centers and facilities within the department.
Anybody else have a question?
Still, yeah, just a few more. Thank you. Just two below that, Jeremy, rec and culture events. We had 15, we only spent 28 and we're asking for 15. So what events are we looking at in 2025 then that would be covered by the 15,000?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the 15 is a carryover number as well from the 24 budget. I believe the underspend in 2024 was a result of not having any dedicated staff in the department itself. This is a line that represents a number of community events that may happen through the township, whether it's expenses incurred through Canada Day events or tree lighting ceremonies or movies in the park. I believe was the event that happened in 2024, events like that.
Okay, just two more, Mr. Mayor. On page 77, we have Finella, ACC, CCC, and VCC, all with administrative budget lines, which adds up to $10,500 for all of those buildings. Can you tell me what those administrative things, for example, Finella, which was $1,200, we're looking at almost double now. But it all adds up to $10,500 for all of them. I'm just wondering what, like, for example, ACC is a huge one. Jeremy, it was at 700. We spent $173. Now we're asking for $4,500.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the administrative line is a number of different expense lines. Office supplies and stationary expenses that are needed in facilities like that. There's also a number of administrative costs that go into the recreational opportunities and private rentals that happen in these facilities that needed a cost center as well. Sorry.
Okay, and my last one was on page 78. It talks about rec and culture capital expenditures, $25,000. Can you please tell me what we would be spending the $25,000 on? That's just a general line. ACC, Finella, and Centerton are all explained.
Yeah.
But the $25,000 for just a blanket capital expenditures, what would that intent on spending that for?
Can I get back to you on that one in 1 second, Councillor Booth? I'm just going to grab my laptop.
Yeah, it can be even the next meeting. It's just a question of what the 25,000 is for. Thank you.
If you can get it now, it would be best. We'll take it off. Councillor O'Neill.
Again, I think I would like to see in here a building condition assessment and amount allocated for that. These are where most of our buildings are, and it's not always obvious. If we look at when they did the building condition assessments in Coburg at the schools there, St. Michael's, the very old school, actually did better than Notre Dame, which was a newer school. So I think if we're going to make informed decisions about our facilities, we need those condition assessment reports. And we do have to make decisions about our facilities.
Does anyone have, Dave, do you have an idea of what the would cost to do those?
The building condition reports,
Yes.
not really.
Okay. Go ahead.
Would this be the time to make a motion to investigate their addition to this budget?
Go ahead.
Through your mayor and respectfully, Councillor O'Neill, there's no time for that before January 13th. We just don't have time. We have 2 weeks of Christmas right back after the holidays, and we have 1 week before we're back to council. Further, Mayor Lobo, I'd like to ask a question of council. Respectfully, I understand why we're going through the budget. At this point, what's the overall goal? I'm confused.
The overall goal is to, in my mind, is take a look at what your recommendations are and consider whether that's the right thing to do or not, based on our abilities, what we know. And that's what our goal is.
So, Mayor Lobo, I understand that aspect of it, but I guess what I'm asking is that, so with what we have decided to dismiss from what's been presented to council, is there a goal with respect to the budget? Is there a number that we're trying to achieve? Like, I recognize cutting out what staff has brought forward. To what avail, and what are we trying to accomplish? So we have a strategic plan. We're trying to bring forward ideas to provide the residents with the customer service for this plan, which was identified by this council as being one of the #1 important priorities. So if we're making cuts to try to achieve 4%, then I can jump onto that. If we decide that we're going to dismiss a BR, which I respect council's decision, it's yours to have. Is there a conversation as, okay, we're going to cut this and we'd like to see the money go there? Is there any part of this process that is solution oriented? Or are we, well, so that's why I'm asking that side of the goal. What are we trying to achieve at this point? So where we're currently at with the state of affairs with this budget presentation is that now staff is going back to, and it's been affirmed here at the table, what services we're going to cut. And is that the message that this council wants to their residents? If you understand what I'm saying.
Mayor Catherine?
To clarify my position at least, I believe that I am very diligently trying to achieve from our infrastructure and assets goals of our strategic plan. I believe that we have a deadline for July 1st this year, and that we do not have all the information that we need to meet that deadline in July 1st. We have it in almost every piece except for the building condition assessments, which are right here. 1A01, conduct needs assessment and feasibility studies for the Haldeman Memorial Arena, offices, and community centers. So it's right there. I'm saying
Mayor
that
Lobo,
needs to be what's in
I
our
just need
budget.
to know what page Councillor O'Neill is.
Page 81, but it's
Oh,
throughout this report, time and time again, that we are going to do these studies. And I think they're critical this year because of that July 1st deadline.
I think you made yourself clear, and you're probably right. But I don't think we should be holding up the budget to decide. Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lowell to our CAO, I hear you. I know with things with, is it BERs? Is that it? I'm having a hard time remembering those numbers. When it would be, I'm not sure if it would be helpful with some counselors when we're turning down BERs. Are they understanding the whole picture of the decline in services that we're going to be providing? So I'm in a bit of a quandary myself because we can't move forward and we can't offer customer service when we're declining a lot of these BERs that the managers have brought forward. So I guess I'm in a quandary as well.
I would answer that. I don't think we're cutting any services.
I think you are. I think you are.
Well, we're not taking off any people. So I consider that as part of the need. Councilor Dean.
Through you, your worship, I totally agree. We're not cutting current staff that we have.
Oh, I know
The
that.
services that we're providing are for the services that we're offering right now. These BERs are requests to up service or things like that. And in answer to your
don't
question, Mr. CAO, when you talk about what's our ultimate goal, I don't have an ultimate goal of 2, 3, 4%. But I will tell you, it's the role of council to ensure the accountability and transparency of the operations of the municipality, including the activities of senior management of the municipality. To maintain financial integrity, our biggest job is the budget. You have every right, Dave, and your staff to come forward with your ideas and everything. But I view council as the gatekeeper to say whether or not we will approve some of these things and whether we won't. But for some councillors here to suggest that we're cutting services, that's not happening. That's not happening. Nothing stops Jeremy with the part-time staff that he has to send people up to go and do stuff. We've not cut any of his salaries or anything. So I take offense to that, to whatever, and
Mayor Lobo?
I'm not,
Mayor
hold on, I'm
Lobo?
not done. I'm not going to feel guilty, Mr. CAO, because I'm questioning things like a question to Jeremy, what's $25,000 for the capital expenditure? I have every right as a councillor to ask that. All I want to know is what's his idea? And I write it down. If I'm happy with it, fine. If I'm not, then it's like, no, I disagree.
Deputy Mayor.
Quite simply, Mayor Logal, to Jeremy. And I did ask when
What is your question?
my question is that, or not really a question, a statement, we are going to be getting a report back on service cuts. It's coming, so I'll be waiting for it, and I'll look forward to finding out an answer to the service cuts, because those people were not picking up emptying garbage cans, or they weren't part-time arena people that were filling in. This was a customer service representative, and everybody is stretched. So that is my comment, and I take exception to some comments made as well. Thank you.
Everybody's going to take exception to comments.
Right.
Jeremy, you were asked to look up something. Were you able to do that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $25,000 rec and culture capital expenditures is key card access for the facilities.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'm glad we asked.
Yes.
If I may, Mayor Logal, just for clarity, so part of putting this budget together during this process and establishing the BRs was staff service review. It's us identifying what we feel that we need. And I think that I had said that at the beginning of the project. So just for clarity, but I thank you very much for everybody's input, and then respectfully yours. Thanks.
Okay. Yes.
Can I actually comment on the budget?
Which
Okay,
one?
through you, Mayor. All these facilities, I'm okay with everything, you know, fixing the roof, fixing the eaves troughs, fixing the chimneys and all that stuff, but it's part of the budget here. But my concern is how cheap we rent these facilities out for. Do we have something moving forward? Because if I looked at, you know, honestly, and this is what bugs me every year about these facilities, you know, between the water testing and the utilities for the ACC is about $17,000. And the rent is 11,900.
I think Jeremy's looking into that fairly closely as far as getting those rents up. I could be wrong, but
You know,
right there, Jeremy.
do we need a price for our residents and a price for outside people? Like,
I'll tell you what happens. From my experience, what happens is that there's a person who needs it from outside, calls his buddy up that lives in the
yeah,
township, and they get the cheap rate. And the person doesn't need to show up.
yeah, good
You have
point.
a comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to address the rates and fees, there was a small increase in the rates and fees for 2025 that was included. The halls, the centers, the programming, it is all very affordable, and I think that that's important for utilization. I think utilization is, as far as I think the buildings are underutilized currently, which doesn't usually reflect something that may be very affordably priced. So I think this all goes back again to the conversation that was just swirling, that I'm not trying to reignite about staffing levels and having that time to actually book and program and advertise and create functional uses of these spaces. If again, that will come back in June on a report, but the fees were increased. Certainly there is a large supply right now of community centers throughout the township. There is a greater supply than demand, and that's been identified as a 2025 departmental goal to review all of the potentially excess properties as well.
Thank you. Does anybody have any problem with passing this draft as it sits? Mary Catherine.
I would like to add that I would like to see, I don't know if that's an I or an A1, but A01 to conduct the needs assessment and feasibility studies for the Haldeman Memorial Arena offices and community centers happen. So those feasibility studies are going to include the building assessments. That will set us up for figuring out how to run the department better and to meet our asset management. So I would make a motion that we do that this year. Sorry, I gave my reason in giving the motion. I'm not supposed to do that. The motion is that funds be allocated for that. And I can either give you a number, an upward number of that for today, or staff can bring that back on January 13th, whatever you guys want.
And is this for just these facilities?
For the offices and community centers, because we've already addressed the arena site.
That's your motion. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? That's carried. So that's the only thing that's stopping this.
Yeah, we can move on because I think once we have that, all the other will flow.
Okay. BER 202509, Centerton Community Center roof. Don't waste too much time on this one. Does anybody have a motion?
I-
We can start.
I motion,
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
that we approve this.
Mike,
I'll second it.
any discussion? Yes.
Just more of a question than a discussion. Have there been new leaks in the past year? Because some of this was addressed, but then none of the repairs were done. So when you come in that door, it does look kind of bad. Is that new leaks or is that just the previous damage just never being dealt with?
It is new leaks, finding the same internal path once it's in the facility itself.
Okay,
It's
so
a
you've
new
got-
access point in the roof.
Yeah,
yeah.
so you've got both items then to deal with, both the,
No, this is,
a new leak and cleaning up and making look nice, the previous damage. And what number are you saying you need for that? 17,000? Okay. I mean, this has been approved for 7 years, I think, in a row, so.
That's what I was gonna say.
Mike, you seconded that? All in favor? Motion carried.
Sorry, Mayor Logan, can I just get clarity on who moved and seconded that motion?
I moved it.
And to be clear, that was to approve BER 2025-09?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth.
All in favor? It's carried. BER 2025-10, Vanilla Community Center chimney. Does anybody need any clarification on that? It's pretty simple. Go ahead.
Make a motion that we approve BER 2025-10 for the Finale Community Center repair and chimney for $12,500.
Can I get a second? Seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Let's move on to the Grafton Community Center.
Sorry. Mayor Logal, sorry, I appreciate the speed we've now picked up all of a sudden out of nowhere. But I also need to record some minutes. So sorry, if I could just get clarity. It was BER 2025-10 be approved. By who and seconded by who? Booth and Ann. One more time. Thank you. Okay,
And the vote carries and passed.
thank you.
To give you the heads up.
Yeah, why don't you bring all this easy stuff first?
Okay, let's move on to BER 2025, number 11. Grafton Community Center eavesdrop. Go ahead, Councilor Booth.
I would like to make a motion for BER 2025-11 be approved for the replacement of the eavesdrop for $12,000 at Grafton Community Center.
Thank you. Is there somebody who will second that? Seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Is there any discussion? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. You got me on? BER 2025-12, Elmwood Civic Center air conditioning. It looks fairly straightforward. Does anybody have any questions for Jeremy? Go ahead.
Just one quick question, and so I got a funny text yesterday night about this Elmwood Civic Center that it was up for sale.
Oh,
That is funny.
I said I didn't think so, but anyways, but I would like to.
I know that this council in the past has identified this facility as one that we think would be a good one to be investigating potential grants for in terms of greening, like the green grants and the AODA grants and those types of things. And I think that would be my only comment is I continue to think that this project sounds like we can do this and maybe even more if we look at grants along with it. I'm supportive of how it reads here, but I think there's potential in that facility to be grant ready.
Good. All right. Go ahead, Mike.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass BER 2025-12.
Or $32,000.
Yes, we're fixing the air conditioning.
Not 35,250. Okay, moved by Mike, seconded by Councilor Booth. Any discussion? I guess the only comment that I would make, I'm hoping we're listening to Mary Catherine, what she says, because there's opportunities to spend in that place in other areas as well. So, and I'm thinking the windows and doors and all of that type of stuff. Mike.
Through you, Mayor, is it possible that we could look at this time that it might be air conditioning and heating? Because I know the heating bill seems to be a lot.
I think that's
Is there such a unit, if we're going to replace the air conditioning, is there such a unit that has air conditioning and heating?
Heat pump, yeah.
That might lower the cost of our heating bills?
Yes, that's where I was saying that I believe there would be grants available for that, and especially through hydro itself.
Any comments, Jeremy?
Just one point. So through you, Mr. Mayor. This project talks about two individual units, one that controls the common areas and the gymnasium itself. That's a fully electric air conditioning unit. The other one is a heat pump replacement that does heating and cooling for the community rooms and the old council chamber room.
Okay.
All in favor? That's carried. One take 10 minutes. 5 minutes, 7 minutes.
Mr. Compromise, I'll make that motion.
Councilor Booth, we'll be back at 24.
And we're all in favor there.
Good.
Oh, Tracy's up.
But, there may be some of that.
What's in the ball? What's in the chocolate ball? Peanut butter and shake. I'm allergic.
Grace?
Through you, Merrick. I have a request. And first of all, I just want to lead up to it for 1 second. Back when we did the before Jeremy goes, back when we got the arena up and running, we took some money from Grafton Minor Hockey. And I'm not sure how much of that we've used, but at this time, you know, because we took it from their funds that they had that they'd saved for the kids and whatever's going on with their hockey and stuff, that I would like to see us give it back in this budget.
Okay. I don't think we should be talking about that right now because it's not part of the budget.
Mhm.
It's something we can consider, but not at this time.
Okay.
So Tracy, please go ahead.
Thank you to the mayor. The planning department, we're responsible for setting development goals for the township, which are outlined in the official plan. We manage growth through review and processing of planning applications that are legislated under the Planning Act. As of the end of November, we've received 45 Planning Act applications, which is up by 10 from the previous year. We have helped over 450 individuals with inquiries, which don't necessarily generate revenue, but 9 times out of 10 will result in a planning application. We are currently working with the Northumberland County GIS staff on developing an interactive mapping tool that can be put online to help with inquiries. We have worked with a summer student this year who has done a lot of work updating our application forms and worked on developing improvements to the website in terms of planning related information. We will be in 2025 looking to develop terms of reference for the official plan review and issuing a request for proposal. We're going to continue to work on process improvements for planning applications and updating the subdivision agreement, which we had targeted for this year, but have not had the time to dedicate to it. We're also looking to issue a terms of reference for municipal engineering services through a request for proposal that council previously endorsed. In terms of customer service, we're also working with county staff on developing an inquiry portal to help with the help in tracking and responding to inquiries. We'll also work with the building department, as Don mentioned earlier, on tracking software that hopefully will also benefit planning. In terms of our budget.
Just a quick comment. I had a hard time believing that you had done 450 inquiries.
As did I.
That's 10 or almost 10 a week.
Yeah.
So that's two a day.
And that's likely an underestimation.
That's a good thing to keep track of.
Mhm. Okay, so in terms of the budget, we're expecting a revenue of about 75,500. We had overestimated the budget revenues last year, or for this year, due to the fee review coming later in the year. In terms of wages, we are asking for a planning coordinator, which we'll go over, and a summer student. We didn't add the revenues for the grant. We did receive a partial grant last year for for this year's student, and we're hopeful that we'll receive something again for 2025. So I don't know if there's questions on specific items. I can take those questions.
Are you talking about revenues or expenses or both?
Either or.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments on this? Let's go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. This is going to be a busy spot in the future, if it's not already, even busier. So, you know, I do agree with a lot of stuff that Tracy has put together here. And it's something that we can't pussyfoot around and we need to make sure that all this is done and and help this department out. So you know, we've got 3 developments somewhere going on in the process. Plus I was surprised to see that you actually had those 450 inquiries. So they're just like phone calls that you have to address, kind of thing.
Yeah, phone calls, emails,
Yeah.
drop-ins, yeah.
Yeah.
There's many, and there's lots of drop-ins too, isn't there?
Yeah, which we're trying to encourage appointment booking because then we can, keep track of who we're helping in order.
And you know, those go unnoticed. If you hadn't have told us that, we wouldn't have known that. And I look at my my spot on the board for Lower Trent Conservation, theirs is like in the thousands. So it's literally another person just doing that. So, good stuff.
The wages, just, we're gonna get to them, but the wages, does that include the full-time helper?
Yes, so right now we share the admin assistant position with building, so the wages for that position we would be adding 50% to capture a full-time planning coordinator. My position as well as the summer students position, assuming that we aren't getting a grant.
Okay. Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
The planning to reserves, is that the money that we're putting for the official plan to be able to? And do you have any sense of when we might actually get to spend that money and update our official plan? I will go through that in detail, but I think we should likely get our RFP out next year. Maybe it'll be a project that we'll have to phase.
Okay. You want to go ahead with the BREs? 2005-15?
Okay, through the mayor for, we've put an item, 2 line items in for contracted and legal services. With the introduction of the new PPS, it's expected that we're going to have developers make a lot of policy interpretations that may result in development applications that we haven't contemplated. If we find ourselves in a position where we don't support a proposal, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to collect fees for our defense of our stance from a developer if we're not supporting their proposal. So there should be some resources available in the event of an appeal. We're also strongly encouraging pre-consultation so that we can give advice to applicants or proponents before they make applications. Because we do not have an engineer on staff, I think it would be appropriate to have some funds available if somebody's coming through with a proposal that we haven't seen currently, so that we can get the right expert advice to let them know what they need to demonstrate to submit a complete application and to make sure that all of our bases are covered. So I think that's really important. If applications come in and we don't have them approved in a timely fashion, we can receive appeals. So we should be prepared for that.
How much money are you looking for that one?
We have 10,000 in each line item for a total of 20,000.
Okay.
There is an error in the BER where it indicated it was 60,000, but it's dropped to 20.
Oh,
that makes sense. I was going back.
I was looking
Yeah.
to see where that was gonna be.
Was
If
20,
you'd
not
like to
60.
give that much.
Right?
Ooh, we like that number.
No, we didn't like to give that much the other day.
Oh,
I was
okay.
gonna say, you gotta teach these other guys to put into a big hike.
That was the original ask.
Any questions on further questions on 13? Can I get a motion then to approve that one?
I'll move.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Number 14.
Okay, so for 14, it's the official plan and zoning bylaw reviews. So over the past few years, the previous planners, well as myself, have requested funds going into the reserve for the official plan update. Currently, it sits at $64,715. We're asking for another $10,000 to accommodate both reviews. It's expected that an official plan review will be at least $75,000. I would expect it's likely a bit higher than that. And a zoning bylaw review would likely be around the same amount. So we will need to keep adding funds over the next few years to make sure we have adequate resources. The exact amounts won't be known until we submit the RFPs for requests for proposals. I think it's really important to make sure we have really good policies to support the direction for development so that when developers do come to us to propose applications, then we have good direction. So I think that it's really important to have that official plan updated. It's also legislatively required under the Planning Act. It has to conform with the provincial plans. The current provincial planning statement just came out in 2024 in October. So that has to be done. A zoning bylaw has to be done shortly thereafter. So we do have legislative requirements for that.
Thank you. Any
Thanks.
questions from council?
No.
Right, Dave?
Excuse me, through you, Mayor Logo, I'd just like to add that although Tracy has brought this forward as part of the budget process, which is great, I do know that our neighboring region has had the planning moved back from region to the municipalities to the lower tiers. I'm just bringing that to your attention so that you have it at the forefront. I expect that there may be something also go on at the county level.
I know they've been talking about it for a time, and this is the first I'd heard of Durham switching, so I seriously believe that this area is going to get busier and busier and busier. And I think anything you're doing to get yourself ahead, Tracy, is a good idea.
Totally agree.
So, does anybody have any further questions on this one? Can I get a mover and a seconder to approve VER 2025-14? Moved by Mayor Catherine, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. I'll call a vote. All in favor? That's carried. Next one must be 15. Go ahead, Tracy.
Okay, so we are requesting a planning coordinator. Right now, we are currently operating with 1.5 full-time staff, myself and the part-time assistant that I share with the building department. When comparing other departments of comparable size, we are understaffed. Both Hamilton and Cramahee townships are staffed with a full-time senior planner or manager of planning and a full-time planning coordinator. This results in slower response times for customers and applicants. The position would provide additional staffing hours to address planning tasks, process improvements, and alleviate time spent by the senior planner on day-to-day tasks that would allow for a focus on more complex planning matters. When undertaking major projects like official plan and zoning bylaw reviews. Right now, we are lagging, in my opinion, in our processing and response times. Additional staff resources, the planning coordinator would be able to field more customer service inquiries, focus on other tasks. Right now, we need to focus on the approvals that ultimately result in development charges, cash in lieu of parkland and permit fees. So the quicker we can get approvals out, the quicker those items come back. as mentioned earlier, there is legislative timeframes that we're supposed to meet under the Planning Act. If we are not able to make decisions in a timely manner, we could that could result in legal costs due to applicants making appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal. That would also then transfer the decision-making from council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So right now, with being understaffed, there is the risk of the potential for appeals, high wait times, which decreases customer satisfaction and stress on staff due to the workload. So we are asking for an additional $46,000 for that position.
Thank you. We finished?
Yeah.
That person, you're gonna pick up 17.25 hours or something like that. And what you've mentioned now, she's gonna be able to speed things up, so there's less chance of having running into problems with legislation and that. Well, is that person able to take some of the workload off, Tracy?
Yeah, so if we have someone who's got experience in that type of role, they're able to handle less complex inquiries. They do a lot of prep work for circulating applications to departments and agencies, fielding questions, working with applicants on certain tasks, sending out documents that are part of the process, like notices of decisions, helping to draft reports, if we have the time to put together templates, that will help speed up our efficiency in managing application files. I think, just looking at files in the past, I think we're just scraping by and probably have been for a very long time. So if we have the time and resources to put into creating some efficiencies, it'll help with the workload overall. But I think we're just basically scraping by right now.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logal, to Tracy. One of the questions that came up before was, what do you see coming down the pipe as far as development for 2025? I guess you have mentioned subdivisions. So I'm just wondering what you think is going to be coming down the pipes for this year.
Yeah, so subdivisions can take some time to process from the time an application comes in till it has an agreement and they're ready to start construction. Like we have 2 subdivisions in the works right now. They're on their second submission. So there's a lot of technical review that happens behind the scenes that isn't brought to council until we're ready to issue like a draft condition of approval. And then once the conditional approval is done, there's a lot of work that happens with drafting agreements and then getting all of the requirements that are needed for that development to happen. So there's a lot of work from beginning to end, and it can take a number of years to see it be completed. It's really hard to foresee what's coming down the pipe with the changes in the policies. I think we'll probably see a lot more complex inquiries where developers feel they have the ability to maybe build a subdivision in a rural context that we haven't seen for a number of years due to the growth plan. So we need to really put a lot of thought from the planning department side of it to make sure we have a full understanding of the policies, to make sure development that's happening for the community is what's best for the community. And yeah, so we could see, inquiries where my opinion is that I don't think it's a good fit, but the developers, planners may feel that it is, and they may submit applications. So it's really hard to know how many applications might be coming. In terms of lot creation, in terms of rural severances, I think that's been very consistent over the years. So I think that's a good
average, and we did look at the fees to make sure that we're collecting a little bit more than what we have in the past, to try to cover some of our time.
Mayor Logal, just one more, is the subdivision just south of the 401, is that in full swing?
The Grafton Heights?
Yes, and that's like 44 houses or something like
Yeah.
that. So everybody that wants to build, that would be good to go up there.
Yeah, so that's completely registered. We have agreements in place and securities to ensure that the work gets completed. So they've got a number of permits. I believe it was around 6 right now that are in the work.
Five, I
Was
up
it
there
5?
yesterday, and there's 5 that are actually.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's well underway.
I'm just asking for the building department.
Right.
Okay, we're
What
getting
they
a
are
little
gonna
bit
have.
off,
Thank you.
we're getting a little bit off, we were looking at the planning ordinance. Anybody else have any further questions? Go ahead, Greg.
Through you, your worship, to the planner. One of your risk considerations, Tracy, says the potential for appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal if you're unable to meet any timeframes. Has that ever happened to our department?
Not that I'm aware of. I've heard rumblings where people have suggested that they will make appeals, but I haven't seen that come yet.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
There have been threats.
Well,
Maybe that's a little bit strong.
not quite.
But it has been brought up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
To you, Mayor, just a question for Tracy and Aaron. Just wonder why we didn't set the rate for this person somewhere in our scale. Just, I don't know if it's less or more clerical work, but
I think that's a discussion closed.
No, it's an open position. It is already set in the band. Again, it does include the benefits, the WSIB, the CPP enhancement, and all of the other fees. So that was a generalized amount that is covering the broader side of everything.
so what band is it in there?
Currently that is a band 5, I believe.
Salary?
The salary range,
It is salary, not hourly.
it is salary as well. They do not get overtime.
Shoot.
Go ahead. Any Catherine?
My preference would be that we defer this. I'm still wrestling with the competing. What we have to deal with that are competing for our attention as a council. We need to deal with asset management. We need to deal with staffing, and we need to ensure that the final rate that we are asking our taxpayers to be able to afford needs to be something that is actually affordable at this point. So I think that would be my preference, to see this deferred to get a better sense of where we are after our discussions today.
Are you asking any specific questions?
No, I was just, if I can, I'm recommending, and if it's so appropriate, I'll make a motion to defer.
So at this point, because we're just going through through you, Mr. Mayor, as a matter of procedure, because we're just going through the issue papers. If you're not interested in approving or getting more information from staff, my recommendation would be to just let it lie, and we'll just bring it back as is, as opposed to a deferral, because we already know it's coming back January 13th.
Good, skip that step. Next one.
Everybody okay with that?
Deferring it?
Bringing it back on the 13th,
back.
he said.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is, of course, if nobody else wants to make a motion to approve or deny at this point. So that's still an option for anybody else at the table.
Go ahead.
I just like to make a motion to approve.
Can I get a seconder for that?
Oh,
Okay.
that would be me, Matt.
Discussion.
Go ahead.
Through you, your worship, I guess I'm a little concerned. I would have preferred it be deferred, because there's also other considerations to take. Councillor Ainsworth is where are these people going to sit? Because if you approve this one, basically you have to approve the bylaw one, or you're going to end up with 1.5 people. Because this is sort of hiring two halves. Where are these people going to sit? Where are their offices going to be? No, but I know, but it's still a concern as me as a counselor is when you're hiring new staff, where are they going to be? So that's what I'm saying. I would prefer it to be deferred, but so I won't be voting to approve it at this time.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point in time, a motion to defer would be in order if that is something that is recommended to give more time to percolate.
I'll make a motion to.
We have a motion to approve it.
You do have a motion to approve. At this point, you can defer the motion to allow more time.
I'll make a motion to defer then.
Seconded by Greg.
Sorry, Emily. I believe you already had a motion on the floor and seconded.
We do, but a motion to defer is in order to promote or allow more time to consider an action. So a motion to defer would be in order at this time. If the motion to defer fails, then at that point, you're back to the original motion, which is to vote on whether or not to approve the position.
Okay, we'll do the defer one first. Any further questions or comments? All in favor of defer? That is defeated. And we have another one on the floor to approve.
Yes.
And it's been seconded. All in favor? We'll record it vote.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a request for a recorded vote on the motion that BER 2025-15 Planning Coordinator be approved. When I go through and call your name alphabetically, please answer yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote on that motion. Councillor Ainsworth?
Yay.
Councillor Booth?
No.
Councillor O'Neill?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Stover?
Yes.
Mayor Logal?
Yes.
Motion is carried.
You. BER 2025-16 Planning Summer Student. Any questions or comments? It's pretty. That's an additional $10,000 will be added to the planning wages. Is that in your presentation?
Yes,
It is?
it is in the spreadsheet. Yes.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Well, maybe we should get a mover first.
I'll move it.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconder,
I'll second it.
seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? Yes, go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logal to Tracy. Just approved your planning coordinator. Would you suggest this is still a relevant ask? I know it's a bit of an odd question, but, could you also, have you applied in the past for funding for this, a summer student?
Yes, through the mayor, we did receive funding for, it was 50% last year. And we were successful at that. So that is the plan. I think we've already put in for an application for that this year. So yes, it is beneficial to have a student. They're there to help fill in the gaps during the late spring, summer months when we are quite busy. They are able to deal with items that in a day-to-day activity we don't have time for, even though we're asking for a planning coordinator. I think our service levels are already below where they should be. The planning summer student was essential in conducting a lot of research that will help to conduct the official plan review. They've also worked on upgrading our playing applications that will be coming out in the new year, and doing drafting of reports and having those ready to go for the fall agendas. So yes, I think it's helpful to have a student.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I just wanted to speak to this. We also have received funding not only for last year, but the year prior. So we have received funding. This is just a technicality. If we did not receive funding, then it'd be the overall amount that we would need.
I think I saw somewhere in this report that there was something that the student did last year that you had to implement. Well, maybe that was early on and you mentioned the 450. Was there something that had to be implemented? I could be wrong.
Yeah, there's an Aquari portal that we're hoping to work on with the county, but that's a different task. But we do have the student do some work on updating our GIS tracking system for planning applications, which is very helpful.
Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Mary Gavin.
I concur with your first question there, Deputy Mayor Stover. I mean, it would be lovely if everybody could have everything that they asked for, but if we've already given extra staffing for that department, are we giving more extra staffing? Like, at what point do we say, okay, we've done it, and not against you personally, but against the endless spending of money here?
Through you, Mary. I guess my take from this is the part that Tracy has in here about vacations. So how much vacation hours does you have? There's 3 of yous in there now? Or just the 2 of you?
Just the 2 of us. Yeah, I think.
How many vacation weeks do we get allowed?
Without getting into specifics, currently it's 1.5 staff until 2025. And depending on who fills that position, it could be a minimal amount of vacation or it could be top end of vacation. So.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Lobo, I remember speaking to the summer student that we had in the summer, and it was quite interesting, the invaluable work that she was doing, but that she was learning as well, which is kind of moving forward your planning department as a whole, not just here in Namacolin, but across the province. So it's really is a good program for assisting in having qualified people step in when there's vacancies.
If I could follow up on that just a little bit, it's good for assessment planning, but
Succession.
planning.
Yeah.
Not only for this particular department, but for any department. To find a good student that could fit into some other place, it's good to have. We got a motion on the board for this?
I think we do.
We do.
Here, Mr. Mayor, you have a motion on the floor that BER 2025-16 planning summer student be approved. That was moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just through you, Mayor. So for Tracy, so the $10,000, if we get the grant, how much of that will you need?
It depends on what is approved. So we usually put in for 16 weeks. Last year they did only fund 8 weeks because they were so late getting the grant out. Previous to that, they did fund 16 weeks at 50% as well.
So we would only need 5 of that then. Does that make sense? Okay.
Go ahead. Or
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've had a request for a recorded vote on the motion that BER 2025-16 planning summer student be approved. When I go through and call your name alphabetically, please vote yea or nay as to how you'd like to vote in the motion. Councillor Ainsworth?
Yay.
Councillor Booth?
No.
Councillor O'Neill?
No.
Deputy Mayor Stover?
Yes.
Mayor Lobo?
yes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
let's move on to Public Works.
Mayor Rowe, through you, I'll go right to page 104. Identified in revenues, you have a slight increase. The reason for that is because of the OCIF formula base has increased by 15%, and that was by way of confirmation from the province. And then we look at our expense side. Our expense side is decreased by approximately 400,000. In consolidation of the accounts, information is there for you. On the capital asset side, we have increased the budget over last year by about 300,000. Some specifics that we have done are respect to the VRs. I will identify that the capital vehicle procurement plan was previously presented to council in 24, and nothing of that was requested by Council Booth, I believe, and that should have been provided as well. If not, we can definitely make that part of the provision for today. Our capital works yard building for 100,000. That's the identification of money to go in reserves for Sandome, figuring out what it is that we're going to be doing with that moving forward. The roads projects for 950,000. That was a highly debated amount last year by council to deal with our roads needs assessment. And I do plan to come back to council for the 13th for an update of what roads those exactly are. Bridges, we put 50,000 into reserves, which I know is nowhere near enough money. But we have to start somewhere, and we have to go through and identify a project and timelines on how to do that. A mechanics hoist for 125,000, there's a DER for that. That has to do with the significant amount of vehicles our individual mechanic has to deal with, and upward system would greatly not only just be appreciated, it would greatly assist the efficiency of that position. And I'm open for questions.
Council have any questions? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Well, you alluded to the fact that the bridges amount is way below. So we just received a report and it was telling us we have a project that's critical at 540,000. And if we were doing our asset management for that, we'd need 447,000 according to the amount they say is needed over the next 5 years. And I reiterate, by July 1st, we're going to have our 10-year plan in place, and it is going to need to include those numbers. And I think our budget now should be including those numbers. I don't know what room we have left now to even have a discussion, because we've been saying yes to a lot of things today, and I'm left with, well, wait a minute. Anyway, there we are.
Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Just for Councillor O'Neill, were you talking about bridges and culverts also to put them in there? Yeah, because that was my concern also. So the capital vehicle for 600,000, is that's not one, which one's that coming up?
Through you, Mayor Logo, well, that's the procurement plan that was created last year.
And then the works yard building for 100,000. That's quite a jump. Can you explain that one?
So those reports have come to council over 2024 with us identifying the needs for a new Sandome at Centerton, and staff is continuing to look at and reassess what it is we could do to save the most amount of money, yet achieve what we need to. So currently the state of affairs exists there. We have to empty the salt and sand anyway. So we are doing that without filling it back up this winter. So that we can have somebody come in and do a real solid structural look at it, as opposed to just identify that there are pieces of it caving in, but perhaps see if maybe we can re-strengthen it, get a few more years out of it, look at what we can do for the future.
So back some time ago, we passed a motion to replace that. What happened to that motion?
So what it looked at, we looked at the time of year. We looked at many different availabilities of repairs. One was to dig and put in an entire foundation system and then build on top of that. Then we discovered that the MTO had actually started to use building blocks or big cement blocks that were pieced together like a puzzle. And then a coverall tent structure was put on top, which was the identification of a significant amount of savings. And by the time we went around full circle with that, we ended up here. And then with bringing out the sand and then looking at the building even more, then the crew has advised me that they would really like to have somebody perhaps give their final absolute say off on it.
That'll be an engineer.
They want to go back to the company that actually built it.
Okay. And he would be able to approve it, because there was, I thought there was a concern about safety, that somebody had shut it down or.
There was a health and safety concern. And so when they identified that we needed to remove the sand anyway, would it be possible just to have that small of an operation, provided there's no snow load, et cetera, on the exterior of it? And so that is what they have been following.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Mary Catherine?
I'm just looking at the wages, and maybe I'm not looking in the right spot, but anyway, it looks like by the end of October, we were more wages spent than we budgeted for next year. And that was without us having our public works manager in place. And we need our public works manager and we need our level of service review. We need that person to be able to go through us through what services and what level of service we're going to provide going forward, again, for asset management reasons.
So there's a combination of items in there. The roads staff, the manager at the time, the position has been reevaluated and put back with the manager's position. So there was a cost savings there. As well as currently we do not have a foreman. At the time, the lead hand said that they were comfortable in their positions and they would prefer an operator. So we have switched and hired another operator at a lower rate. They felt that it was a necessity to have somebody else on the road as an operator, hands on the ground, and somebody in that position. So there's been some changes in wage grids within that.
And to make a long story short, there is wages in there for full-time public works manager. Which is what you were looking for.
I'm just curious why we have a lower budget than the actual for the end of October and but you're saying absolutely we're going to maintain our staffing levels there, including getting this public works manager in place.
Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead.
Through your mayor logo, Dave, are we on with the grants, or when do they open up for bridge and I don't know if you get culvert repair grants, but have they been released yet? Because that would be very helpful.
Through you, Mayor, not that I've seen, but we've had the conversation with staff to identify that we're looking for grants wherever we can. We've also had a conversation, or I have anyway, with Jeremy to come back to council in the new year with grant opportunities that we would like to consider potentially contracting out that service so that we can have somebody actively going after grants for the municipality. But we need to look at what those percentages are, meaning the cost percentages of those grants, but definitely having somebody. Some municipalities have a grant writer on staff that have the ability to go after it, but having that availability is something that we're considering and looking at. So we cannot identify the monies in the budget, and that was a question that was asked to me a couple of weeks ago. We can't identify the monies in the budget because we don't have them, and we don't have the assurity that we have them. So your budget is presented with actual figures.
Yeah, but I meant to, you haven't got a budget to hire a budget person or not person. Grant writer.
So we're leaning towards not hiring a grant person that the township is actively paying for on salary.
Okay.
That we're looking at opportunities for, there are companies that do it and then they're percentage based.
Okay.
So that we don't have the extra risk.
I have one thing I'd like to bring up and come, I think it was mentioned a couple of times already today, and Mary Catherine should be brought it up again too. Do we need a infrastructure special tax or something like that? Because I'm concerned about these bridges. And whether we call it that or we add $150,000 into that budget right now as a consideration, I think it's something we have to consider. Go ahead.
To you, Mayor Logo, and to council. So based on some of the decisions that have been being made here today, we have not entered into a conversation of what the cost savings are. But as a reminder, we came to council with a 5.42% increase. And based on the decisions made here today, I would say that it's prudent that we come back on January the 13th and identify what that has done to the budget. And I would suggest to you that there will be money to allocate to bridges and to perhaps building assessment projects, et cetera.
And I'm happy to hear you're at 5.2 or 5.4, but I think I don't know for sure, but I understand that's pretty low as compared to other ones.
So at the end of this presentation, we have also asked for a 1% on top of that to go strictly to asset management.
Okay.
And it's in our final remarks.
You're Catherine?
Again, I recall in our first year, the first budget we went through at this point in the day, we actually asked them to go back and find us 1%. By making cuts to the budget in their different departments. I believe it actually was Mr. Ainsworth who made that. And then we did use that in turn to do our first step in our asset management with the fire. So, I mean, I think I've made myself heard today that I really think we need to be exceptionally serious about this asset management. And yeah, and that gap continues to grow, and we've got to at least stop the gap from growing. We got to get at least that far.
The county has used to be like this. Now it's going like this.
Yeah, I know.
It's no different from any municipality.
I know.
In my opinion. So anyways, I'm glad to keep thinking about that, Dave, and I guess we haven't decided where we want to end up, but we'll have to do that later. Any further questions on Public Works? Okay, let's move to BR number 17. And we mentioned that quickly.
This was
That's the one. Okay, go ahead.
through you, Mayor. This was the it is a continuation of what came before council at early on in 2024, and I'm bringing forward in my opinion, I'm bringing forward the need to affirm the asset management position as the asset management coordinator and call that position a coordinator, having visualized the amount of work that gets done from that office and the amount of guiding and directing of the gatekeeper of all of the jobs that get done at Public Works. I do strongly feel that this is a coordinator's level position.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Back to me and my asset management. We have to have those 10-year projections done. So we've got two of the documents we need with the OSIM 24 and with the roads needs study. But to take for those documents and turn them into the associated graphs and the associated plans is going to require staff time. I know that the person we have there, she has been part of the asset management since the beginning, and there is going to be a critical need in the next 6 months to continue with that.
I don't know if it ends up.
No, but super critical because of that deadline.
Yeah.
Through you, your worship, taking into all the considerations with this, I think, I wouldn't support this. The person that's doing that position now was originally hired to do asset management and for clerical support for there. And in the comment right here in the report, it says, in the absence of a full-time public works manager, this position has grown to look after certain responsibilities that are outside. I agree. That person's done an excellent job. But if we're looking at hiring a manager of public works, who we have already downgraded and taken off Parks and Rec from this public works manager, that public works manager, when gets hired, can easily take over this. That person in that job was not supposed to be doing this. And people in the public works have stepped up, and 3 of them have stepped up and really helped us get through tough times. And I believe paying this person according to the policy, which is 5 or 10% more, we continue with that. And then once we get a public works manager, that's what we're paying the manager for. We're not paying this person to be giving assignments and being a gatekeeper with the actual workers there.
I just want to speak to this position, as I believe it was never put in the correct band as it was initially where it was initially put. As a coordinator, and the back to Councillor O'Neill, that this position as the asset management is a very critical time right now, and it deems a lot of time, a lot of studies, and a lot of education to be able to push through these legislative requirements. So on top of the like Councillor Bruce said, yes, they've stepped up in another role, but then the shift will change, and then the demand will be back on asset management, which is a higher band level than what an admin assistant would actually do. An admin assistant to the public works. So the coordinator position of it puts that in the next band for responsibilities and job classifications. So originally this position was not put in the proper band to begin with.
I, much as I hate to say, I'm actually wanting to spend more money, but I do agree. I look at what is involved in that position. And I personally would like to see that we have somebody who is more dedicated to the asset management piece than what we have had in the past. I think that's absolutely critical, and that it does take a skill set that's at least what we're saying is band 6 here. Yeah, that's a demanding position, and we need to, both support that person in pay wise, but really support them in making sure they have the time and space to accomplish what they need to accomplish.
Through you, Mayor Lobo, just so I'm clear here, could this be a contract position or not, or is it an ongoing position?
This is an ongoing position that has already been hired, just it needs to be reallocated to a different band due to the job classification and responsibilities.
Oh, so this won't be a new hire, this will, oh, okay, thank you.
Just out of curiosity, is this a union job or a potential union job or no?
Okay.
You have a comment, Mike?
Is it a union job?
Agree?
Is it a union job?
Yes.
Yeah.
It has to be signed, sealed, and delivered.
Mayor?
For clarity, Mayor Logo, so because we're not supposed to get into the debate at all about what is a union job and what isn't, it has been clarified in our definition. So positions of foreman and above are management positions, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you. I probably should have brought it up.
Through you, Mayor. If our CEO can just explain the split once you hire someone for the public works manager.
Through you, Mayor Logo. So the identification of the asset management portfolio combined with this position as identified to council in a coordinator's position, when you look at the definition of actually coordinating, it really fits it in its entirety. The identification of an engineering certificate with respect to our new public roads manager position. We have stepped up the bar with respect to educational requirement. And in doing so, we fully expect that they'll be able to look at a lot of other things, example, bridge construction, road construction, to the engineer standard and engineered level. Number one, that saves us a little bit of money with respect to contracted services. But two, it puts more onus on the manager to complete more administrative function with respect to the engineering aspect of it.
Excuse me, Mayor. So Susan's shift will be,
You should mention those things.
pardon me?
It's a position.
Yeah,
No. Yeah.
But her
Asset
duty-
Management person.
yeah. So her duties then will shift to asset manager.
Correct. She's been minimally on that side right now due to the management position. So it will just be a switch of the manager taking on more of the public works side of things and it allowing her to have the time to focus on the asset management.
Right.
I don't think some counselors realize what they're asking here for. That person doing the job right now was hired to be an admin assistant to Public Works and to be asset management. And we put that person over there. That person right now has done an outstanding job in stepping up and doing the manager's job. But when we bring a manager in, that person should not be being a coordinator. We have 10 full-time people there. So now we're going to pay a manager and we're going to pay a public works coordinator. I agree with Councillor O'Neill. It's a very important thing about the asset management. That's why that person is clerical and asset management, not to be giving her more money and then giving her more responsibility with the working of the guys in that there. So let's separate that right now. You're looking at $11,000 more plus benefits for a person that once a public manager is hired, that person should go back to the job that they were doing. And I'm sorry, respectfully, I disagree with Aaron. I was here in council when staff came to us and had that person move from the position that they were up and they got a bump and they moved up in the band from where they were currently to this position and they got a raise and they accepted that position at that. To say that it was improperly banded or whatever, I totally disagree with.
Through your Mayor Lobo, Aaron, I agree with your expertise that you have the ability to say what person should be at what band. So I'm a little disheartened when I hear Councillor challenge you. I'm disheartened when I hear that sort of language used here. Thank you.
To you, Mayor. Actually, Councillor Booth explained it properly to me because that's what I was kind of thinking in my head, where the shift goes from when we hire a public works manager, then this other position literally just goes back to what we hired her for how many years ago?
Person for.
That is correct, but I'm also going against what Councillor Booth has said, and I am going to stay firm that this position, yes, there was a change, but it was done before she moved into this position. And this position was put in the wrong band to begin with, as it is a coordinator's position. And there is a lot of responsibility with legislation for the province.
I will make one comment on that is council did not create that position and put that person in the band. That person was placed in the band from a staff recommendation at that time. The CAO and HR and everything told us that that would be the band. So I'm sorry, whether or not you like it or not, that's the band that they were put in. And now to come back to us 2 years later to say it's not in the right band, Well, I have nobody to blame then but staff, because staff are the ones recommending us to where they go.
Fact, but it could be a fact, but you're not gonna stand here and blame staff.
Well, I do.
Very confident.
It is the use of the word coordinator that I'm not fully understanding the implications of using that word. And I think we've danced around that a little bit. What does a coordinator mean? And this has been an interesting discussion. I'm changing or growing my thinking as I listen. But the other part is this connects not just to Public Works. I think it more connects to our finance department. And we have had somebody who's the acting treasurer, but they've been out trying to do another job at the same time as well. And then we've got a deputy treasurer, and this is back to the organizational review. How are we organizing our staff so that we're meeting all of our legislative duties? And this, it does feel to me that we're changing who's doing what and what their job descriptions are and who's in what department and all of these things. This just seems to swirl and change faster than I would anticipate it would. And you're nodding, you're feeling a little of that too, but yeah. So this is an interesting discussion, and I can see we're all tired and not maybe 100%. So maybe, but after listening to everything, I think I need to think even more about it.
To your Mayor Local, to Aaron, I've heard that this is a correction. Thank you for making the correction. And I'm ready to vote.
Gotta make a motion.
I move to support BER 2025-17.
Is there a seconder for that? Is there a seconder for that? Seeing none? I guess it's the meeting one. Okay, since we didn't make a decision, we'll come forward to the next meeting.
Thank you.
Was there any clarification that you need? I don't think so.
No, I don't think I need any more.
Okay. BER 2025-18. Dave?
Thank you, Mayor Logo. To council, I don't have anything further to add. It's self-explanatory.
The hoist, you mean?
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
To you, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we pass BER 2025-18 for the mechanics hoist.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Second by Councilor Booth. Any further discussion? Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Local to Dave, do they have a hoist or what are they using instead of the hoist now?
So currently our mechanic is using a floor hoist and then jacks.
Oh,
And then either crawls on the floor or uses what's called a creepy crawly to slide under the vehicles.
thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. So another just quick question, might be a stupid one, but will this will lift every vehicle we got, including your fire vehicles?
Through your Mayor Logo, that is correct.
Perfect.
Any further? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Just a procurement question, actually. So you've put a number in here and I mean, it'll come back to us to approve if it's different than what the procurement is, because getting one price in 2024 is a nice guideline, but that's not the full process. How's that?
Through your Mayor to Councilor O'Neill. Yes, I agree. That's why we put in 125. But obviously if that number ends up any different and by way of our procurement policy, this has to come back to council anyway.
Okay.
So the approval in the budget process would spark the RFP or tender process for this. And then what the number comes back at would have to come to council for approval anyway.
Any further? Moved by Mike and seconded by Greg. Any further discussion? All in favor? Carried. Next, we have the water service budget. not to, just to maybe understand a little bit better, for the 2024 budget and the 2025 budget reserves. I see that there's two numbers there. You understand what I'm saying?
Sorry, that was updated, but it was missed in this budget package, so at this time I would ask to bring that back on the 13th. We did have Adam lined up to also speak to this, but because of the time of day, he is unavailable now.
Okay. But that is basically doubled and it shouldn't be. Does it have water transfer from reserves and water grants? Wasn't that a double?
Sorry, which line are you looking at, Mayor?
I'm looking at the water transfer from reserves and a water grant. So it's the third one from the top and the reserve and revenues and the sixth one.
No, that is correct, because what happened was the well project was postponed. It was supposed to be finished by the end of last year. So I have to bring those revenues forward, as well as we were using capital from the working capital to cover the amount at the time. So we do have to show that to go back into the working capital. So that it's a double entry there.
So then you just say this $1.2 million.
Yeah, she just pulled it out of her pocket.
I did. At the end of the day.
And you may have just answered this, but I was reading and it went in one ear and out the other. Doesn't the water budget need to be passed distinctly as its own budget because it is not part of our operations? It's its own operation?
It can be approved with our budget. It has been separated in years. I'm not sure why. But it's like the building department. It is paid for by the users of the water, so the money has to be used for that purpose. So what it is that's why the working capital, it was brought out of 2024. And that was to assist with the spending at the beginning. However, because we're not getting that grant money, we're not using that in 2024. But the grant money will go back and pay for the working capital that has been borrowed, because it's an in and out budget.
Got it?
I would like that double checked, because this is not funded through tax revenues or anything else. It is funded by the users. And for that reason, I believe it has to be a distinct budget. But even if it doesn't, I think it makes sense for us to deal with it as a distinct budget, but it is not part of they can't be using township money to cover overages, that type of thing. Yep, you've got an answer?
Okay. Go ahead. There were three different people. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just gonna say, just to clarify that it was already approved in 2024, but however, with the numbers as they sit, my new numbers were not pulled forward, so it is not a balanced budget, and that can be seen in this package, and it should be, because it should say that they are balanced, and it's a 0. So in the end, it is actually no money. It's all coming from the consumers who use it. But I can have Adam here on the 13th to speak to the budget in full as he helped me work on it. And we can move forward then.
Thank you. I have one question. The goal for revenues is, I don't know, $400,000 or something like that. Revenues from water users, as well as the well, somewhere in that neighborhood. Don't quote me on that, but I think we're quite a ways behind in receiving money from Lucy or who the heck ever does it. So I think that would be if you can get some more information, and normally, historically, I think it's, Greg, you correct me if I'm wrong, but historically, it's about, you finally get the year end about March of the following year. But this one is way up.
So they've had some changes in their finance department at Lucy as well. Adam and I have had this conversation and he was looking into seeing about the catch up of the revenues and the expense side, because as you can see, the expenses are way off as well.
Okay, so I would suggest we, no, not approve.
No,
But,
defer.
leave it for the 23rd when we have some more information. Everybody okay with that? Go ahead.
Mayor Logo, if I may ask too, that we do the same thing that we did for the library today, if we could, when we do schedule for the 13th, that we could bring Adam in the morning.
Yep.
And just either put it at a certain time or just begin the day with the water budget for clarity. Then move on to the rest.
I'm going to suggest that staff go ahead and do that. Okay, let's move on to
Productive services.
the library. We handle that one. Environmental is what I've got next. Any questions or comments on this? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to the treasurer. So we have the numbers here, Aaron. Can you tell me, so what is the actual percentage increase for Ganaraska and for Lower Trent?
Lower Trent, I believe, was 3%,
I
and
know,
it has
at
been approved,
Ganaraska.
or Ganaraska,
Yeah.
sorry. Lower Trent has not approved their budget, so at this time, that is the numbers that I was receiving.
Have you got some new information on that?
Yeah, we did approve the budget.
At those numbers,
Yes, at 12.2%, I think it was.
I could be wrong, but I understand, somebody else suggested that if they send us the bill, we have no recourse but to.
Correct.
Pay it.
Correct.
We, Mayor,
Yes,
through you, we can take it to a tribunal,
okay, we got it.
but from the presentation that the CAO down there did, we didn't have any issues with her presentation or any negative replies to her or anything. So me, I took it to the point that we accepted that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
so for that, the Lower Trent was a 12.5 percentage increase. And then it's broken into a category 2 and a category 3.
But the overall is correct.
Yes, at 12.5%. If that is what Councillor Ainsworth is stating, then it is the 12.5%, and those numbers are correct then.
Go ahead
Through you, Mayor, which in dollar value is about $18,000.
in total.
Yeah.
17,415.
How much?
17,415.
I get someone to make a motion that we accept this one.
I
By
think,
Councillor Ainsworth. Seconded.
sorry, we haven't accepted any budgets, have we today? We have, okay. No, I think that's waiting. Yeah, I think that's waiting for next one.
We're gonna do this at the end, I think.
Okay. Do you have any further comments, questions then? So, but we can do it on the hopefully, no problem.
Oh.
Yep.
Compare logo. I'm just looking here at, maybe I have. I'll retract that.
Thank
I'm
you.
done. Thank you.
We're gonna move on to the protective service budgets.
Thanks, Mayor Logo. Aaron said I can have a turn at this one. I think given the information that was circulated about the OPP contract initially, and then the revision that was sent out by the province, we've actually got off very lucky with this budget. Overall, we're looking at an increase of approximately $26,000, $27,000, which is actually really good. And I'm referring to net required by taxation. So I think we're doing pretty well. We've also, in conjunction with the other budgets, we've also adjusted the revenue line to be more in line with the actual dollars that are coming in. The ATV County Township OPP patrols, that's the monies that we received from the county with respect to the forest that I did identify earlier. So overall, I think we're pretty lucky there.
And the ride program is in there. Yep. Anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor. So the county patrol that we have the $24,000 in here now, will that stay with us if we're going to provide by law enforcement?
So this is different than the bylaw enforcement. So what happens is when OPP patrols the forest, and because some of it is our land, we get the invoices. So the money that comes in from the county on the revenue side is the money that matches what goes out to township OPP patrols on the bottom side. Will it become part of the agreement that the county is currently working on with respect to our bylaw and enforcement there? We have been told in our meetings that is a possibility, that was a starting point that they had. And if we were able to use that, we would, but that needed to be identified with their agreement to the township, which again, we are waiting for.
So could we do that much cheaper with our own municipal bylaw enforcement officers that we have?
I would recommend that we don't look at that, because this is with respect to OPP needed patrols. That's what this has been used for. So this account actually goes to pay specifically OPP invoices.
Yeah.
And those operate at a lot different dollar than bylaw.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could do it much cheaper. And get the same results.
Not necessarily the same results, because what you need is the police presence. People respect that more than a bylaw officer or a security guard.
Well, municipal bylaw enforcement officers have much.
Point of order, we're way off budget.
Pardon me? Through you, Mayor. So municipal bylaw enforcement, Dave knows probably better than I do, but I do because of my friend owns one of the security firms. So they have a lot more pull than just security officers. So they're kind of in the middle kind of thing, right? So I know, I guess it's just a conversation. But
which one are you talking about specifically?
it's the patrols for the county forest.
Okay, and aren't we, we're getting revenues from that and they're just canceled out? That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
It is, but whatever, we're not paying anything. We receive from the county so much money and we bill them and they pay us for it. So there's no money coming in and going out, other than actually doing it itself.
So for clarity, Mayor Logo, we're a little bit ahead of ourselves, because we have identified that we're working on a contract with respect to bylaw operations with the county. This one has been in past practice. This one is for OPP patrolled trails and OPP patrolled aspect of the forest as well within our township. So this will be looked at in consideration of the new contract, but there really isn't much we can do with it at this point in time, because this dollar value aligns with the existing contract that has been extended.
Okay, we've got, anybody else have any further questions on this one? Being done, thank you. We have the animal service budget.
I believe the numbers for this one is pretty straightforward. Not a lot has changed. As for revenues and expenses, We do have our contract with the animal control services, and the livestock depends on claims coming in.
Good. Go ahead, Mike.
To you, Mayor, just quickly, I just would like to have an explanation on, so we bring in 4,592 and it cost us 37,560. When we first talked about this last year, I don't recall this being that much of a difference. I don't know, like, I guess I'm asking you, is it worth it? You know, we're paying out, you know, $32,000.
Well, yeah, I don't think we have any say in it. I think every municipality has to have dog, animal service protection. I could be wrong, that's my understanding of it. And Mike, the big kicker is here is in the dog tags, we're not getting the money that we possibly could, and it's whether this township wants to spend $10,000 or whatever it is to hire someone to do it 1 year, and then we know who the people are, and we just send them the bill and they have to pay it, and if they don't, then they, I guess you can put that on their taxes, correct? Well, that's all we gotta do, Mike, is make the decision that we were gonna go after those dog tag, people that don't pay, and, make sure they do pay. Your captain.
I concur with everything you said, Mayor Lowell. It is a legislative requirement. We have to do it. The dog tag thing, I do think as a summer student, it might be something to look at in next year's budget. Without having any budget allocated to it this year, I still think we could make some advancement on the dog tag recovery through our social media and encouraging people to link in there. Because from what I see, and people chasing dogs around this municipality and then them calling in the animal services to try and return dogs to their homes, they should be paying for that service if they're the dog owners.
Rather than the general tax rate.
Yeah, exactly.
Any further discussion on this one? Okay, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all members of council as well as staff for particularly the staff for putting this thing together, and members of council for going through it and making the recommendations. And I'm pleased with where I thought we'd done a half an hour sooner, but I'm pleased at how much we've accomplished today.
Yes.
And I look forward to seeing you, everybody, on the 13th. Anybody else have any quick comments? Yes, go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, so we get a list of the stuff that we have to, that we left for the
13.
the January 13th meeting.
So through your logo, so in terms of next steps, so we do have them listed there on page 121. So we will be asking staff or council again, sorry, to give some thought to a dedicated infrastructure reserve levy. So give that some thought over the break, where you want to see based on the numbers that were presented for you today and the changes that have been made. We will also go ahead. So the next motion that we have, the recommendation that we published on the agenda was that the budget report be received for information, and also that staff be directed to make any changes that were laid out here today and decided. So we've been making copious notes as we've gone. So we'll be making the adjustments, creating some new BERs to bring forward to you based on the discussions and the directions that you provided today. And we will provide a much more condensed version based on those changes on January 13th for your consideration, but you'll still get a probably similar sized package with all of the information still there. So you still get that complete picture.
And we'll get that mid-January, or week before the 13th or so.
We're going to try.
Okay, I have a couple of other duties. And the first one is to, I can't read it all because of that phone. Staff be directed to make changes to the draft 2025 budget package as requested by council for presentation at the January 13th, 2024 special council meeting.
Yeah, get
And
that.
the council received the draft 2025 budget package for information. Make a move in a second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, second by Councilor O'Neill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next one we have is conversion bylaw. That bylaw number 91, 2024, we're going to bylaw to adopt the procedures of a special council meeting held on the 16th day of December 2024, and to authorize its execution to be given the first, second, and third reading and final pass the 16th day of December 2024. We're in a second. Moved by Councilor Bluth, second by Councilor Ainsley. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. And finally, we need a motion to adjourn, and we're going to adjourn at 5:01.
Oh, I'll make a motion to extend beyond 4 hours.
Well,
I think we were doing that anyway, weren't we? It was already as a 6-hour day.
Do we need a motion or not? Or- Okay.
All in favor to end at 5:01? You all done? Oh, you missed it. I don't think you did. Yeah, motion to adjourn.
I'll move.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.